The apocalypse is imminent. All humans on Blue Planet will be transported to the apocalyptic realm in 3 days. Cherish these final 3 days of peace. They may very well be the last tranquil moments you will ever experience. Abruptly, this voice echoed in the minds of every human across Blue Planet, resounding as if from the edge of the heavens. As the entire population froze in stunned silence, the voice reverberated once more within everyone's consciousness. The apocalypse is imminent. All humans on Blue Planet, cherish these final 3 days. The apocalypse is imminent. Cherish these final days. Chongqing City, Blue Planet. Lu Ji, the bookstore owner, was loudly praising Fan Kuan, his summer part-time employee, for his outstanding work performance when the voice cut through the air. After a long moment of stunned silence, Lu Ji stared blankly at his staff and asked, "Did all of you hear that voice?" The 7 employees present nodded numbly in unison. Lu Ji then turned toward Fan Kuan. "You heard it too, right?" Fan Kuan's gaze was fixed rigidly on the red bonus envelope clutched tightly in the boss's hand as he nodded mechanically. "Damn it, the apocalypse is here." Lu Ji stuffed the envelope into his pocket and sprinted straight out of the office. "Hey boss, you haven't given me my bonus yet." Fan Kuan hurried forward a couple of steps and called out anxiously, "Forget the bonus. The world is ending, and you're still obsessing over money." Lu Ji did not slow down or glance back as he fled. "Are you kidding me? I slaved away the entire summer for this job." Fan Kuan watched his boss's bulky figure vanish into the distance, overcome with frustration. He shouted furiously toward the sky, "What a lousy apocalypse this is." A deafening thunderclap boomed, accompanied by a bolt of lightning, and Fan Kuan vanished on the spot. Fan Kuan slowly regained his senses amid total darkness. "Where am I?" He squinted toward the faint stream of light seeping through a cave entrance to make out his surroundings. He was sitting on a rough stone bed deep inside a cave. Beside the bed stood a 1 square meter stone table, atop which a glowing white orb displayed a steadily counting string of numbers. A countdown? The black digits flickered constantly across the surface of the white orb. A 3-day countdown? What on earth is going on? Fan Kuan's expression turned grave, his mind reeling with shock and confusion. When the global apocalypse announcement had boomed inside his head earlier, his full attention had been locked onto the 2,000 yuan bonus for being the store's top employee, and he had completely ignored the universal broadcast. Scratching his head, he tried his best to piece together the message, muttering to himself. The announcement said we wouldn't be teleported to the apocalyptic world for another 3 days. Did I get sent here ahead of schedule? Fan Kuan scanned his unfamiliar surroundings in bewilderment. The cave contained nothing but the stone bed and stone table. There was no proper doorway, only a round opening tall enough for a person to duck through that led outside. What is even happening here? Fan Kuan stood up and walked cautiously toward the cave entrance. He ducked outside and lifted his eyes to the landscape stretching endlessly before him. The sky hung pitch black and oppressive, stained with a blood-red sun suspended high above. Crimson light washed over the barren wilderness, which was pockmarked with countless cave openings resembling gaping predatory maws, sending a chill down his spine. Viewed from high above, the entire plain looked just like a massive beehive sprawling across the land. This is the apocalyptic domain. Fan Kuan drew a deep breath, bracing a hand against the top edge of the cave mouth to steady his trembling legs. The scene before him was utterly eerie, leaving him feeling like a tiny ant crawling out of its nest, lost and helpless. Just then, faint glowing text etched onto the upper rim of the cave caught his eye. Fan Kuan leaned in for a closer look. Cave attribute. A serving of blood nourishment will be delivered to this cave each day. A cave? Blood nourishment? In every apocalyptic novel he had read, protagonists always spawned inside wooden huts or shacks. Why did I end up with a cave instead? Fan Kuan tilted his head in confusion. To claim ownership of this cave, remain inside for 5 full minutes. Ownership will be automatically bound to you once the 5 minutes elapse. Choose a cave. Fan Kuan stepped back a few paces and stared out at the countless dark cave mouths scattered across the wilderness, narrowing his eyes. A moment later, a thought dawned on him. Could this be the perk for arriving early? He glanced again at his current cave's blood nourishment buff, shook his head, and strode toward an adjacent cave to check its attribute. Cave attribute. A well will be generated, refilling its water reserves completely every single day. A basic resource buff, far too mediocre for my needs. Cave attribute. A farm plot will be provided for growing all varieties of vegetation. Who would come to an apocalypse just to farm crops? Cave attribute. 1 flint stone will spawn within the cave daily. Cave attribute. A pile of charcoal will be replenished each day. Cave attribute. One fresh fruit will be delivered every day. Cave attribute. One flatbread will be provided once every 3 days. Are you serious? The apocalypse is handing out empty promises alongside basic supplies. All these attributes are incredibly underwhelming. Fan Kuan halted his footsteps and surveyed the vast wilderness around him. He suddenly noticed the caves spread across the plain were arranged in perfect concentric rings, and he had been walking outward toward the perimeter this entire time. Could it be the best rewards are located toward the center? He immediately reversed course and hurried toward the core of the ring system. Cave attribute. A healing potion will be supplied to the cave each day. Cave attribute. A functional forging station is built into the cave. Cave attribute. A spirit fruit tree will grow within the premises. Finally, something worthwhile. Just as I suspected, the outer rings only have useless junk, while premium buffs are concentrated inward. No longer stopping to inspect every single cave one by one, Fan Kuan quickened his pace straight for the absolute center. He was certain the most powerful cave shelter would be waiting there. After an hour of brisk walking that left him gasping for air, Fan Kuan finally reached the innermost ring. He exhaled slowly and approached the cave at the very center of the formation to read its inscription. Cave attribute. Spirit Vein Mine. You gain access to a miniature spirit crystal mine. The mine will upgrade in tandem with your cave's level progression. I spawned with my own mine right out the gate. Not ordinary stone or iron ore, but pure spirit crystals. Having devoured hundreds of Xinxia and apocalypse novels, Fan Kuan's eyes widened with excitement, a wide grin spreading across his face. Even without knowing the exact uses of spirit crystals yet, any resource found in the innermost ring could not possibly be worthless. Calm down, calm your excitement. Fan Kuan forced himself to steady his racing heartbeat. There were still dozens more caves to examine within this inner ring. He moved on to the next cave. Cave attribute. Bloodline enhancement. Each level your cave reaches grants you one chance to strengthen your innate bloodline. Bloodline upgrades. That sounds overwhelmingly powerful. If I keep boosting my bloodline with every cave level up, I could eventually ascend to godhood. Fan Kuan's eyes sparkled with ambition. This was an in-game tier godly attribute. No rush. I still have plenty of time to browse. All humans from Blue Planet will arrive here in 3 days and be randomly assigned their shelters. Meanwhile, I get to handpick my own safe haven ahead of everyone else. It was the equivalent of skipping the cycle of reincarnation's memory wipe and being allowed to choose your own family before rebirth, an unbelievable stroke of luck. Thank the heavens for this opportunity. Fan Kuan suddenly recalled the reckless shout he had yelled right before being struck by lightning. He quickly clasped his hands together and bowed toward the sky. My apologies to the higher power, no disrespect intended. He moved on to the next cave. Cave attribute. Scripture repository. A random manual will spawn daily, covering cultivation techniques, combat arts, and practical life skills. Is this the fabled universal library of countless worlds? Another top-tier divine attribute. Fan Kuan's hands trembled slightly from elation. Stay composed, keep checking the rest. Cave attribute. Divination. Starting from the official launch of the apocalypse, you may perform one divination every 7 days to receive vague premonitions of upcoming major events. The ability itself is valuable, but it is purely supportive in nature. Fan Kuan turned up his nose dismissively and thought, I can safely pass on this one. He walked to the next cave and froze the second he read its inscription, his expression turning solemn. Cave attribute. Devour. Absorb the inherent attributes belonging to other shelters. A sharp breath escaped his lips. This ability was terrifyingly overpowered. If I can steal the buffs from other people's shelters, my power would be boundless. Fan Kuan stroked his jaw, squatting beside the cave entrance to weigh his options carefully. First off, the text refers to shelters rather than just caves. Does that mean new arrivals get different types of starting safe houses besides caves? Second, the description never specifies a cooldown limit. Am I able to devour one attribute per cave level up? Or is the ability a one-time use only? If it only works once, this power would be far less impressive than picking a fixed top-tier attribute right now. There are too many unknown variables here. Are there special materials or ritual formations required to trigger the devour effect? If the prerequisites are overly complicated, I might not even finish a single absorption before the 3-day preparation window closes. Fan Kuan knitted his brows, staring into the pitch-black cave mouth as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. This choice would either elevate me to unparalleled strength or lead to utter ruin. After a long pause, Fan Kuan straightened his posture and murmured resolutely, "This is the apocalypse. With this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I'll bet on the highest possible ceiling. Without inspecting any more caves, he stepped directly into the cave with the Devour attribute. Inside the dim cave, Fan Kuan sat on the edge of the stone bed, his heart pounding anxiously as he waited through the 5-minute ownership binding period. He had an additional reason for picking the Devour ability. If some other person claimed this attribute after the global population arrived, they could eventually strip every buff I collect in the future. It's far safer for me to wield this formidable power myself. The 5 minutes elapsed. Text rolled across the surface of the white stone orb, alongside a deep masculine voice emanating from it. Congratulations on claiming ownership of this cave. The Apocalypse survival system has now been unlocked for your access. Please check your system interface at your leisure. Fan Kuan immediately hurried over to the orb to interact with its interface, which functioned similarly to the tablet computers he had used back on Blue Planet, albeit with an otherworldly physical form. Only a sparse few lines of text were displayed initially. Regional chat system locked, regional trading system locked. Cave attribute, Devour. Activate now. Fan Kuan pressed the virtual prompt firmly. Yes. A new notification popped up instantly. Host has obtained the ability to absorb attributes from external shelters. Devour requirements. Eliminate the owner of the target shelter and remain within their shelter for 24 consecutive hours to complete attribute absorption. For unoccupied shelters, a 20-hour stay within the premises is sufficient for absorption. It's really that straightforward? No hidden restrictions or additional conditions. Fan Kuan stared in disbelief and reread the Devour requirements twice over to confirm the details. He let out a long breath shortly afterward. It seems the most elite abilities come with the simplest activation rules. Time is limited, so I need to act without delay. Unclaimed shelters only require a 20-hour stay for absorption. Fan Kuan glanced at the countdown timer floating on the orb and muttered quietly. I have enough remaining time to absorb attributes from 3 separate shelters. With that, he rushed out of his cave toward other unclaimed caves in the inner ring. Back on Blue Planet, after the celestial voice resounded across every corner of the globe, widespread chaos erupted in most regions. As the country with the strictest public order worldwide, China avoided large-scale riots, yet every citizen was gripped by overwhelming panic. Honey, I can't get through to Kuan no matter what I try. Fan Tianji paced anxiously back and forth in the living room. Calm down a little. Ning Xia sorted through food supplies she had just picked up from the government's emergency material distribution station as she replied. Kuan has never given us any trouble with his studies or daily life. He's attending a national university mathematics competition training camp right now, and mobile phones are prohibited there anyway. Mathematics training camp. Fan Tianji frowned slightly. He knew full well his son had lied to his wife about the training camp and taken a summer part-time job instead. His boy would always pick cash over academic opportunities without hesitation. Still, Fan Tianji dared not expose his son's lie right now. If his wife found out he had covered for Kuan's deception, he would face serious consequences long before the apocalypse ever arrived. He could only throw his hands up helplessly. Even so, his supervisor or training instructor should at least have contacted us by now. Ning Xia paused her inventory, sorting with a heavy sigh, her brows furrowed with worry. Stop overthinking things for now. Go reinforce our front door first. If the apocalypse strikes Blue Planet directly, securing our home is our top priority. Kuan might find his way back to us once everything settles down. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. When blinding silver light flooded the sky, every single human being living on Blue Planet vanished without a trace. In the foreign apocalyptic realm, the silver glow faded away. People materialized inside small wooden huts scattered across the landscape and slowly began to process their new reality. Oh my goodness, we were truly transported to another world. I've been visually impaired for 30 years, and I can see clearly again now. My infant child is only 1 year old and still breastfeeding, but there's no formula milk inside this hut. Does anyone have spare milk supplies? That's quite a demanding request right out the gate. Thank goodness. I was 98 years old and bedridden back home, yet I can run and jump freely here. A 98-year-old regained full mobility? What about my father who was pronounced clinically dead by doctors moments ago? Dad, can you hear me? Are you alive again? Quit yelling for family members in public chat. Check if your hut's special attribute has unlocked yet. Mine activated already. I get 1 bottle of spring water delivered daily. Same for me, pretty decent reward, 2 loaves of bread each day. My hut grants me a forging proficiency buff to craft tools and equipment for experience gains. Why am I stuck with a crafting job instead of fighting monsters to level up? Is this some kind of forced career specialization? Don't complain about your decent perk. Mine only dispenses a pack of toilet paper daily. Anyone got spare toilet paper to trade? Inside a wooden hut at the foot of a mountain range, Fan Tianji stared blankly at the glowing system text floating before him. Reward: 1 pack of menstrual care pads delivered daily. He turned toward his wife awkwardly. It seems the apocalypse came fully prepared with comprehensive daily necessities for everyone. Beside a mountain stream, Ning Xia studied the meter-tall mechanical device inside her hut and whispered to herself, "Compact ice maker. Converts water into ice at a 10-to-1 volume ratio." While displaced humans chattered excitedly and explored their unfamiliar new world, the deep masculine voice echoed simultaneously from every inhabitant's system orb. Official apocalypse survival phase commences. The first natural disaster will descend in 3 days' time. Disaster event. 10 blazing suns in the sky. Celestial order will collapse with 10 suns hanging permanently overhead to scorch the land barren. Your wooden hut is your sole safe refuge. Upgrade your hut level to strengthen its heat resistance. Important note: normal day-night cycles will cease entirely 3 days from now. Darkness will no longer fall upon this world. A flash of white light wrapped around Fan Kuan and his cave, transporting them away from the beehive-shaped wilderness. The moment his consciousness returned, Fan Kuan's gaze shot straight to the white orb on the stone table. Cave attributes. 1. Devour. Absorb attributes belonging to other shelters. 2. Spirit vein mine. Possess a miniature spirit crystal mine that upgrades alongside your cave level. 3. Bloodline enhancement. Gain 1 bloodline upgrade opportunity for every cave level attained. 4. Scripture repository. Receive 1 random manual cultivation methods, combat techniques, practical skills included each day. Yes, it worked perfectly. Fan Kuan clenched his fists tightly in celebration, fixated intently on the system panel. He had worried the 3 stolen attributes might not carry over into the official apocalyptic world after collecting them in the preparation zone, but the system interface confirmed all buffs were intact. Calming his surging excitement, he focused on a newly unlocked interface tab. Cave upgrade unlocked. Current cave tier. Low-grade upgrade requirements. 1,000 units of timber, 500 units of stone. It seems construction and resource gathering are universal necessities across all realms. Fan Kuan let out a faint sigh of amusement before checking another system menu. Regional chat system unlocked. Regional trading system unlocked. He opened the regional chat channel immediately. His original plan was to search for his parents first. They must have been frantic after his abrupt disappearance 3 days prior. But a moment of caution held him back. He had barely grasped the fundamental rules of this apocalyptic world, and there could be hidden traps embedded within the public chat function. After brief deliberation, he decided to track down another person first. Luigi would not get away with withholding his hard-earned bonus just because the world ended. "Luigi, are you online?" Luigi responded immediately. "Luigi, what race is this fellow addressing right off the bat?" An odd comment from another user popped up in the chat. Fan Kuan found the reply rather bizarre. Luigi was just an ordinary Han Chinese person, a descendant of the Yan and Huang emperors. Ignoring the strange message, he prepared to send another ping when a bold announcement flooded the public chat feed. "Haiba of the Dark Golden Bear Clan speaking. Where are all my bear clansmen? Duan Kuan of the White Bear Clan pays homage to Lord Haiba. The Shah of the Black Bear Clan offers his respects to the Lord. Lu Fei of the Gray Bear Clan pledges allegiance. Jin Bao of the Giant Panda Clan greets the clan leader." Thousands more identical greetings omitted Dark Golden Bear Clan. What kind of ethnic group is this? Fan Kuan stared at the chat log in total bewilderment. Bear clans? Are these actually beast-type intelligent beings? A cold sense of dread washed over him. The announcement stated all humans from Blue Planet would be transported here, yet not a single human message had appeared in the massive public chat feed. Even messages from other global human populations were nowhere to be seen. Fan Kuan scrolled frantically through the wall of messages, desperate to spot other fellow humans. "Fellow Serpent Kin, sound off. I'm Lu Qing of the Green Serpent Clan. I'm Zhang Ada of the Tiger Clan. Where are our senior clan members? Old Madame Yun of the Thousand-Legged Centipede Clan from the Marshlands has arrived. Where are my offspring? A centipede spirit entity? A thousand-legged centipede at that." Fan Kuan could not begin to imagine the creature's true form. He had no idea how one would even greet such a being face to face. He frowned and weighed his options, figuring human survivors might simply be too reserved to speak up in public chat. He typed out a new message. "Anyone descended from the human race, as depicted in Journey to the West? Male or female humans, please send me a private message if you're here." His message received 0 replies. Just as Fan Kuan was about to give up on the chat system entirely, a private message request popped up on his interface. He opened it at once. This is Tang Mu from the Blue Cat clan. I'm curious about this journey to the west you mentioned. Could you explain what it is? Curiosity gets creatures into trouble. Fan Kuan blocked the user without hesitation. Fan Kuan exhaled a heavy breath. Forget it. Monsters and supernatural creatures were to be expected in an apocalyptic world after all. Still, locating his parents would have to wait. Surviving the incoming disasters was his top priority for now. A familiar baritone voice echoed out from within the light sphere. Doomsday survival officially commences. The first natural disaster will descend in 3 days. Disaster type: rampant corrupted corpses. Rotten, mangled cadavers will rise from underground and devour all living beings. Warning: corrupted corpses grow violently aggressive after dark. Upgrade your cave as soon as possible. It will be your soul's safe haven to survive the night. Corrupted corpses, climbing up from beneath the earth. They were surely far more terrifying than the zombies depicted in movies back on Blue Planet. Reading the explanation displayed by the light sphere, Fan Kuan was seized by a strong sense of urgency. Though he had 3 extra days to prepare and had reaped considerable gains, those advantages only raised his upper limit and potential, not guaranteeing a safe future by any means. Fan Kuan glanced down at his scrawny arms. There was no way he could fight off these corrupted corpses. Whatever the case, he decided to activate the cave attributes he had absorbed earlier, his so-called cheats. Cave attribute: Spirit Oregon. You gain access to a miniature spirit crystal mine. The mine will upgrade in tandem with your cave's level. Activate this attribute. Activate. The next instant, a crystal vein glowing pale white materialized in the corner of Fan Kuan's cave. Miniature spirit crystal mine. Automatically produces 100 units of spirit crystals daily. Destroy the mine to obtain 10,000 spirit crystals in a one-time payout. Spirit crystals serve as high-tier universal currency across the Doomsday realm and can also be utilized for cultivation. This was an incredible asset. Even without a system shop that accepted spirit crystals right now, a single spirit crystal was definitely worth far more than a unit of lumber or stone. On top of that, they could be used for cultivation. Fan Kuan stepped forward and picked up a newly formed spirit crystal to examine it closely. The crystal felt warm and smooth to the touch, akin to a palm-sized piece of mutton fat jade. But how exactly did one cultivate with these crystals? Just then, the voice from the light sphere spoke once more. Host Devour attribute detected. Cave spirit or attribute automatically enhanced. Enhanced cave attribute, spirit or advanced. Retains the original miniature spirit crystal mine that upgrades alongside the cave. Additionally, you may absorb and claim spirit crystal mines found in the wild or belonging to other living creatures. Successfully absorbing a foreign mine grants you an identical mineral vein matching your original spirit ore. What a pleasant surprise. He was destined to become the greatest mine tycoon of this doomsday world. Satisfied, Fan Kuan moved on to the next attribute. Cave attribute, bloodline. Each cave level grants you one opportunity to elevate your bloodline. Activate this attribute. Activate. Initiating host bloodline scan. Base bloodline, human innate talent. 1-star vitality aptitude, 10 spirit power aptitude, 12 current vitality, 10 out of 100 current spirit power, 0 out of 120 analysis result. The human race possesses naturally frail base bloodlines. Direct bloodline evolution is unavailable. Future bonuses will be redirected to boosting spirit power aptitude instead. Are you mocking me? Is the human race really this weak? Maximum innate talent baseline for baseline humans is 9-star. Administering a one-time talent upgrade for the host. Great. So not only are regular humans weaklings, I'm subpar even among my own kind. A streak of white light washed over his body, and Fan Kuan felt a cool stream of energy flow through his veins. Talent upgrade complete. Base bloodline. Human innate talent. 2-star vitality aptitude. 10 spirit power aptitude. 23 current vitality. 10 out of 100 current spirit power. 0/230. He could not feel any tangible changes, yet his maximum spirit power capacity had clearly increased on the status panel. Host Devour attribute detected. Cave bloodline attribute automatically enhanced. Enhanced cave attribute, bloodline advanced. Each cave level still provides one bloodline upgrade chance. Furthermore, you gain a single chance per cultivation realm to assimilate the bloodlines of other races. Bloodline assimilation requirement. Secure the target's essence blood, which must be preserved within a crystal orb. Assimilation effect. Your fundamental human bloodline remains intact, while you inherit the target race's innate talents. Switching to a new foreign bloodline will reset your accumulated bloodline upgrade charges. In short, he could absorb the bloodlines of other species to strengthen his own talents. Even if he absorbed a weaker bloodline early on, swapping it out for a far stronger variant later would reset all his bloodline upgrade opportunities. This was absolutely phenomenal news. Fan Kuan proceeded to check the third attribute. Cave attribute, Scripture Chamber. A random manual will materialize each day, covering cultivation methods, combat arts, and practical skills. Activate this attribute. Activate. A tiny light orb abruptly appeared on his stone table. The moment Fan Kuan pinched it between his thumb and forefinger, knowledge flooded his mind. 2-star combat art, Golden Shattering Fist. It could split metal and crack stone when wielded weakly, and carve open mountains and overturn seas when fully unleashed. Learn this combat art immediately. Learn it instantly. The complete circulation technique for the Golden Shattering Fist was etched directly into his consciousness in perfect clarity. This was the ideal way to learn abilities. Knowledge downloaded straight into the brain, no tedious rote studying required, no grueling training drills to slog through. Fan Kuan clenched his fists and threw a few excited practice punches. Host Devour attribute detected. Cave Scripture Chamber attribute automatically enhanced. Enhanced Cave attribute, Scripture Chamber advanced. Retains the daily random manual spawn mechanic. Upon slaying a foe, you may randomly absorb one of their mastered abilities, cultivation arts, combat techniques, passive skills, etc. One absorption permitted per day only. It was essentially an upgraded version of the Devouring skill from old legends. With this power, he would easily be labeled a demonic heretic by the factions of this world. And honestly, the thought was incredibly thrilling. With all his cave buffs unlocked, Fan Kuan stood up with a contented grin and headed out of the cave to take his first official step into doomsday survival, felling trees and quarrying stone. Pushing aside weeds blocking the cave entrance, Fan Kuan crawled out into the open air. He glanced back at his underground dwelling and let out a quiet laugh. He never imagined he would end up living in a crude underground den reminiscent of a wild boar's burrow out on the savannas of East Africa. Rolling hills stretched out in every direction, blanketed with dense trees, and a small brook wound gently through the low mountain ridges in the distance. The scenery was picturesque, yet Fan Kuan could not afford to admire it. The first wave of deadly corrupted corpses would arrive in 3 days, and his top priority was leveling up his cave. Cave upgrade requirements: 1,000 units of lumber, 500 units of stone. Fan Kuan checked the miniature holographic panel projected on his wrist, a detached fragment of the main cave light sphere that activated the moment he stepped outside. It retained all core system functions and came equipped with a 100 cubic meter spatial storage compartment. Lumber and stone. He would start by gathering timber first. Fan Kuan muttered to himself as he stared at the forest blanketing the hillside. But he froze a second later. Where was his axe? Where was the rusted starting axe every doomsday survivor was supposed to spawn with? How was he meant to cut down trees without an axe? And where was a sturdy stone pickaxe for mining stone? Just then, his stomach rumbled loudly with hunger. Even after 3 days spent in the sealed incubation space, his body was finally crying out for sustenance. Fan Kuan pulled open the regional world chat channel and typed a message. Fellow survivors, how are you all gathering lumber? By chopping trees, obviously. That statement was nothing but useless common sense. How are you speeding up the logging process? It all comes down to natural talents. For us Iron Scythe Mantis clansmen, felling trees takes mere moments. Fan Kuan could not refute that logic. He sent another question. What about mining stone? What method are you using? We punch the rock directly. Each solid blow yields 1 stone unit. That sounds formidable. May I ask which clan you hail from? Fan Kuan wiped sweat from his forehead. I'm Jagu of the White Bear clan. Can't you even crack a boulder with your bare fists? Are you some puny monkey-type being? Insolence. Sun Wu of the long-armed monkey clan stands corrected. Hold your tongue, lumbering bear. You dare challenge the authority of the bear clan, little monkey? If I ever track you down, I'll show you the true brute strength of a bear. Bring it on. I'll demonstrate flawless monkey fist techniques to put you in your place. Fan Kuan sighed and cut in mentally. Enough bickering, everyone. Truth be told, I'm a lowly human, weaker than even a monkey. He dejectedly closed the regional chat window, thoroughly demoralized. After a short pause, he drew a deep breath to cheer himself up. Fate had blessed him with exceptional hidden potential. This minor setback was nothing to overcome. His stomach growled again in protest. Fan Kuan walked forward slowly, brainstorming viable solutions as he moved. Trading resources with others? He quickly dismissed the idea. He had no way of knowing how scarce spirit crystals were in this doomsday realm. Trading them hastily for basic materials might solve his immediate shortage, yet it would paint a target on his back for hostile beastfolk clans. After all, his current physical state left him unable to stand his ground against even an ordinary monkey. A flash of white light caught his eye up ahead. Could that be a treasure chest? Of course treasure chests had to spawn, even if there was no starting axe. With his protagonist-level luck, scoring a silver or gold-tier treasure chest should be well within reason. Fan Kuan hurried over to the floating white light orb and reached out to grab it. Text appeared across its surface instantly. A basket of peaches. Extract contents? Extract. No tier ranking attached to it, but fresh fruit was perfect to calm his gnawing hunger. Fan Kuan bit into one peach immediately. The flesh was sweet, juicy, and entirely natural. With his hunger temporarily sated, he continued scouring the vicinity for more light orbs centered around his cave. An hour passed without any new treasure spawns, though he stumbled upon a small exposed stone quarry instead. Fan Kuan circled the rough rock face and ran a hand over its coarse surface, letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed he would not find any mining tools anytime soon, forcing him to copy the brute force method used by the beastfolk survivors. He stretched his limbs, raised his fist, and steeled his resolve. Who needed an iron pickaxe when he had a pair of large, powerful fists? Steadying his stance and exhaling slowly, he channeled the energy flow of the golden shattering fist and slammed his fist hard against the stone wall. Boom, ugh, that hurts. Some distance away, atop another hill in the same territory, a towering 2-meter-tall man stared coldly at a stone quarry before him, golden flecks shimmering with primal ferocity within his pupils. Ever since being transported to this doomsday dimension, Shiba had felt the dormant bloodline power of his dark gold berserker bear lineage stirring within his body, the immense strength sealed in his bloodline, threatening to break free entirely. Shiba curled his massive hands into fists, thick muscles bulging prominently across his burly arms. His low voice rumbled out. I never imagined someone of my standing would be reduced to gathering lumber and stone for survival. He interlocked his fists and brought them crashing down onto the quarry rock with full force. Crash. You have obtained 3 units of stone. Night fell, stars dotting the dark sky overhead. Fan Kuan returned to his dim underground cave worn out and discouraged after a full day of searching. Illuminated only by the faint glow of the cave's central light sphere, he stared at his scraped, bleeding knuckles and muttered in complaint. This art claims it can split metal, crack stone, level mountains and flood oceans with powerful strikes. So why can't I break off a single chunk of rock right now? Shaking his head, he reopened the regional chat to check what gains the beastfolk survivors had earned throughout the day. Everyone, my haul today was massive. One more day of gathering, and I'll have all materials needed for a cave upgrade. Fan Kuan nearly slammed the hologram shut out of frustration. Gathering upgrade materials should be trivial for anyone with working limbs. True long-term strength hinges on your cave attributes. Let's share what buffs we each have. I'll go first. Mine spawns a small pile of stone daily, a pretty mediocre trait. Fan Kuan felt a strange sense of familiarity reading the message that I have a peach tree that bears ripe fruit every single day. Unfortunately, I belong to the Fox clan that I'll trade you stone for all your peaches. This is Sunshur Ba of the long-armed monkey clan. Do all of you have cave attributes? Why does my cave display no attribute for me? Shiba, Lord Shiba, as royal blood of the bear clan, your innate bloodline talent far surpasses ordinary survivors. It is likely you have no need for supplementary cave attributes at all. Fan Kuan choked mid-bite on his peach as he read the reply. It appeared he had found the first victim of his exclusive cave attributes. Everyone, quiet down. I am Ling Chun of the Azure Nether Tortoise clan. My cave attribute is Divine Divination, and I bear critical news to share with all of you. Fan Kuan swallowed his mouthful of fruit, sat upright, and leaned in eagerly for the incoming revelation. He had passed up the Divine Divination attribute during his selection process earlier, knowing it ranked among the top-tier support abilities in this realm. Wow, we have a member of the prestigious Azure Nether Tortoise clan in our region. You've kept an incredibly low profile. Greetings, Lord Ling Chun. Respects to the Honorable Elder. Thousands of similar respectful messages omitted. Silence. The tortoise sent a single message and the chat channel fell quiet instantly. Divine Divination Prophecy. A foreign infiltrator has hidden within our territory. Their existence will bring harm to the collective interests of all beastfolk clans. Fan Kuan spat out his peach pulp in shock. He had been watching the chat anonymously, only to have the prophecy target him directly. He had never interfered with the tortoise in any way, yet the creature had singled him out on the very first day. A chill ran down Fan Kuen's spine. Judging from the conversation, every inhabitant of this territory belonged to one beastfolk race or another. If these physically powerful clansmen, capable of felling trees with their bare hands and shattering stone with punches, discovered his identity as a frail human, he would be crushed to death in an instant. Identify the foreign race, share their location and physical traits, and I will lead the Bear Clan warriors to hunt them down tomorrow. Shiba Duan Kuen of the White Bear Clan, will mobilize my kin at dawn to assist in the search per Lord Shiba's command. We follow Lord Shiba's orders without hesitation. Thousands of matching rally messages omitted. Fan Kuen stared rigidly at the holographic screen, terrified his personal information would be posted publicly at any second. Silence once more. Divine divination can only reveal vague clues for the time being. Precise intel will only become available during my next divination ritual 1 month from now. Fan Kuen exhaled a huge breath of relief. As long as his position was not exposed immediately, he still had room to maneuver. He could easily tell the tortoise was being deceptive, though. The ancient reptile must have suspected someone was monitoring the chat and deliberately delayed the precise reading for a full month as a precaution. Unfortunately for the tortoise, Fan Kuen already knew the true cooldown of the divine divination ability. His identity would be at risk of exposure in 7 days, with repeated divination checks putting him in constant danger afterward. It was absurd enough to face public persecution even after the end of the world arrived. Time was growing far too limited. He now had to prepare for the incoming corrupted corpse plague while evading the large-scale manhunt organized by the beastfolk clans. Fan Kuen folded his arms and sank into deep thought. Messages continued scrolling through the regional chat feed. Even without updated divination data, rooting out the infiltrator is our highest priority. I, Shiba of the Dark Gold Berserker Bear Clan, issue this order. Alongside resource gathering starting tomorrow, all Bear Clan fighters must expand patrol ranges around their caves to search for the intruder. Report any suspicious findings immediately. The infiltrator cannot be allowed to survive within our lands. The beastfolk shall prevail through this doomsday crisis. Beastfolk shall prevail. Beastfolk shall prevail. Fan Kuen wore a bitter grimace staring at the flood of unified battle cries. He silently wished to plead with the aggressive Bear Clansmen. This is a fight for basic survival. Have any of you fully stockpiled lumber and stone? Secured enough food reserves? Are you even strong enough to fight off the incoming corrupted corpses? Could we not all focus peacefully on collecting and trading supplies instead of hunting each other? Once the wave of passionate messages died down, Fan Kuen composed a new line for the chat channel. Fellow Bear Clan warriors, I plan to join the search for the infiltrator tomorrow as well. I've scoured the area around my cave all day without spotting any other survivors. Has anyone else encountered neighboring clans folk during their travels? No sightings here. I am Hao Gu of the Scale Horse clan. I traveled dozens of miles today with 0 encounters with other survivors. Same for me. Same here. No other survivors spotted on my end either. Identical replies from multiple users omitted. Fan Kuen felt marginally calmer after reading the responses. The territory spanned an enormous area, with each survivor separated by vast distances. He would not be captured by enraged beastfolk forces the very next day, at the very least. Dawn broke the following morning. Fan Kuen jolted awake on his stone bed, stiff soreness throbbing across his back. His gaze drifted toward the stone table, where a small glowing light orb rested quietly. He had stayed up late the previous night waiting for the daily manual refresh before finally succumbing to exhaustion from fatigue. Evidently, the scripture chamber generated new manuals at daybreak each morning. Fan Kuen possessed 4 powerful cave attributes in total, yet only the scripture chamber offered immediate practical aid for his current predicament. He reached for the orb with eager anticipation. This new skill would be his last hope to turn his fortunes around. 2-star combat art, Cloud Overturning Palm. Its strikes could churn clouds and reverse weather patterns, shattering heaven and earth with a single blow. After absorbing the palm art's knowledge, Fan Kuen slumped dejectedly against the edge of his stone bed. The skill itself was undeniably powerful, yet his physical strength was far too insufficient to wield it effectively. It was akin to handing a sharp battle axe to a small child. They would lack the power to cut down a tree trunk. He consoled himself that having an extra combat skill was better than nothing, then rushed out of the cave. He had finished his peaches the day before, with no progress on lumber and stone. The disaster was in one day. Fan Kuen left the cave, avoiding rechecking areas, and headed to more distant terrain. Since brute force mining and logging were impossible, his option was to find treasure for materials. After climbing a low hill, a white light orb came into view. He found treasure right after leaving. Opening the orb revealed peaches. He stored them, knowing food was vital, and pressed on. The landscape was lush and peaceful, with birds, squirrels, and hares. It could be a retreat. Fan Kuan watched for more treasure orbs, hoping for a good find. Another white orb appeared. He prayed for a tool like an axe or pickaxe. He opened it and found more peaches. He stared at the sky. He wasn't a monkey. Storing the fruit, he opened the regional chat and posted a trading notice. Peaches available for trade. Exchange for lumber or stone only. Send private messages with your offered rates. He sent the message 3 times in succession before receiving private trade offers from several monkey clansmen. 3 lumber units per peach. 4 lumber units per peach. 2 stone units per peach. The exchange rates were far too low for Fan Kuan's liking. He ignored the messages and refocused on exploring his surroundings. His perseverance paid off when he spotted a blue light orb hidden within the grass along the brook's bank. A higher-tier treasure. A blue orb could not possibly contain more peaches. He begged silently for a forged axe, a refined stone pickaxe, or a large stockpile of raw resources. Fan Kuan opened the blue orb to find a clay jar of fresh, drinkable spring water. He nearly hurled the jar straight into the brook in frustration. Why was a rare blue-tier treasure reduced to nothing but a jug of plain water? He forced himself to calm down with slow, deep breaths and stowed the jar in his storage space. Fresh drinking water was still a valuable commodity. He had no way to build a fire within his cave to boil water for safe consumption anyway. Fire. Fan Kuan suddenly realized he lacked the 2 most essential starting items for doomsday survival, a cutting tool and a functional campfire setup. His predicament could not have been worse. He prepared to pause for a short rest to calm his frustration when a faint red glow caught his eye. The light emanated from the hollow trunk of a large tree, and Fan Kuan sprinted toward it instantly. Upon drawing near, he confirmed it was a rare red-grade treasure orb. This find had to change his circumstances for the better. White orbs only gave peaches, blue orbs merely provided drinking water. This red orb was guaranteed to hold something of real value. With trembling excitement, Fan Kuan accessed the orb's contents. 1 vial of spotted hyena essence blood. A hyena? The opportunistic pack predator notorious for its savage hunting tactics across the grasslands. He had hoped for essence blood from powerful clans such as the Dark Gold Berserker Bears to boost his physical strength enough to mine stone with his fists. Receiving hyena blood felt like a terrible stroke of misfortune. He shook his head helplessly. The moment the essence blood entered his storage, the holographic panel on his wrist issued a system prompt. Spotted hyena essence blood acquired. Initiate bloodline assimilation immediately. Your core human bloodline will remain unchanged, and you will inherit the natural innate talents of the hyena race upon successful fusion. Fan Kuan hesitated briefly before making his decision. He had no other viable options right now. Even hyena-derived physical enhancements would be better than his current powerless state, with no permanent transformation into a hyena to worry about. Begin assimilation. A stream of pale red vital energy flooded into his body, flowing smoothly through his blood vessels and gradually merging into every tissue and limb across his frame. After a short interval, the system notification chimed once more. Bloodline assimilation successful. Hyena racial talents fully integrated into host physiology. Base bloodline. Human innate talent. 2-star vitality aptitude. 41 spirit power aptitude. 23 current vitality. 41 out of 410 current spirit power. 0 out of 230. Fan Kuan stared at the updated stat values in stunned silence, shocked by the massive vitality boost he had received. Before assimilating the hyena clan bloodline, Fan Kuan's blood chi talent stood at 10, with his current blood chi value also at 10. Now his overall strength had surged more than 4-fold. When did the gap between humans and beasts grow this staggering? Wait a minute, I was still judging everything using common sense from Blue Planet. Hyenas on Blue Planet were barely stronger than humans, yet the blood essence he had just devoured belonged to the beast folk of this world. No wonder he could not shatter rocks even with a 2-star combat art, while these native beast folk could crush stone with nothing but their physical bodies. This world was far more interesting than he'd thought. A faint smirk tugged at Fan Kuan's lips as he refocused his gaze on the hologram panel. With his blood chi talent elevated, his maximum blood chi capacity had also risen accordingly. This upper limit was clearly the latent potential of one's physical frame. A trace of worry crept into Fan Kuan's mind. If human survivors from Blue Planet ever clashed with these beast folk, humanity would get overwhelmed with ridiculous ease. Let tomorrow's troubles stay in tomorrow. Staying alive was his top priority for now. Fan Kuan channeled the cloud-turning palm combat art, and surging power instantly coursed through his veins. It should be enough for resource gathering now. Boom. Boom. 2 palm strikes landed, and the tall tree before him slowly toppled over. You have obtained 5 units of timber. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Who needed an axe when his own palms packed such destructive force? He kept striking relentlessly. You have obtained 4 units of timber. You have obtained 6 units of timber. The dead of night arrived beneath a clear, star-strewn sky. Seated beside a stone table, Fan Kuan sorted through the day's gains with a wide grin. After merging with the hyena bloodline and bolstered by both the gold-splitting fist and cloud-turning palm, he had collected a total of 624 timber units and 312 stone units that day. Compared to reaping absolutely nothing on his first day, this haul was a massive windfall that had drastically boosted his standing. If he put in more work tomorrow, upgrading his cave would be a simple task. Even more gratifying was the physical transformation brought by the bloodline fusion. Not only had his strength quadrupled, his body had grown far tougher and resilient. The previous day, punching stones a handful of times had left his knuckles split and bleeding. Today, landing over 100 consecutive punches only left superficial scrapes on his skin. Fan Kuan stared down at his fists, the corners of his mouth curling upward involuntarily. His anticipation for the cave's upcoming upgrade intensified further. Cave upgrades granted a single bloodline enhancement opportunity. He could not help but wonder what form his evolved hyena bloodline would take after the upgrade. Leaning back with his legs crossed, he stared up at the pitch-black cave ceiling and let his imagination run wild. Of course, it would be even better if he stumbled upon a far more powerful bloodline tomorrow. Setting those thoughts aside, Fan Kuan opened the regional chat interface in high spirits to browse the beast folks' conversations. Anyone selling peaches? I'll pay a high price for them. He huffed quietly to himself. Peaches tasted perfectly fine. Why were they so eager to trade them away? Trading timber for stone. Fellow warriors, lend me a hand. As a long-eared rabbit clansman named Ruan Shower, mining stone is painfully slow for me. Fan Kuan grew curious and muttered to himself. Why are you so efficient at gathering timber then? I gnaw trees down with my fangs. A vivid image immediately popped into Fan Kuan's head. So the rabbit simply lacked the jaw strength to bite through stone. He scoffed disdainfully, completely forgetting he had yielded 0 resources the day before and was even outmatched by this rabbit. We'll trade Coyote Clan Blood Essence for Long-Armed Monkey Clan Blood Essence. DM me immediately if you have what I need. I'm too fey of the Coyote Clan. What purpose do these blood essences serve anyway? Same question here. I picked up a Porcupine Clan Blood Essence earlier today and have no clue how to use it. Only blood essence from your own clan is usable. Absorbing it raises your innate bloodline talent. I found 2 essences today, one of which belongs to my own Long-Armed Monkey Clan. What? Blood essence can actually improve bloodline talent? Such miraculous power never crossed my mind. That can't possibly be true. Our beast folk bloodlines are fixed from birth. External items cannot alter them. Believe it or not, don't be so rigid-minded even after being dragged into this doomsday realm. Coyote Blood Essence for Long-Armed Monkey Essence. DM me fast, if interested. I'm Shiba from the Dark Golden Grizzly Bear Clan. Are your claims truly legitimate? Lord Shiba, I would never dare lie to you. Every word I said is truthful. My bloodline talent rose a full star after absorbing my clan's essence today. Very well. If this method proves effective after verification, I, Shiba, will owe you a favor. Thank you, Lord Shiba. Frowning slightly as he read the chat logs, Fan Kuan learned that beast folk could also upgrade their bloodline talents via blood essence absorption. Though they were restricted to essences of their own kin, judging from their shocked reactions, this blood essence mechanic did not exist in their original world either. This doomsday world grew more intriguing by the minute. Has anyone uncovered any leads regarding the spy? Nothing yet. Right after upgrading my cave today, I rushed out to scout every inch of land within 10 kilometers of my dwelling. 10 kilometers of territory surveyed on foot. This beast folk was truly relentless. Fan Kuan ground his teeth and typed a message to stir up doubt, diminishing the beast folk's drive to hunt for the unknown spy himself. We haven't even encountered a single fellow clansman out here. Searching for a spy is nothing but a waste of precious time. How can you claim encounters are impossible? I ran into another rabbit clansman today. Why are you so defeatist? State your clan and name, you useless weakling. Fan Kuan sent his reply, Mao heir of the hyena clan. I'm already putting in my utmost effort. TCH, a lowly hyena. No wonder you're so incompetent. The insult rubbed him the wrong way deeply. How dare they look down on hyenas? All clansfolk, take heed. Slay any creature that is not one of our beast folk on sight. Kill them. Kill them. Kill my foot. Fan Kuan shut down the regional chat interface, laid down on his stone bed, and conserved his stamina for tomorrow's cave upgrade. Dawn of the third day in the doomsday. As faint daylight seeped through the cave entrance, Fan Kuan was already upright on his stone bed. He turned toward the glowing orb resting on the stone table and picked it up. 3-star cultivation art. Spirit Devouring Manual. Consume ambient spirit energy to refine internal force, drawing power from heaven and earth itself. This was no mere combat skill. It was a formal cultivation technique. Fan Kuan instantly selected to learn it, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Incredible! Does this mean I can officially cultivate spirit energy now? He channeled the Spirit Devouring Manual. Thin wisps of spiritual energy drifted out of the surrounding atmosphere, flowing into his body. After circulating through his meridians for a full cycle, the energy settled firmly within his dantian. So this was spirit energy, the legendary power cultivators pursued. Fan Kuan grabbed a spirit crystal beside him and resumed his cultivation without hesitation. Spirit crystals were unquestionably ideal cultivation aids, just as he suspected. Absorbing spirit energy without the crystal was akin to drinking diluted coffee loaded with excessive ice cubes. Using the crystal condensed the energy into a rich, potent brew he could ingest directly. A surge of satisfaction washed over Fan Kuan as his spirit energy climbed steadily. He opened his status panel to check his stats. Bloodline. Human, innate talent. 2-star, blood chi talent. 41, spirit energy talent. 23, blood chi. 41/410, spirit energy. 1/230. The numerical gain seemed modest, yet crossing the threshold from 0 to 1 was always the most pivotal breakthrough. Suppressing the urge to keep cultivating non-stop, Fan Kuan slowly stood to his feet. Upgrading the cave remained his top priority for the day. The upgrade would boost both his human racial talent and his fused hyena bloodline. Additionally, the cave itself would receive structural improvements, possibly bringing unexpected rewards. He headed out to the woodland near his cave and immediately began felling trees for timber. Cloud turning palm. Boom, boom, boom. You have obtained 3 units of timber. You have obtained 6 units of timber. Grunting with each strike, Fan Kuan watched his storage space fill with timber, growing more motivated by the second. He finished collecting all required timber quickly. He then traveled to a small stone quarry nearby, planted his feet firmly, and unleashed his gold-splitting fist. Boom, boom, boom. You have obtained 2 units of stone. You have obtained 1 unit of stone. You have obtained 2 units of stone. Less than half a day later, Fan Kuan gathered every material required for the cave upgrade. Returning inside his dwelling, he opened the hologram panel. Sufficient construction materials detected. Proceed with cave upgrade now. Upgrade. A low rumble shook the entire cavern. The ceiling and surrounding stone walls split open as dirt and rubble showered down from above. Don't tell me the whole cave is going to collapse. I haven't even conquered this doomsday realm yet. The violent shaking persisted for nearly 2 minutes before the upgrade process concluded. Fan Kuan brushed dirt off his clothes and inspected his renovated home. The cave's interior expanded to roughly 50 square meters. The previously rough, jagged stone walls and ceiling were now smooth and polished. The original wide open entryway was enlarged, fitted with a solid stone gate. The furnishings remained bare. Only a stone bed and stone table occupied the spacious cavern. At that moment, the glowing orb on the stone table spoke aloud. Cave upgrade complete. Current cave rank, intermediate. Materials required for next upgrade. 3,000 timber units, 1,500 stone units. Detected cave rank promotion. The spirit or vein inside has been upgraded synchronously. A swirling vortex of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air within the cave. 10 heartbeats later, the small mound of spirit crystal or swelled to 3 times its original size, occupying nearly half the cave's total area. Small spirit crystal vein. Passively generates 500 spirit crystal units per day. Destroying the vein will grant a one-time payout of 50,000 spirit crystal units. Daily production had quintupled, an excellent outcome. Detected cave rank promotion. Initiating synchronous bloodline enhancement for the host. Scanning host bloodline attributes. Bloodline. Human, innate talent. 2-star, blood chi talent. 41, spirit energy talent. 23, blood chi. 41/410, spirit energy. 1/230. Host possesses the human bloodline, which is inherently frail by nature. Direct enhancement to the human bloodline is impossible. Spirit energy talent will be elevated as an alternative. A stream of pure white light flooded Fan Kuen's body. Talent upgrade successful. Bloodline. Human. Innate talent. 3-star. Blood Chi talent. 41. Spirit energy talent. 34. Blood Chi. 41/410. Spirit energy. 1/340. His higher spirit energy talent raised his maximum spirit energy capacity, yet filling that expanded reservoir would undoubtedly take longer now. Before Fan Kuen could fully process this change, the orb's voice continued. Host body contains dormant hyena clan bloodline. Commencing parallel enhancement for this secondary bloodline. Blazing crimson light washed over Fan Kuen's physique. Hyena clan bloodline evolved into golden mastiff bloodline. Bloodline talent elevated. Bloodline. Human. Innate talent. 3-star. Blood Chi talent. 52. Spirit energy talent. 34. Blood Chi. 52/520. Spirit energy. 1/340. As expected, the boosted Blood Chi talent amplified his physical strength alongside raising his maximum Blood Chi cap. Fan Kuen nodded in satisfaction at the surging power within his veins. While it was still a canine-derived bloodline, he was no longer bound to the scorned hyena lineage. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he muttered to himself. My human talent received 1 upgrade when the cave was at rank 1, plus this latest boost for a total of 2 enhancements. The hyena bloodline only got upgraded just now. Could it be that the first foreign bloodline absorbed never triggers a reset mechanic, and subsequent bloodline swaps are required to unlock repeated evolution? That must be the case. Regardless, if I found 1 potent bloodline, I can certainly discover more powerful variants down the line to replace my current one. Fan Kuen assumed all upgrade benefits had been distributed when the orb spoke once more. Intermediate cave rank reached. Claiming regional universal reward, 1 cultivation art. A tiny glowing orb materialized atop the stone table right after the announcement. Another reward. This was a pleasant surprise. Fan Kuen picked up the orb. 2-star cultivation art. Pure void manual. Refined spirit energy into profound mystic force, forging a connection with the cosmic mysteries of heaven and earth. A 2-star technique felt somewhat underwhelming. He quickly rationalized it. However, this was a universal reward for every beastfolk who upgraded their cave to intermediate rank, meaning all beastfolk would soon gain access to spirit cultivation. The beastfolk would grow far stronger as a result. There was nothing he could do about it for now. As long as they never tracked down his hiding spot, his highest priority remained strengthening his own capabilities. After organizing all his newly acquired rewards, Fan Kuen stowed some peaches into his wrist storage bracelet and headed out to gather more resources while daylight lasted. He followed the stream where he had found plentiful loot the previous day. Watching small fish dart through the flowing water, memories of his father, an avid angler, resurfaced. He worried about his father's survival without basic tools such as axes and pickaxes. His mother, however, was resourceful enough to adapt to this harsh environment, and Fan Kuen felt confident she would be all right. While trekking onward, a faint glow peeked out from the tall grass ahead. Another loot drop, just as he hoped. He stepped closer to find a faint blue glowing orb resting amid the foliage. Fan Kuen had grown calm encountering these drops by now. He would accept any supplies, food, or consumables without complaint. He broke open the orb and received a jar of monkey wine. Fan Kuen stared blankly toward the sky in exasperation. First peaches, now monkey wine. Couldn't he get a chunk of meat for once? Even instant noodles would be a welcome treat for a human like him. Stowing the wine away, he shook his head and continued along his path. The landscape surrounding his cave consisted of rolling hills crisscrossed by winding streams flowing down from the small mountain ranges. Fan Kuen traveled west alongside the waterway, drawn by the higher spawn rate of loot near freshwater sources, while also using the stream as a landmark to avoid getting lost in this unfamiliar wilderness. Without satellite navigation systems, getting stranded out here meant no way to call for help of any kind. He overlooked one critical detail, though. All living creatures naturally build their dwellings close to water sources. Rounding a large boulder beside the stream, Fan Kuen came face to face with a beastfolk warrior. Every muscle in Fan Kuen's body tensed as he fixed a sharp gaze on the stranger. Standing before him was a male fox beastfolk with crimson ears, vulpine facial features, a tall slender frame, and 4 bushy tails swaying behind his waist. He walked upright in a human-like posture, clad only in loose rough linen shorts across his hips. His flat torso confirmed his male identity. The fox warrior detected Fan Kuen's presence and snapped his head upward. Shock washed over his features instantly. He hurried forward 2 paces before dropping heavily to his knees with a dull thud. Fan Kuan had already coiled his right fist into the stance for gold-splitting fist and raised his left palm, ready for cloud-turning palm. The sudden kneeling gesture left him utterly confused. Shouldn't this creature attack him on sight? Why was he prostrating himself in submission before a single blow had been thrown? Was he surrendering out of fear of an unwinnable fight? Greetings, noble lord. The fox pressed his forehead against the ground and shouted respectfully. Lord? Was the fox delusional, or was Fan Kuan the one losing his mind? What possible reason did this beastfolk have to address him as nobility? Fan Kuan recalled the regional chat logs, where ordinary beastfolk always addressed royal beastfolk with the honorific lord. But there was nothing about his appearance that marked him as one of their nobles. He suspected the fox was mocking him outright. No mirrors existed within his cave, yet Fan Kuan had viewed his own reflection multiple times in the stream's surface. Over the past 2 days, his facial features remained identical to his original handsome appearance from Blue Planet, only marginally less striking than the readers viewing this story. Fan Kuan took a slow breath and opted to test the fox's allegiance. Stand and speak. Thank you, my lord. The fox warrior rose to his feet while maintaining a deep bow, plastering an obsequious smile across his face. I never imagined encountering a true royal lord within this desolate doomsday wasteland. So he had mistaken Fan Kuan for beastfolk royalty. 2 possibilities crossed his mind. Either the beastfolk royal bloodline took human form naturally, or royals possessed shape-shifting abilities to adopt human appearances. Do you reside in this vicinity? Fan Kuan kept his tone cold and reserved. I do, my lord. The fox twisted his body slightly to gesture west along the stream. My cave sits roughly 6 or 7 li upstream along this waterway. Understood. Fan Kuan nodded faintly. What was your harvest today? The fox bowed deeper with a fawning tone. I scoured the stream banks all day and collected 2 baskets of smoked rabbit meat alongside a full vat of fresh water. Fan Kuan seethed inwardly at the unfairness. Why did he only ever find peaches while this fox secured actual cooked meat? Noticing the subtle darkening of Fan Kuan's expression, the fox quickly offered his goods. If you require provisions, I would gladly present part of my harvest to you. That won't be necessary. Fan Kuan waved his hand with deliberate magnanimity. Have you spotted any other royal lords patrolling this area? I have not. The fox shook his bowed head. Royal lords are beings of exalted status. I only witnessed one royal figure back in my homeland on the Azeroth continent. You are the first royal lord I have met since being transported to the Doomsday Realm. Fan Kuan silently committed the name Azeroth continent to memory before continuing his questioning. What is your given name? The fox clasped his fists in formal salute. This humble one is Lu Lin of the Blazing Fox clan. Lu Lin. Fan Kuan feigned genuine curiosity. Where was your settlement located back on the Azeroth continent? I resided in Shifa, a remote township on the outskirts of Bandle City, my lord. A rather obscure place indeed. Fan Kuan pretended to ponder the location before pressing onward. What was your occupation in your homeland? Did you travel into the city frequently? Lu Lin lifted his head slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his expression. I worked as a carpenter. Trips into the city were rare, only undertaken to deliver finished goods. Horse-drawn carriage travel wasted far too much time on the roads. Horse carriages instead of motor vehicles. Fan Kuan stroked his jaw thoughtfully. I have never left the grand capital where my clan dwells, so I hold great curiosity about the outer territories. Lu Lin lowered his head humbly. Your lordship is of noble birth. Our rustic countryside holds nothing worthy of your attention. Fan Kuan cut him off mid-sentence. How did your clansmen within Bandle City receive messages from your township? Lu Lin froze briefly before answering promptly. We relied on messenger hawks to relay written correspondence across long distances. This information was invaluable. Goods transported via carriage, messages delivered by trained birds. With no global communication network in place, Fan Kuan could fabricate any geographic origin without ever being exposed as an imposter. Which royal lord did you encounter back on the Azeroth continent? Fan Kuan asked. Devotion flooded the fox's features as he replied reverently. Princess Miayo of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan, my lord. Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, a mythical divine beast from Blue Planet's old legends. Fan Kuan knitted his brows, intrigued by the existence of such a beast-folk lineage. Judging from Lu Lin's starstruck demeanor, Princess Miayo must have possessed unparalleled beauty. Fan Kuan cleared his throat to refocus his wandering thoughts and adopted an expression of sincere admiration. A princess of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan, truly an unparalleled figure. I have long wished to witness her presence. How many royal members of her caliber serve within the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan? I have no way of knowing such matters. Lu Lin shook his head. The upper echelons of royal clans reside exclusively within the imperial capital. Only elite warriors capable of human transfiguration and spirit elevation gain access to such confidential knowledge. Lowly commoners like myself are never privy to royal affairs. Human transfiguration paired with spirit elevation, that explained how beast-folk royals could take human forms. Fan Kuan paced slowly beside Lu Lin and abruptly posed another question. Have any leads surfaced regarding the fugitive spy? Lu Lin was thrown off by Fan Kuan's abrupt topic shift, yet dared not delay his response. None as of yet, my lord. Fan Kuan smiled faintly and leaned in to speak in a low voice. What would you do if you managed to track the spy down? Lu Lin clenched his fists and boomed his answer resolutely. Execute them on the spot. Excellent resolve. Fan Kuan narrowed his pupils and patted the fox's shoulder firmly. Even a humble carpenter upholds such unwavering loyalty to your kind. Commendable. In the very next instant, Fan Kuan unleashed the cloud-turning palm directly into Lu Lin's neck. A crisp cracking sound echoed across the stream bank as the fox collapsed to the ground. Writhing in searing agony, Lu Lin twisted his neck to glare at Fan Kuan with terrified eyes. My lord, why? Understanding crashed over him a heartbeat later, replaced by blazing hatred. You are no royal lord. You are the foreign spy. Crunch. Crunch. Fan Kuan rained a flurry of gold-splitting fist strikes onto the fox's face until all signs of life faded from the creature's body. Staring at the blood seeping into the stream's current, Fan Kuan fought back the urge to retch as he slowly stood upright and whispered quietly. I bear no malice personally. We are all trapped within this brutal doomsday, trapped on opposing sides. Since every beast folk here has vowed to hunt and kill humans like me, I cannot afford to wait passively for my own demise. Ever since the beast folk collectively put a bounty on his head via the regional chat, Fan Kuan had anticipated a confrontation such as this. Thankfully, the actual encounter proved far less difficult than he had imagined it would be. A notification materialized on his wrist-mounted hologram panel. Target eliminated. Consume one of the target's innate abilities? Consume it. Acquired skill, intermediate carpentry proficiency. So the fox had told the truth about being a carpenter after all. Fan Kuan knelt to retrieve the small hologram sub-orb fastened to Lu Lin's wrist and rummaged through the beast folk's stored supplies. 2 baskets of smoked rabbit meat, 1 full water vat, and over 300 timber units. Fan Kuan stared at the haul in quiet disbelief. Were all beast folk this forthright, openly stating their full inventory without fear of being robbed by supposed nobles? He let out a quiet sigh. Rest easy in your next life. Fan Kuan prepared to depart when another notification popped up on his hologram. Hologram sub-orb acquired. Coordinates for the target's cave have been locked. Initiate cave attribute assimilation. Cave attribute assimilation. Fan Kuan had nearly forgotten about this powerful ability of his, yet activating it required him to occupy the deceased beast folk's cave for a full 24 hours. The corpse plague cataclysm was scheduled to descend that very night, making prolonged stay inside a foreign cave an unnecessarily reckless gamble. Fan Kuan finally recognized the major drawbacks tied to this overpowered skill. First, he had to slay the cave's owner. Second, he needed to camp within the foreign dwelling for an entire day to complete the assimilation process. These strict limitations prevented him from mass exploiting this ability, condemning him to virtual imprisonment inside enemy caves whenever he chose to use it. Furthermore, this run-in with Lu Lin served as a critical wake-up call. If he could impersonate beastfolk royalty to deceive native beastfolk, royal beastfolk could just as easily disguise themselves to ambush human survivors from Blue Planet. From this point onward, he would thoroughly interrogate any human-shaped beings he encountered. Blind trust would lead to the same fatal end Lu Lin had suffered today. Still, Fan Kuan believed he held an advantage when it came to sizing up his opponents. After all, Blue Star boasted a highly developed internet ecosystem, coupled with 12 years of systematic science education. No beastfolk race could stand up to his ability to look up any information they had. He buried the fiery fox humanoid's corpse beneath a tree and folded his hands in a brief prayer. After scouting the surrounding terrain, he headed back along a ridgeline running parallel to the stream instead of retracing the fox creature's original path. The voice announcement 2 days prior stated that reanimated corpses grew most active after dark, yet Fan Kuan had no idea how they behaved in daylight. He could not be certain if daytime scavenging would remain feasible going forward. With daylight still lingering, he resolved to gather more supplies to brace himself for the impending reanimated corpse catastrophe. After climbing over a low hill and walking a short distance, a yellow glowing orb caught Fan Kuen's eye. A yellow orb? What supplies would this one yield? He had yet to figure out the grading system of these luminous spheres. He hurried over and activated it. A small patch of arable fertile soil. When infused with spirit crystals, this soil would transform into spirit soil suitable for growing spiritual plants. Something new. Fan Kuen grinned inwardly. He had no clear understanding of what spiritual plants were, but his cave already held a surplus of spirit crystals with no practical outlet. If usable soil had appeared, genuine spiritual flora could not be far behind. He stowed the orb and sorted through the patterns he had observed. Yellow orbs produced soil, white orbs food, blue orbs water and liquor, and red orbs contained essence blood. The color of each orb evidently dictated the category of goods inside. Fan Kuen mused with a nod. As if to validate his deduction, a green orb materialized on the grass moments later. Fan Kuen picked it up with a smirk and unlocked its contents. A small sack of premium grain seeds capable of growing rice crops. When cultivated within spirit soil, the grain would mature into crystal rice, consumption of which boosted spiritual power reserves. Consuming food to cultivate spiritual energy, this is incredible. He hastily secured the sack, unable to suppress a wide smile. His haul expanded the wider his search radius stretched, yet his finds gradually became repetitive. One white orb after another. Baskets of peaches, followed by more baskets of peaches. Really throwing nothing but peaches at me now? Was I some tree dweller in my past life? The sun dipped below the horizon and dimness spread across the land. Fan Kuen abandoned further scavenging and quickened his pace toward his cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he covered the stone gate with wild grass and branches collected along the way to mask the cavern's location. The last embers of sunset faded the instant he finished the camouflage work, drowning the world in total darkness. Glancing warily at the suddenly grim surroundings, Fan Kuen ducked into the cave and sealed the stone gate shut. Instead of resting, he immediately tallied all the spoils he had gathered that day. First, his cave had been upgraded. The miniature spirit crystal vein had expanded into a small-scale vein, quintupling its crystal output. His human racial talent had advanced to 3-star rank, raising his maximum spiritual power capacity by over 100 points. He planned to test whether his cultivation speed had improved during his upcoming meditation session. His former hyena bloodline had evolved into golden mastiff bloodline. Though still classified under canine lineage, it carried a far more imposing name alongside a noticeable boost to physical strength. His food stockpile was substantial, smoked hare meat and countless baskets of peaches. His fresh water reserves were also more than sufficient. The single water vat held enough drinking water to sustain him for several days. Staring at the provisions stacked throughout the cave, Fan Kuen breathed out in relief. If rationed carefully, these supplies could last him a very long time. 2 more notable gains rounded out his day's harvest. He retrieved the patch of fertile soil from the yellow orb and laid it out on the cave's left side. The moment it settled into place, a 3-by-3-meter expanse of brown soil materialized before him. Fan Kuen fetched several spirit crystals to embed within the soil. As the crystals drew near, the small orb resting atop his stone table emitted a mechanical alert. Fertile soil suitable for upgrading detected within the cavern. Confirm infusion of spirit crystals? So the orb handles the refinement process automatically. Fan Kuen selected Confirm. A single spirit crystal dissolved into liquid essence and seeped fully into the soil. Fertile soil successfully upgraded to spirit soil. Only 1 spirit crystal needed for the upgrade. Nice. Fan Kuen suspected continuous crystal infusion would be required for further improvements down the line. He scattered the sack of premium grain seeds across the spirit soil. Contact with the earth triggered another prompt from the orb. Premium grain seeds detected. Initiating automated sowing. Crystal rice will ripen fully in 3 days' time. This orb functions like a central intelligent processor, managing every internal matter within the cave. Still, Fan Kuen could not shake a lingering thought. The divine beings had transported humanity across the cosmos, and their purpose was surely more profound than simply forcing everyone into primitive farming. After finishing his inventory check, Fan Kuen opened the regional group chat system. Anyone willing to trade 80 units of stone with me? I only need this last batch to upgrade my shelter. Trading stone for food, meat, or fruits are acceptable. Send private messages with your offers. 3 units of lumber for 1 unit of stone, urgent request. Finally seeing that genuine doomsday survival mentality kick in among the beast folk, Fan Kuen muttered. The chat feed was flooded with resource trade requests. Discussions about suspected traitors and hollow slogans glorifying beastfolk supremacy had vanished entirely. All living beings valued self-preservation, it seemed. The looming threat of the reanimated corpse disaster weighed heavily even on these proud beastfolk warriors. Fan Kuan shot a solemn glance toward the sealed stone gate at the mention of the corpse calamity. Gripping his spirit crystal tightly, he settled cross-legged onto his stone bed and began circulating the spirit absorption art to cultivate. Beneath another moon, in a separate territory, the local regional chat buzzed with non-stop activity. Whoa! Upgrading my wooden hut to level 3 lets ambient spiritual energy gather indoors. The misty spiritual current feels cooler than air conditioning. Spiritual energy means nothing without the cultivation technique gifted to all humans by those divine beings. You've got the wrong patron to thank. Buddha never crossed over to this world with us. This practice is named the Pure Void Art, hardly a title originating from Buddhist scripture. Does anyone have spare lumber and stone? I'm 10 units short of each to upgrade from level 2 to 3. You're already aiming for level 3? I've only just reached level 2 after 3 whole days. How are people farming resources so quickly? Was your axe nothing but a prop? If Fan Kuan had witnessed these messages, he would have flown into a fit of exasperation. Humans spawned with basic axes, and upgrading a hut from level 1 to 2 required merely 1/10 the lumber and stone demanded for beastfolk caves. The disparity was outrageously unfair. Wealth gaps have already formed after just 3 days. I'm comfortably settled in a level 3 wooden hut, raising crucian carp in a small pond, growing apple trees in a garden plot, and storing ice blocks in my basement. I've achieved a lifestyle I never managed in 30 years of working back on Blue Star. A pond and garden? You're acting like a central protagonist. I find that hard to believe. Feel free to verify with the local forger class players. I'm a forger. I know that man. His hut carries a blade attribute, granting him a 1-star greatsword from the start. The blade star rank rises alongside his hut level, letting him fell trees at an incredible pace. He also commissioned a set of 1-star armor from me yesterday. Could you spare some excess resources for me? We can discuss terms if you're open to an in-person meeting. Quit flaunting your good fortune. Let us give thanks to the divinities who brought us to this realm instead. My hut's special attribute produces a roll of toilet paper daily, and I've still upgraded to level 3. The hut spans 150 square meters with a private basement, something I could never afford after 30 years of labor on Blue Star, yet I have it here in 3 short days. Praise the divinities. I'm 108 years old, yet my body feels vigorous enough for lively recreation. People claim youth never returns with age, but the divine powers have proven that wrong. Remain rational. The divinities wield spatial divine arts to transport the entire population of Blue Star. A mass healing spell is trivial by comparison. Why relocate the sick and elderly only to leave them confined to bed? Channeling spatial magic consumes divine energy after all. Quite right. We ought to show gratitude, cherish this second chance at life, and strive to contribute to this new world. Your tone sounds awfully familiar. Are you someone who worked in public outreach back on Blue Star? After arranging ice blocks throughout his basement, Fan Tianji typed a private message to his wife. I've stockpiled enough ice for our personal use. Trade any newly manufactured ice for building materials and food from now on. Ningxia replied while operating her ice-making device. Good to hear. My ice product orders are fully booked with no shortage of resources on my end. Fan Tianji let out a chuckle. I never imagined disposable sanitary pads would be such a hot commodity here, yet my order queue stretches 10 days into the future. Even elderly women in their 80s have placed requests. Rest assured, I've set aside your personal supplies safely. Ningxia rolled her eyes playfully. You have no reason to be proud of selling sanitary goods. You would never have secured a level 3 hut without me trading ice for your construction materials. Fan Tianji quickly conceded. Of course not, my brilliant ice goddess. My small sanitary pad business cannot compare to your ice trade. Word has it the toilet paper vendor is doing even better, selling single sheets to meet overwhelming demand. Drop the market gossip. Have you found any updates on our son? I've messaged dozens of people these past 2 days. It's confirmed that Chinese citizens have been scattered across countless separate territories. Many people in our chat cannot contact their family members either. Has anyone uncovered a method for cross-region communication? Not yet. A former deputy general manager from a telecommunications company suspects low hut levels limit the range of our spiritual signal networks. As if these primitive huts function like cellular base stations from our old world. I just hope Kuan is safe. Has he managed to upgrade his shelter to level 3? Our son is far more capable than the two of us. He's probably living in a level 4 shelter by now. Fan Kuan sneezed abruptly inside his level 2 cave. My bigger worry is that he was assigned to a territory dominated by foreign nationals. His foreign language proficiency is excellent. He will cope fine unless he landed in a territory populated by African groups. The group chat stayed bustling deep into the night. While the human survivors chatted casually in public threads, every single person waited anxiously for midnight's catastrophic event to descend. The 10 suns in the sky was a natural disaster only recorded within ancient Chinese myths, tied to the legend of Ho-Yi shooting down the suns. No one knew if a figure equivalent to Ho-Yi existed within this new world. The cave orb emitted a prompt the moment midnight struck. The first wave of natural disaster is imminent. The catastrophe will persist for 10 days. Remain within your shelter wherever possible and make adequate preparations. Upon the disaster's conclusion, a comprehensive strength assessment will be conducted for all survivor shelters. The top 100 shelters across the region will each receive one 3-star yellow orb and one 3-star green orb. The top 3 ranked shelters will additionally be awarded one 5-star purple orb and one 5-star black orb apiece. Shelter comprehensive strength is calculated based on shelter tier, auxiliary facilities, cultivation manual, and equipment star ratings, alongside individual cultivation progress. Important note: enter meditative cultivation if you face resource shortages. It may be your only path to survival. Saturate your physical vitality and spiritual power to break through into a higher cultivation realm. The pitch-black night instantly blazed with harsh light after the announcement faded. 10 blazing suns hung suspended in the sky, sending ambient temperatures rocketing skyward. The catastrophe arrived. 10 suns in the sky. Back in Fan Kuan's cave, circulating the spirit absorption art had pulled him into a state of complete mental immersion. He continuously drew ambient spiritual energy, refining it into usable spiritual power through his cultivation technique. As his reserves steadily built up, Fan Kuan felt a profound sense of clarity wash over his entire body. The sensation was indescribably subtle, granting him sharper perception of all living and non-living things around him. Cultivation slipped by in the blink of an eye until midnight arrived. Fan Kuan immediately halted his practice and stared grimly at the floating hologram as the cave orb spoke once more. The first wave of natural disaster is imminent. The catastrophe will last 10 days. Summon your courage to face these corrupted, undead reanimated corpses. Following the disaster's end, all survivor shelters will undergo a full strength evaluation. The top 100 shelters in the region will earn one 3-star yellow orb and one 3-star green orb each. The top 3 rankings will obtain an extra 5-star red orb and 5-star purple orb respectively. Shelter overall strength factors include shelter level, auxiliary facilities, cultivation manual equipment star grades, plus personal cultivation advancement. Warning: reanimated corpses grow extremely ferocious after dark. Persist in cultivation and stand firm in combat. Full saturation of vitality and spiritual power unlocks access to new cultivation realms. 5-star orbs. The rewards are unbelievably generous. Fan Kuan realized he had been short-sighted assuming orbs only varied by color with no internal grading. He had merely never come across graded orbs before due to poor luck. He burned with curiosity about the contents of purple orbs, yet his greatest desire centered on the 5-star red orb. The ungraded red orb he had opened previously had gifted him basic hyena bloodline. A 5-star variant would surely grant royal tier bloodline heritage. If I obtain that bloodline and upgrade it repeatedly, I have to claim a spot within the top 3 rankings. Fan Kuan clenched his fists and refocused on the evaluation criteria laid out before him. Shelter overall strength, shelter level, auxiliary facilities, cultivation manuals, equipment star rating, cultivation progress. Shelter level required consistent resource gathering for upgrades. Auxiliary facilities covered spirit soil, water wells, crop plots, and similar constructions. His cultivation manual was far superior to most competitors, though he possessed no combat equipment for the time being. Cultivation progress evidently relied on advancing his personal realm. Per the official notice, realm breakthrough demanded fully saturated vitality and spiritual power. Fan Kuan opened his status panel to review his current stats. Bloodline: human, innate talent, 3-star, vitality aptitude, 52, spiritual power aptitude, 34, vitality, 52/520, spiritual power, 53/340. Solid progress. My spiritual power climbed from a single point to 53 overnight. He frowned at his stagnant vitality value and reread the disaster announcement. The text urged survivors to engage the reanimated corpses directly in battle to overcome the undead threat, implying vitality could only be raised through combat experience. A low rumble echoed across the distant land, accompanied by rolling thunder. Torrential rain poured down seconds later, pounding loudly against the cave's stone gate. The reanimated corpses have emerged. Fan Cohen tensed every muscle as faint shuffling footsteps and guttural roars drifted near the cavern shortly afterward. He crept silently to the stone gate and pressed his ear against the surface to listen closely. Rain battered the stone barrier non-stop amid intermittent thunderclaps. The distant footsteps gradually faded after a long while, letting Fan Cohen exhale a deep breath of relief as he retreated back to his stone bed. He fixed his gaze on the sealed gate and muttered quietly to himself. This cave truly functions as a safe haven against this doomsday environment. Still, how powerful are these reanimated corpses? Can I resume outdoor resource collection tomorrow morning? He shook his head and settled on a plan. I will prioritize raising my spiritual power for now. It is my most viable method of growing stronger at present. Fourth day of the doomsday cycle, dawn. No natural sunlight filtered into the cave, yet 3 days of survival had adjusted Fan Cohen's biological clock to this world's abnormal day-night cycle. He stretched lazily, feeling thoroughly refreshed despite meditating through the entire night. His mental state was sharper than after regular sleep back on Blue Star. He picked up the small orb resting on his stone table. 6-star combat technique, Spirit Insight Finger. Even divine beings dread this single strike. A 6-star combat technique with such bold flavor text. Fan Cohen instantly selected the skill to learn it. Once he familiarized himself with its energy circulation route, he grinned to himself. Essentially a doomsday iteration of the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. He pointed a finger toward the cavern stone wall, launching a streak of pale white spiritual light. A thumb-sized hole bored cleanly into the solid rock surface on impact. Fan Cohen let out a quiet laugh. I was worried about venturing outside this morning, but with this technique at my disposal, mindless reanimated corpses pose no real threat. He opened his status panel to check his overnight cultivation gains. Bloodline, Human, Innate Talent, 3-star, Vitality Aptitude, 52, Spiritual Power Aptitude, 34, Vitality, 52/520, Spiritual Power, 158/340. Gained 105 spiritual power points overnight. Excellent results. He fired off another Spirit Insight Finger strike and checked his stats once more. Spiritual Power, 148/340. 10 points consumed per use. That only leaves me with a dozen effective shots before draining my reserves entirely. Fan Cohen scratched his head anxiously, recalling the clustered roars indicating the corpses traveled in large packs. He tested channeling spiritual power through his existing techniques, Metal Shattering Fist and Cloud Surging Palm. The enhancement was immediately noticeable. Infusing spiritual energy doubled the destructive force of his physical strikes. A single palm strike pulverized his stockpiled quarry stones into fine gravel. Better still, each technique only drained 3 spiritual power points upon activation. Close quarters melee combat is the way to conserve spiritual energy during fights. A lingering concern lingered in his mind, whether being wounded by these corpses would trigger bodily mutation, identical to the zombie virus from Blue Star fictional media. Adopt flexible guerrilla tactics if necessary, retreat when enemies advance, harass them while they grow fatigued, leverage my speed to wear them down. He then measured his spiritual power regeneration rate by resuming his cultivation art. Just 15 minutes of meditation fully restored the 20+ spiritual power he had expended. Regeneration speed was over 10 times faster than his natural cultivation gain rate. Fan Cohen finally pieced together the function and acquisition rules for every numerical stat on his panel. Vitality Aptitude dictated total vitality capacity, governing physical strength and bodily durability. Killing reanimated corpses appeared to be the sole method of raising vitality values. Spiritual Power Aptitude set the upper limit of spiritual energy reserves. Cultivation Manual Quality determined both cultivation efficiency and spiritual power recovery speed, while combat techniques demanded spiritual power to activate. Higher Spiritual Aptitude unlocked access to higher-tier combat arts and allowed more frequent technique usage. If he aimed for a quick realm breakthrough, upgrading his cave would need to be temporarily put on hold. Each cave upgrade elevated his bloodline talent, which would raise his maximum vitality and spiritual power thresholds and slow down saturation progress. My priority will be fully saturating my current vitality and spiritual power pools first. Having solidified his strategy, Fan Kuan stood and walked toward the cave entrance. He pushed open the stone gate and stepped out, confused by the odd lighting overhead. The sky was dimly lit, yet the faint glow felt unnatural and muted. It resembled a household light bulb that still emitted faint luminescence after being moved to a neighbor's residence, leaving only a faint residual glow seeping into his surroundings. Fan Kuan lifted his head and stared at the dim, sun-like glow hanging far up in the sky, confusion swirling in his mind. Is that sun out visiting some distant place? This whole scene is utterly bizarre. Shrugging the thought away, he figured even top astronomers back on Earth would be utterly baffled by this abnormal weather. Fan Kuan scanned his surroundings quickly amid the dim glow. Thick morning mist blanketed the land, turning the whole world into a gloomy, ghostly expanse. Moments later, his gaze sharpened. He spotted traces of corrupted corpses. Several human-shaped cadavers draped in tattered garments stood motionless with bowed heads within the shadows of the distant woodland. Thankfully, their numbers were limited and they were not roaming freely. It seemed these corrupted creatures were far easier to handle during daylight hours than after dark. Time to test out a kill. Fan Kuan raised his hand and loosed a spirit insight finger strike toward one corpse beneath the trees. A streak of pale white light streaked forward only to dissipate mid-air shortly after leaving his fingertips. Oops, I overshot the effective range. Clearly, Spirit Insight Finger cannot function as a sniper rifle. Can I take down 5 of these creatures? Fan Kuan mentally reviewed his 3 available combat arts, drew a deep breath, hunched his body low, and crept slowly toward the group of corpses. The morning breeze, stripped of warm sunlight, slithered across his cheeks like frigid serpents. His gaze remained locked firmly on the cadavers as he advanced with measured, quiet steps. When he closed to within 10 meters of his targets, the 5 previously inert corpses snapped their heads toward him in unison. Crimson light flared in their eyes, and they let out guttural roars as they charged straight for Fan Kuan. They can sense killing intent. Fan Kuan jolted in surprise and immediately fired another finger strike straight at the lead corpse's skull. The beam pierced its cranium cleanly, dropping the creature instantly. Perfect. Fan Kuan's eyes lit up. He moved his hands in rapid succession, unleashing successive Spirit Insight finger blasts to eliminate the remaining 4 corrupted corpses one after another. Heaving a weary breath of relief, he felt a surge of lingering tension fade away. Though these abominations function much like the zombies from Earth, vulnerable to fatal cranial damage, their movement speed was nothing like the sluggish shuffling of terrestrial undead. Each one sprinted with speed matching elite sprinter Usain Bolt. One specimen with a dangling left eye even had its eyeball flop up against its temple as it ran, a genuinely horrifying sight. Still, Fan Kuan channeled spiritual energy into his fingertips, a slow grin spreading across his face. Beyond 10 meters, ranged attacks hold the advantage. Within 10 meters, my strikes are both fast and precise. As long as my spiritual energy holds out, these rotten abominations will never close in on me. Wait, what is this? Fan Kuan noticed thin wisps of gray-black mist drifting upward from beneath the 5 fallen corpses, flowing steadily toward his body. The moment the mist touched his skin, a voice echoed directly inside his head. Yin energy breeds yang essence, transforming decay into vital force. A wave of scorching warmth flooded his body. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly checked the holographic interface projected on his wrist. Vitality. 62/520. His vitality had risen by 10 points. His earlier hypothesis was proven correct. Vitality could only be increased through slaying corrupted corpses. This is solid progress. Fan Kuan's mood lifted considerably. Now that he had confirmed his path to cultivation advancement, his next steps were clear. Are there more drops? Focusing his eyes, he watched 2 floating orbs emerge beside the lifeless corpses. One pure white, the other pale blue marked with a single star emblem. Fan Kuan opened the white orb first, revealing a crate of peaches, an expected drop. He then unsealed the 1-star blue orb to retrieve a small vial of spiritual energy potion. No longer just plain water, well worth the star rating. Fan Kuan picked up the vial with obvious delight. Minor spiritual energy potion restores 50 points of expended spiritual energy upon consumption. It only replenishes used energy instead of permanently raising my spiritual capacity. It will still serve its purpose regardless. Fan Kuan tilted his head back and drained the potion in one gulp. His depleted spiritual energy, which had fallen to 118 points, immediately rebounded to 168 points. Staring at the updated values, he smiled to himself. This is practically a flawless monster farming run. Keep going. I will break through to the next realm before the day ends. He edged along the woodland perimeter in search of more prey. Though eager to level up, he refused to recklessly plunge deep into the dense forest. This was not a video game, and he only had one life to lose. Less than a kilometer forward, he discovered another cluster of corrupted corpses, 7 in total. The 7 cadavers stood gathered around a large tree within the woodland shadows. After surveying the surrounding area and confirming no additional hostiles lurked nearby, Fan Kuan crept closer stealthily. Learning from his last encounter, he initiated his assault at roughly 12 meters before the corpses detected his presence. A soft squelch sounded as the first corpse collapsed on the spot. Enraged roars erupted from the remaining creatures, their eyes blazing crimson as they sprinted toward Fan Kuan at full speed. With combat experience now under his belt, his aim was steady and controlled. Streaks of white spiritual light flashed through the air as successive spirit insight finger strikes cut down the other 6 foes without incident. Just as the last corpse fell, rustling sounds erupted from the underbrush to his right. Fan Kuan twisted his head to spot a massive corrupted hound barreling straight toward him. Another variant monster. He loosed a finger blast, but the beast ducked its head to evade the attack before leaping high with jaws agape, aiming to sink its teeth into Fan Kuan's neck. Instead of firing another ranged strike, Fan Kuan reacted instinctively, throwing a spirit-infested iron-shattering punch directly into the hound's skull. White spiritual energy coated his fist as the blow connected, sending the corrupted canine flying backward violently. The brutal impact ruptured one of the beast's eyes completely. As it staggered unsteadily back onto its paws, Fan Kuan fired 2 consecutive spirit insight finger shots into its brain, ending the creature for good. That was far too close for comfort. He had not anticipated corrupted beasts hiding within the woods, narrowly escaping a vicious bite. He could not begin to guess what affliction would spread if tainted saliva entered his bloodstream. There was a silver lining, however. Slaying the corrupted hound granted 5 vitality points. Combined with the 7 humanoid corpses he had eliminated, his vitality value climbed to vitality, 81 out of 520. Collecting the 2 dropped orbs, Fan Kuan retreated out of the woodland into open ground before safely opening his loot. This haul contained 1 white orb and 1 yellow orb. Unsealing the 1-star white orb, a basket of spirit-infused peaches. Consumption yields a minor permanent boost to spiritual energy. It seems peaches are the primary common drop around here. Opening the yellow orb revealed a small chunk of fertile soil. With no restorative potions obtained this time, Fan Kuan climbed a tall tree to recuperate his spiritual energy for safety's sake. He had picked up tree climbing skills recently, not from overeating peaches, but thanks to his physical evolution from a frail human with merely 10 vitality points into a far sturdier, enhanced individual with 81 vitality. 20 minutes later, he descended from the tree and resumed his search for corrupted targets. By midday, Fan Kuan had eliminated a total of 122 corrupted human corpses and 9 corrupted hounds, earning 289 vitality points total. His vitality stat rested at vitality 341/520. Noticing his spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere 30 points, he scrambled back up a tree to meditate and recharge his reserves. Nearly 5 hours of nonstop combat had not drained his stamina in the slightest. If anything, he felt more invigorated with each fight. For one thing, his rising vitality continuously upgraded his physical constitution and bodily strength. If he were to mine stone with his bare fists now, a single strike could chip away at least 5 units of rock, making him a living mining unit all on his own. For another, his material gains were incredibly substantial. Over the morning's hunts, the corrupted foes dropped more than 20 orbs in total. Though all were basic or 1-tier quality, sheer quantity made the loot worthwhile. He collected 16 crates of peaches alone, more than enough to last him for ages, alongside various potions and freshwater supplies. His most valuable find came from the final 2 corrupted hounds he slew, which dropped a rare 1-star purple orb. Inside was his first actual weapon since arriving in this wasteland realm, Wind-Quelling Dagger. Capable of slicing through steel when infused with spiritual energy. The dagger functioned as both a stabbing blade and a compact cutting weapon empowered by spiritual infusion. It lacked special combat effects and was only low-tier graded, yet it was a genuine spiritual artifact, more than sufficient for dispatching corrupted creatures with ease. After 30 minutes of meditation, his spiritual energy was fully replenished. He ate 2 of the spirit peaches, their flavor noticeably richer than ordinary fruit. A cool stream of energy sank into his dantian upon swallowing them, permanently raising his spiritual energy cap by 6 points to spiritual energy, 174/340. Jumping down from the tree, Fan Kuan continued his hunt, resolved to max out his vitality meter before nightfall. Armed with the wind-quelling dagger, his combat efficiency surged drastically. The sharp blade sliced cleanly through the fragile necks of corrupted corpses, severing heads with every swipe. When groups of undead charged him previously, he had to thin the horde from range with Spirit Insight Finger before daring close-quarters combat with Iron-Shattering Punch. Now, the corrupted foes fell like dry vegetation beneath his blade strikes. He followed the woodland boundary onward, crossing a low hill to find the forest growing far denser ahead. As he hesitated over whether to venture deeper, a glowing white crystalline deposit embedded within the trees caught his full attention. Spirit crystal ore? Fan Kuan's face lit up with elation. This ore matched the spirit crystals stored within his cave shelter perfectly, and the exposed vein indicated a small-scale natural spirit crystal mine. I've struck genuine wealth. He hurried toward the deposit to figure out how to harvest this unclaimed wild mine. Before he could reach it, he spotted a small figure crouched in the shadows behind the ore vein, a young-looking individual wearing a tattered floral short skirt. The figure kept its head bowed, seemingly fixated on something below, with long black hair shrouding its facial features. Sensing Fan Kuan's approach, it slowly rose to its feet. Fan Kuan's breath hitched sharply. Apart from its ragged clothing, the figure had pure white scara with no irises, yet its facial features were identical to people from Fan Kuan's home nation on Earth. Encountering such an entity in this perilous landscape was deeply unsettling. Even after slaying over 200 corrupted creatures that day, he had never encountered this variant, and unease prickled at his senses. As Fan Kuan studied the strange figure, it tilted its head and stared back at him with blank white eyes. No roaring, no blazing crimson pupils, only silent mutual standoff. Fan Kuan was thrown off balance by the odd calm. He quickly dismissed any unrealistic hopes that the figure might be sentient and sighed quietly. I'll grant you a merciful end. He loosed a Spirit Insight Finger blast straight for its forehead. A faint sizzle echoed as a black scorch mark burned into the figure's skin, but the attack failed to pierce its skull. This marked the very first time his Spirit Insight Finger had been ineffective. This is a boss-level entity. This wasteland realm granted humans the ability to cultivate power, but it did not come with built-in status scanners like those featured in fantasy video games to display enemy levels and stats. His unprovoked strike enraged the previously docile figure. It opened its mouth to reveal rows of jagged, serrated fangs and charged toward Fan Kuan with a feral roar. Blending bolt-level sprint speed with a small, compact frame and immensely durable physical defenses, escape was no longer feasible. Pushing his fear aside, Fan Kuan drew the wind-quelling dagger, hunched into a combat stance, and braced himself to engage the foe. The moment the figure lunged into close range, Fan Kuan sidestepped the charge and drove his dagger toward its neck in a fluid motion. A sharp tearing sound cut through the air as the blade carved a deep gash across the figure's throat, yet the wound was not deep enough to sever the head entirely. Its defensive toughness is extraordinary. Even a spirit-charged spiritual dagger cannot land an instant kill. Dark red blood oozed from the injury, and crimson light ignited within the figure's blank eyes. Sharp black claws jutted out from its fingertips, and it renewed its assault with even greater velocity. Fan Kuan was forced to evade repeatedly, striking at its neck with the dagger whenever an opening appeared. No defender can maintain perfect evasion forever. After a string of rapid swipes, the figure's claws tore through Fan Kuan's clothing, carving 5 bleeding gashes along his left arm. Sharp burning pain made Fan Kuan wince, yet he could not pause to treat his wounds. He unleashed a flurry of Spirit Insight Finger blasts aimed directly at the creature's face. For successive blasts left 4 charred black marks across its features, still unable to penetrate the skull. Taking a calculated risk to close the gap, Fan Kuan fired point-blank finger strikes until he ruptured both of the figure's eyes, sustaining 5 additional lacerations across his arms in the process. Blinded and disoriented, the boss thrashed its arms blindly through the air. Fan Kuan capitalized on its impaired state, slashing repeatedly at the base of its neck with the wind-quelling dagger. 5 heavy blade strikes later, the creature's head tumbled free from its body. Fan Kuan leaned forward, gasping for breath after the grueling fight. He examined the claw wounds covering both arms. The cuts themselves were shallow, but black discoloration spread outward from each injury. Tainted venom from the creature's claws without a doubt. As the boss collapsed, a cloud of gray-black mist far denser than that from ordinary corrupted corpses surged into Fan Kuen's body. His vitality gauge had been 46 points short of full capacity only moments prior, and the influx instantly maxed out the meter completely. A worthy reward for defeating a mini-boss. This single kill must have granted roughly 50 vitality points. He turned his attention to the loot orb left beside the corpse, a glowing 3-star purple orb. Overlooking the stinging pain from his poisoned wounds, Fan Kuen opened the orb with eager anticipation. Purple scale armor 3-star rank, blocks all attacks from cultivators below the initiation realm, and reduces damage taken from initiation realm assaults by 50%. Protective armor, an invaluable treasure. Fan Kuen stripped off his torn, tattered garments and donned the scaled armor immediately. The armor transformed his entire bearing. Standing at 188 centimeters tall, wrapped head to toe in glossy purple scale plating, he exuded a heavy, intimidating aura of cold lethality. Securing the boss's prize, Fan Kuen redirected his focus to the glowing spirit crystal mine, the true long-term asset, a resource that would grow more valuable over time. He reached out and pressed his palm against the crystalline vein, only for the holographic system voice to chime out once more. Detected unclaimed small-scale spirit crystal mine. Insufficient personal storage space to extract the deposit. Return after upgrading your cave shelter to claim this resource. Frustration washed over him at the unexpected restriction. He marked the mine's location carefully before leaving the woodland area. Elsewhere, within a cave at the foot of another mountain range, Shiba crushed the skull of the final corrupted corpse with a single fist strike. His golden amber eyes swept over the ring of headless undead strewn across the ground surrounding his feet. He had wandered into the woodland grove to find a large congregation of corrupted creatures and wiped every last one out in a single burst of power. Pulling up his status interface, he reviewed his stats. Bloodline, Apex Dark Golden Bear Clan Royal Lineage, Innate Talent, 7-star grade, Vitality Aptitude, 154, Spiritual Energy Aptitude, 10, Vitality, 1540/1540, Spiritual Energy, 18/100. A flicker of unrest crossed his features as he closed the panel, and he turned to head back toward his own cave dwelling. Fan Kuen returned to his cave and sealed the stone entrance shut. He removed the purple scale armor to inspect his claw wounds. The gashes had already scabbed over, and the dark toxic discoloration around each injury had faded to a dull gray hue. Instead of resting, he quickly consumed the remaining spirit-infused peaches to accelerate his recovery. Once finished eating, he pulled up his full character sheet. Bloodline, Human, Innate Talent, 3-star grade, Vitality Aptitude, 52, Spiritual Energy Aptitude, 34, Vitality, 520/520, Spiritual Energy, 198/340. Vitality is fully capped. Now I will focus entirely on raising my spiritual energy reserves. Time slipped by silently as Fan Kuen sank into deep meditation. The process of cultivating spiritual energy pulled his consciousness away from the passage of hours. The influx of pure spiritual force washed away all physical exhaustion while calming his mind into a peaceful, focused state. It was no wonder cultivators in ancient myths grew detached from mortal worldly desires over prolonged practice. Fan Kuen remained in uninterrupted meditation from the moment he returned to the cave in the afternoon until his spiritual energy meter hit maximum capacity. A resonant hum echoed through his body as a restrictive internal barrier shattered completely. Surges of crimson vital energy and white spiritual force raced through his meridians before converging steadily within his dantian. The two energies blended seamlessly for a long moment, sending a powerful ripple of spiritual power rippling outward from his body. His breakthrough was complete. The overwhelming rush of vital and spiritual power coursing through his veins left Fan Kuen feeling thoroughly reborn. Just as he prepared to open his status panel to view his updated attributes, a deep, resonant male voice boomed out from the cave's central holographic orb. Regional announcement. Cultivator Fan Kuen has advanced to Initiation Realm Tier 1, becoming the first cultivator within this territory. Reward: 1 miniature spirit crystal vein. Regional announcement. With the emergence of the territory's first cultivator, the Spirit Crystal Shop is now officially unlocked. The sudden public announcement echoed through every cave in the region, drawing the attention of all beastkin inhabitants to their holographic interfaces. The regional public chat channel was instantly flooded with messages. Praise the beast god. Our kind finally has a true cultivator among us. It must be a royal clan elder. Only royal bloodlines possess such exceptional cultivation talent. I've barely filled half my vitality gauge and only have 3 spiritual energy points. Someone has already broken through realms? What even is a spirit crystal vein? What functions does the spirit crystal shop provide? Does anyone know which clan Lord Fan Kuan belongs to? I am Ian Feng of the Firewolf clan. I offer my deepest respects to Lord Fan Kuan. I am Petin of the Porcupine clan, humbly bowing before Lord Fan Kuan. 60,000 additional chat messages omitted for brevity. Inside his own cave, Shiba gripped his fists tightly as he stared rigidly at the public announcement display. His spiritual energy was merely 7 points away from his own breakthrough, and he roared out in raw frustration. Fan Kuan paid no mind to the flood of messages in the regional chat. He first placed his newly awarded miniature spirit crystal vein alongside his original vein within the cave storage. Watching the miniature deposit expand into a full small-scale spirit crystal mine matching his original resource, Fan Kuan could not suppress a wide, triumphant grin, the joy impossible to conceal. Recalling the untouched spirit crystal mine hidden deep in the woodland, he felt an immense sense of opportunity waiting for him to claim it. He then opened the newly activated spirit crystal shop, stunned by the array of goods available inside, overcome with sheer good fortune. The shop interface was split into 4 primary categories: basic resources, spiritual materials, cultivation manuals, and spirit artifacts. First, the basic resources section, spirit crystal exchange rate for timber. 1 crystal equals 20 timber units. Timber exchange rate for spirit crystal. 40 timber equals 1 crystal. Spirit crystal exchange rate for stone. 1 crystal equals 10 stone units. Stone exchange rate for spirit crystal. 20 stone equals 1 crystal. Spirit crystal exchange rate for iron ore. 1 crystal equals 10 or units. Iron ore exchange rate for spirit crystal. 20 or equals 1 crystal. Spirit crystal exchange rate for copper ore. 1 crystal equals 10 or units. Copper ore exchange rate for spirit crystal. 20 or equals 1 crystal. The favorable conversion rates for raw mineral resources filled Fan Kuan with elation. 5 days had passed since his arrival in this wasteland. The current time had crossed midnight into a new day. He collected 100 spirit crystals on his first day, followed by 500 crystals per day for the subsequent 3 days. Combined with the 1,000 crystals produced by his 2 small spirit crystal mines after midnight, his total reserves reached 2,600 spirit crystal units. Subtracting the 10 crystals spent on cultivation and purchasing fertile soil chunks, he held 2,590 usable spirit crystals at present. If converted entirely into raw construction materials, this stockpile could purchase nearly 130,000 timber units or 80,000 stone units. This volume of resources would easily fund multiple major upgrades to his cave shelter. Manual mining is completely unnecessary now. I can upgrade my base from the safety of my cave. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Fan Kuan proceeded to browse the remaining shop tabs. Spiritual Materials tab, locked. Unlock requirement. Upgrade shelter to small immortal abode. Cultivation Manuals tab, locked. Unlock requirement. Upgrade shelter to large immortal abode. Spirit Artifacts tab, locked. Unlock requirement. Upgrade shelter to small city fortress. This shop certainly holds strict unlock conditions. Fan Kuan shook his head in amusement. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He remembered a special cave attribute he had spotted within the innermost zone of the hive structure long before, a permanent shop discount buff. He had hesitated to claim the attribute at the time, uncertain of its practical value, yet its potential was monumental. If he could absorb that attribute, paired with passive spirit crystal generation from his mines, he would be capable of purchasing nearly every item once the shop tabs unlocked. 2 paths lay before him. Immediately upgrade his cave shelter, or raise his bloodline quality to push for faster realm advancement. Fan Kuan lowered his gaze to weigh his options carefully. Upgrading the shelter raises bloodline tiers alongside vitality and spiritual energy caps, theoretically slowing realm breakthrough speeds. Or is that truly the case? Higher-grade cave shelters might also unlock additional functional facilities. Furthermore, the final overall power ranking at the end of the current natural disaster cycle accounts for shelter tier, auxiliary facilities, manual collections, equipment quality, and cultivation progress together. Shelter level forms a critical scoring component, and his spirit crystal mines grant him an unassailable advantage over all beastkin competitors. His resource advantage is guaranteed, while rushing realm advancement carries unknown risks. His decision settled firmly. He would upgrade his cave first. Opening the shelter upgrade interface, Advanced Cave Upgrade Requirements. 3,000 timber units, 1,500 stone units. A trivial cost with my current crystal reserves. Fan Kuan spent 300 spirit crystals to purchase all required construction materials instantly. But just as he was about to tap the upgrade button, memories of the last cave upgrade flashed through his mind. The ground-shaking commotion back then would surely draw hordes of corrupted cadavers. Fan Kuan pressed his lips together and opted to play it safe. Midnight had long passed. Even if he upgraded the cave right now, the spirit crystal mine would only make up for the day's earnings gap, with no extra profit to gain. It was far wiser to wait a few hours until dawn, when the corrupted cadaver's frenzied phase subsided. A reckless upgrade at this hour might attract a massive swarm of the undead, and that could very well get him killed and force him to log out for good. Closing the upgrade interface, Fan Kuan opened his personal status panel. Bloodline. Human. Fused bloodline. Golden Mastiff clan. Cultivation realm. Initial realm. First tier. Innate talent. 3 stars. Vitality talent. 52. Spirit power talent. 34. Vitality. 520/1560. Spirit power. 340/1020. Wow, my stats have tripled. This is what it means to step into the ranks of cultivators, Fan Kuan muttered as he stared at the glowing numbers on the panel. Basic innate talents are absolutely crucial. My original human vitality talent was only 10 points, while the Golden Mastiff bloodline boosted it all the way to 52. If I'd kept my original human bloodline, my maximum vitality cap would only sit at 300 even after advancing to the initial realm. That's weaker than an ordinary Golden Mastiff clansman, never mind the royal bloodlines among beast kind. He stroked his chin, impressed by the stark disparity. Humans likely held an advantage in spirit power, yet their physical bodies paled drastically in comparison. Still, royal bloodlines were not entirely out of his reach. Fan Kuan dismissed the translucent status screen, walked over to his stone bed, and settled into a cross-legged meditation posture to cultivate. Early dawn of the 5th day after the apocalypse descended. Fan Kuan finished his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. He instinctively reached for the glowing orb resting atop his stone table. 5-star combat skill, Star Pursuit Art. Chase stars, race the moon, traverse 10,000 li with each stride. A movement-type combat skill, perfect for his current needs. Eager to test it out, Fan Kuan immediately pulled up the cave upgrade menu. Let's begin the upgrade. Deafening rumbles echoed for 5 minutes before the cave finished upgrading. Fan Kuan brushed dirt off his robes and spat out gritty dust. Thank goodness I didn't upgrade at midnight. Noise this loud would have dragged every corrupted cadaver for miles straight to my doorstep. The orb on the stone table chimed the moment he finished speaking. Cave upgrade complete. Current cave rank, Advanced Cave. Next tier, Small Spirit Abode. Upgrade materials required. 10,000 timber, 5,000 stone, 1,000 iron ore, 500 copper, Oregon. A Small Spirit Abode required 2 new basic resources this time, but his stock of spirit crystals was more than enough to cover the total 16,500 units of materials. Fan Kuan spent 1150 spirit crystals to exchange for the needed supplies and initiated the next upgrade without hesitation. Thunderous vibrations shook the cave once more. The ground stretched outward, the cavern's ceiling rose higher, and polished brass lamp holders materialized along the smooth stone walls. 10 minutes later, the tremors faded completely. Fan Kuan narrowed his eyes to take in his transformed dwelling. Upgrading from intermediate to advanced cave had only expanded his crude den into a larger beast burrow. This jump to a small spirit abode, however, turned the wild cavern into a proper dwelling fit for a cultivator. First, the overall space expanded drastically. The 150 square meters of the advanced cave swelled to nearly 500 square meters, and the ceiling height climbed from under 3 meters to 5 meters. Decorative detailing lined every surface, overhauling the bare, unfinished cavern into an elegantly furnished living space. The abode was now zoned into separate functional areas. The stone bed and desk were sealed off in a private bedroom, with designated plots for planting and the spirit crystal mine. Most notable of all was a dedicated spirit cultivation chamber. Stepping inside, Fan Kuan sensed the spiritual energy concentration here was 3 times denser than the outside world. The orb in his bedroom buzzed with a system notification, drawing Fan Kuan back inside. Regional announcement. Cultivator Fan Kuan is the first person in this region to construct a spirit abode. Reward: 1 mini spirit crystal vein. Another crystal mine. Hard to complain about that. Fan Kuan smiled faintly as he read the reward. A second line of text rolled across the panel shortly after. Shelter upgraded to Spirit Abode. Global Regional Reward granted. Formula for Minor Spirit Power Recovery Elixir. An elixir formula. How do I craft this? Fan Kuan pulled up the formula details and studied them closely. It required an alchemy chamber, a facility he did not yet possess. He decided to first upgrade his existing crystal veins to see if the newly acquired spirit crystals could push his abode another tier higher. Turning his attention away from the system messages, Fan Kuan headed toward the mining zone. Meanwhile, messages flooded the regional chat channel. Beastfolk cultivators who'd planned to venture out for resources were abuzz with excitement. Hats off to Lord Fan Kuan, the first cultivator, the first to build a spirit abode. Lin Dong of the White Fox clan bows in respect. May I ask which clan Lord Fan Kuan hails from? Same question. Second that. 70,000 additional repetitive messages omitted inside another cavern elsewhere in the territory. Shiba had just broken through to become a cultivator. He'd planned to gather iron and copper or that day to upgrade his own advanced cave into a spirit abode. Only to find Fan Kuan had beaten him to it yet again. Shiba roared in frustration, slamming his fist hard enough to shatter his stone table. Damn it all. Fan Kuan placed his newly obtained mini-spirit crystal vein within the bounds of his spirit abode. A swirling vortex of spirit energy immediately emerged, elevating the small vein into a full-fledged minor spirit crystal mine. The orb spoke once more. Detected host's intermediate cave has advanced to small spirit abode. Synchronous upgrade triggered for all spirit mines. Minor spirit crystal mine upgraded to medium spirit crystal mine. Medium spirit crystal mine upgraded to large spirit crystal mine. 2 consecutive upgrades for all 3 crystal veins saturated the abode with spiritual energy thick enough to condense into mist. Large spirit crystal mine. Passively generates 5,000 spirit crystals daily. Destroy the vein to claim a one-time lump sum of 500,000 spirit crystals. This single mine produced 10 times more crystals than his old veins, and he now owned 3 of these upgraded mines in total. Fan Kuan tallied up his new wealth. The latest vein yielded 5,000 crystals outright, while his original 2 mines replenished 4,500 crystals apiece. Added to his leftover stock of 1,140 crystals, his total reserve stood at 15,140 spirit crystals. After collecting the crystals, Fan Kuan returned to his bedroom and opened the upgrade panel again. Upgrade requirements for intermediate spirit abode. 50,000 timber, 30,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 5,000 copper ore, 1 spirit core. What even is a spirit core? Fan Kuan frowned and navigated to the newly unlocked spiritual materials section of the spirit crystal shop. 100 spirit crystals, 1 bag of spirit rice seeds. 500 spirit crystals, 1 moo of spirit farmland, 1,000 spirit crystals. 1 beast pin, 1,000 spirit crystals. 1 positioning teleport scroll, 3,000 spirit crystals. 1 spirit spring, 5,000 spirit crystals. 1 spirit core, so that's where to get it. Fan Kuan rubbed his jaw. 5,000 crystals for a single spirit core is pricey, but affordable enough. He purchased the spirit core right away, then spent another 7,000 spirit crystals to buy all remaining base construction materials needed for the upgrade. Begin intermediate spirit abode upgrade. Massive rumbling shook the cavern far more violently than previous upgrades. The ground expanded outward. Intricate carved patterns etched themselves into the stone walls. The brass lamp fixtures grew more ornate, and his stone bed expanded in size, draped with elegant silk bed curtains. Fan Kuan watched his once crude burrow transform into regal living quarters, nodding in quiet approval. This bed is far larger than necessary for simple rest. Master. A soft, gentle voice pulled Fan Kuan from his thoughts. A feminine figure roughly 50 centimeters tall materialized from the glowing orb, her long hair flowing freely over her shoulders with soft, delicate facial features. Clad in a pale white moonlit gown, she bowed respectfully before him. I am Xiaoyin, your spirit abode wisp. Xiaoyin. Fan Kuan leaned backward slightly in surprise at the sudden floating figure, then observed her carefully. Though small in stature, her features were refined, and her proportions balanced gracefully. Were you the deep male voice coming from the orb this whole time? Xiaoyin smiled gently. I manifested this form based on what I predicted would suit your preferences. I may alter my appearance instantly if this form displeases you. Her form rippled with spirit light, shifting into a middle-aged man dressed in a tailored formal suit, the familiar deep male tone returning. Greetings, master. You may call me Uncle Ian. Cut that out and switch back immediately. Fan Kuan waved his hand sharply with a furrowed brow. Of course, master. Xiaoyin reverted to her original appearance with a sweet tone. Quite the versatile shapeshifter, Fan Kuan remarked, then asked formally. What functions are you able to perform? What sort of tasks would you require of me, master? Xiaoyin asked in a warm, calm tone. I mean official abode management duties, of course. Fan Kuan cleared his throat to maintain a serious demeanor. Xiaoyin stood straight with her hands folded neatly in front of her chest. I can oversee every matter within this spirit abode. Planting, nurturing, and harvesting spirit vegetation, collecting crystal yields, and managing the layout of each functional zone. I can also operate the newly built alchemy chamber added with the intermediate abode upgrade, refining elixirs automatically as long as you possess the required formulas and raw materials. Additionally, the spiritual energy density within your cultivation chamber has risen to 5 times the ambient outdoor level, making it the optimal spot for your future cultivation sessions. 5 times denser spirit energy. Does that mean my cultivation speed will also quintuple? Fan Kuan questioned. Not quite yet on its own, but once your spirit power talent rises to 6 stars, paired with the amplified energy in the chamber, your cultivation efficiency will surpass 5 times your original pace. Incredible. You seem to know every detail. You're essentially a built-in core management intelligence for the abode, aren't you? I haven't gotten around to inspecting the new alchemy chamber yet. Show me the way, Fan Kuan said as he walked out of the bedroom. He crossed the spacious corridor and arrived at the alchemy chamber. The 30-square-meter space functioned as a dedicated alchemy workshop, centered around a weathered ancient alchemy furnace standing 1 meter tall. The furnace was fitted with a built-in fire grate beneath its cauldron body. Now I truly am cultivating as an immortal wood, complete with a proper alchemy furnace straight out of old celestial tales. Can you operate this furnace? Fan Kuan gestured toward the cauldron and asked Xiaoyin, who had followed close behind. I can, master. I will successfully concoct any elixir so long as you provide the matching recipe and ingredient materials. That saves me a great deal of trouble. Fan Kuan exited the alchemy chamber and headed for the mining district. 3 enormous spirit mines stretched out before him, glinting brightly. To Fan Kuan's eyes, they were nothing short of 3 boundless mountains of wealth. Xiaoyin, what is our total daily spirit crystal output now? Master, all veins have been upgraded to giant spirit crystal mines. Each generates 10,000 spirit crystals daily. Destroying a vein will grant a one-time payout of 1 million spirit crystals. 30,000 crystals earned passively every single day. Fan Kuan swallowed hard. How many resources are needed to upgrade to a large spirit abode? Xiaoyin bowed slightly to answer. Upgrade requirements for a large spirit abode. 200,000 timber, 100,000 stone, 50,000 iron ore, 30,000 copper ore, and 30 spirit cores. Such a staggering amount. Even with his substantial crystal reserves, Fan Kuan was taken aback by the figures. Basic construction materials were manageable, costing only around 20,000 crystals total, but spirit cores carried a steep price tag. 30 cores would cost a full 150,000 spirit crystals. That is correct, master. Xiaoyin nodded. A large spirit abode serves as the precursor to a small fortress, marking the critical transition from an individual cultivator to a formal faction force. Upon upgrading to a large spirit abode, you will unlock a forge chamber and a scripture repository. The Spirit Crystal Shop will also open its secret manual catalog, giving you the resources required to build your own faction. Building a faction certainly sounds promising. Fan Kuan trailed off, struck by a sudden concern. This territory is ruled by beast kind. How would I go about establishing a faction here? Continue posing as a member of a beast royal bloodline? When will this region connect with adjacent regional territories? Fan Kuan turned to ask Xiaoyin. The spirit wisp fell silent for the first time, seemingly processing data or communicating with a higher system host. After a short pause, she lifted her gaze. I cannot answer this question at present. The truth may reveal itself once you upgrade the spirit abode once more. Very well. If even the abode's core intelligence has no answer, there is no use fretting over it prematurely. I will focus steadily on boosting my personal strength first. It is time to elevate my bloodline. Fan Kuan fixed his gaze firmly on Xiaoyin and spoke in a solemn tone. Xiaoyin, initiate the bloodline enhancement process. Understood, master. Detected 3 total abode upgrades completed. 3 bloodline enhancement opportunities unlocked for the host. Commencing host bloodline scan. Bloodline. Human fused bloodline. Golden Mastiff clan cultivation realm. Initial realm. First tier innate talent. 3 stars. Vitality talent. 52 spirit power talent. 34 vitality. 520/1560 spirit power, 340/1020 skin result. Innate human bloodline possesses weak natural constitution. Direct enhancement of the base human bloodline is unfeasible. Converting all three enhancement charges into spirit power talent upgrades instead. A stream of pure white light flooded Fan Kuen's body. Talent increased by 3-star tiers. Bloodline, human fused bloodline. Golden Mastiff clan cultivation realm. Initial realm. First tier innate talent. 6 stars vitality talent. 52 spirit power talent. 65 vitality. 520/1560 spirit power. 340/1950. Detected latent Golden Mastiff bloodline within the host physique. Applying 3 tiers of bloodline enhancement to this fused lineage. Blazing crimson light erupted outward, surging waves of condensed vitality flooding Fan Kuen's veins as sequential system alerts sounded one after another. Golden Mastiff bloodline evolved into Golden Pupil Battle AO bloodline. Golden Pupil Battle AO bloodline evolved into Lightning AO bloodline. Lightning AO bloodline evolved into Howling Moon AO bloodline. Bloodline enhancement sequence finished. Bloodline, human fused bloodline. Howling Moon AO clan cultivation realm. Initial realm. First tier innate talent. 6 stars vitality talent. 86. Spirit power talent. 65 vitality. 520/2580 spirit power. 341,950ths. As the enhancement process concluded, Fan Kuen felt as if a ferocious primal beast resided within his dantian, boundless latent power coiling deep inside his core. He pulled up his status panel once more and let out a quiet gasp. His maximum vitality and spirit power values had nearly doubled entirely. This is the power of a true genius cultivator. He reflected on his original baseline stats, a mere 10 vitality talent and 12 spirit power talent. Even after breaking into the initial realm with those starting values, he would have remained a weak cultivator capped at only 300 total attribute points. Fan Kuen grew increasingly eager to claim the 5-star blood essence reward he had earned. Calming his surging excitement, he turned toward Xiao-Yin. Calculate the total spirit crystal cost required to upgrade to a large spirit abode for me. Xiao-Yin replied instantly, without hesitation. Full upgrades to large spirit abode cost a combined total of 178,000 spirit crystals. You hold 3,140 residual crystals after your bloodline evolution, plus 15,000 supplementary crystals recently generated from the upgraded mines. At your current passive income rate, you will gather sufficient funds in 6 days. What if I claim an additional spirit crystal vein today? The timeline shortens to 4 days. Perfect. I depart immediately. Fan Kuen's eyes sharpened with resolve. He clenched his fists firmly and strode toward the abode's exit. The massive stone gateway rumbled open slowly. Fan Kuen stepped outside and glanced back at his dwelling. This was the true residence of a cultivator, a far cry from the crude, exposed burrow he had started with. After the intermediate abode upgrade, the abode's interior ceiling stood 7 meters tall. From the exterior, the entire structure jutted from the landscape like a small hill spanning over 2,000 square meters. His original low, narrow entrance had been replaced with a grand dual stone gateway carved with ancient patterns. The sturdy stone doors exuded timeless solemnity, though the abode was no longer concealed from outside detection. He could only hope the roaming corrupted cadavers would not wander to his gates after dark. Clad in his purple scale armor, Fan Kuen darted through the woodland terrain while channeling the star pursuit art. Racing toward the location of the unclaimed crystal vein he had discovered the previous day. Protected by his armor and elevated to formal cultivator status, he no longer bothered evading scattered small groups of corrupted cadavers active during daylight hours. He cut straight through the heart of the forest with unobstructed speed. The newly learned star pursuit art exceeded his expectations. It drastically boosted travel speed while consuming minimal spirit power unless pushed to full sprint. His spirit power regeneration naturally offset the minor expenditure, a benefit brought on by his newly upgraded 6-star spirit power talent. His purple figure weaved swiftly between trees. Any corrupted cadaver that lifted its head to react was struck dead by his spirit-infused fist before they could move an inch. Even agile corrupted hounds that managed to close the gap could not pierce the defensive layers of his purple scale armor. 1 hour later, Fan Kuen arrived at the woodland clearing holding the unclaimed crystal vein. Relief washed over him. The vein was untouched. Though only 5 days had passed since the apocalypse began, making it unlikely for any other survivor to possess the means to harvest spirit veins, he had refused to rule out all possibilities entirely. The vein itself was unharmed, but a towering monster with a humanoid upper body and mantis lower limbs perched atop the mineral deposit, guarding the resource. Another boss monster, Fan Kuan frowned slightly. Valuable resource sites were always guarded by powerful aberrations, it seemed. The creature stretched nearly 3 meters in length, its dark green hide pockmarked with corrosion scars, as if burned by acid. It pressed its 4 limbs flat against the ground, its scarlet eyes locked unblinkingly onto Fan Kuan's form. Drawing experience from his fight against the Wraith Child the previous day, Fan Kuan formulated his battle plan. He gripped his wind-calming dagger backward in his right hand and lunged toward the mantis monster in a quick burst of speed. The mantis charged back instantly, slashing its scythe like forelimbs and launching itself straight at Fan Kuan. Their figures crossed midair. Fan Kuan unleashed a spirit rhythm finger strike aimed directly at the monster's skull. Advancement into the initial realm had amplified the skill's destructive force. Though spirit power consumption had doubled, its close-range lethality increased exponentially. A bloody cavity punctured the monster's temple, thick dark green bodily fluid oozing from the wound. The mantis twisted around with a shrill hiss and renewed its assault. Thanks to his superior movement skill, Fan Kuan evaded every sweeping strike of its bladed limbs with effortless ease. He landed repeated spirit rhythm finger shots to its cranium. After 6 precise strikes landed, the monster's strength faded rapidly. Fan Kuan drove his wind-calming dagger clean through the creature's nape, bright white spirit light erupting as the mantis's head tumbled to the ground. A wisp of gray-black mist drifted out from the monster's corpse and merged into Fan Kuan's body, raising his vitality by 50 points. His updated vitality value read vitality, 690/2580. He picked up the glowing yellow 3-star orb dropped by the defeated monster, 1 beast pen. A pleasant surprise, as this item sold for a full 1,000 spirit crystals inside the official shop. After collecting the beast pen, Fan Kuan placed his palm against the crystal vein to absorb the entire mineral deposit into his storage space. Upgrading to the intermediate spirit abode had expanded the storage space within the orb worn on his wrist from an initial 100 cubic meters to 10,000 cubic meters, more than enough to contain the entirety of this small spirit vein. Grinning at his newly secured asset, Fan Kuan grew confident of securing a top 3 ranking in the regional settlement rewards after the next apocalypse settlement tally. With material wealth taken care of, his next priority was raising his cultivation base. Fan Kuan stared into the thick nearby woodland and marched forward without hesitation. On the other side, Shiba, who had lost 2 first-place rankings to Fan Kuan in succession, was plotting a comeback to turn the tide. He aimed not only to break into the top 3 in the current natural disaster settlement, but also to surpass Fan Kuan and claim the #1 spot in the regional public ranking. Earlier that morning, he had advanced his minor cave dwelling through his own efforts and was now rallying his Bear Clansfolk to gather materials for upgrading to an intermediate cave dwelling. Promoting a minor cave dwelling to intermediate status required 12,000 spirit crystals, or nearly 300,000 units of basic materials if exchanged directly. If Shiba collected resources entirely on his own, even spending every daylight hour gathering supplies would take a minimum of 10 days. Mobilizing his Bear Clansfolk would drastically cut down the time frame. Even within this harsh apocalyptic wasteland, royal bloodlines held no absolute authority to command their kinsfolk outright. Still, over 300 out of the more than 10,000 bears in the region volunteered unconditionally to serve Shiba. Shortly after midday, Shiba successfully upgraded to an intermediate cave dwelling with the support of his followers. Yet his brows furrowed the moment he saw the requirements for advancing to a large cave dwelling. Leveling up to a large cave dwelling demanded 178,000 spirit crystals, equivalent to roughly 4 million units of raw materials for exchange. However, 30 spirit energy cores made up the bulk of this cost, giving Shiba a glimmer of hope. One of his subordinates possessed a cave with a special attribute perfectly suited for gathering these cores. Thud, thud, thud. The constant sound of rotting corpses' heads bursting echoed through the dense woodland. Fan Kuan cut through the forest like a reaper, slaughtering the undead relentlessly. As his vitality value climbed steadily, his physical strength grew in tandem. Even without channeling spiritual energy into his golden shattering fist, he could effortlessly crush the heads of the rotting corpses. Protected by his purple-scaled armor, Fan Kuan grew far bolder, actively charging into areas swarming with the undead. He tracked the scent of the corpses deeper into the woods, gradually moving farther away from his cave. The surrounding mountain peaks grew steeper and more precipitous as he ventured onward. Time slipped by, and dusk arrived before Fan Kun realized he had reached the foot of a towering mountain. The peak pierced the clouds. Its steep rock faces a dark brown that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. The closer he drew to the mountain, the denser the hordes of rotting corpses became. Rotting hounds no longer wandered alone, but roamed in packs of 3 to 5. Most unsettling of all was the massive cave opening at the mountain's base. Pitch-black darkness pooled within the cavern, interspersed with periodic shrill, agonizing howls. Fan Kun slowed his cleansing pace. After eliminating the undead around him, he leaped atop a tall tree to observe the cave from above. The cave mouth stretched more than 10 meters wide. Strands of dark green viscous liquid dripped down its dark brown stone walls, while endless rotting corpses and hounds shuffled slowly out from within. Fan Kun frowned deeply. Could all the undead in this vicinity originate from this cavern? Was this the main nest of the rotting corpses? Just as he prepared to creep closer for a clearer look, a ghostly child emerged from the cave entrance, followed closely by 2 mantis monsters. Hiss, had minor bosses started grouping together here? Fan Kun froze in place and continued his observation. Right behind the mantis monsters lumbered a pack of roughly 20 rotting hounds. Thankfully, he had acted cautiously. Though these hounds barely harmed him now, sheer numbers would spell trouble. Fan Kun shuddered to imagine being surrounded and mauled by the pack. He glanced toward the darkening sky, wondering if the nocturnal shift was triggering this surge of hostile creatures. Fan Kun marked the cave's coordinates, silently jumped down from the tree, and slowly retreated backward. He resolved to withdraw for the day, planning to return after his next breakthrough. As he retreated, he opened his status panel. Bloodline. Human. Fused bloodline. Howling Moon AO Clan. Realm. Initial realm. First order. Talent. 6-star grade. Vitality aptitude. 86. Spirit energy aptitude. 65. Vitality. 2176/2580. Spirit energy. 210/1950. Glancing once more at the fading daylight, he resolved to slay a few more corpses along his return path to max out his vitality before nightfall. Darkness spread across the landscape. Anxious to make it back to his cave before total nightfall, Fan Kun retraced his original route. Oddly enough, packs of newly spawned rotting corpses now wandered through woods he had already purged earlier, proving the undead grew active once evening arrived. He infused spirit energy into his Gale dagger, painting the sharp blade with faint luminescence. No longer conserving his spirit energy, he swiftly butchered every corpse blocking his way. By the time he neared his cave, the sun had fully sunk behind the mountain ridges. Daylight vanished completely, and the black firmament rapidly blanketed the land. Roar! As night descended, dull growls and rustling footsteps echoed from the trees all around. Fan Kun checked his holographic interface. Vitality. 2542/2580. He cursed under his breath, annoyed at being just a fraction short of full vitality, a nagging irritation that would bother him all night otherwise. He sprinted toward his cave while dispatching straggling undead emerging from the foliage. Nightfall transformed the rotting corpses entirely. No longer standing motionless as they did in daylight, they roamed aimlessly across the terrain without needing living prey to draw them out. Their eyes blazed with brighter crimson glows, and their movements grew far swifter. Night acted like a potent stimulant, boosting all of the undead's physical stats. Fan Kun's presence was akin to fresh blood dripping into a river teeming with piranhas, instantly triggering a ferocious hunting frenzy. Roar! 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 Undead swarmed toward him from every direction. There was no feasible way to wipe out this horde entirely. Flashes of pale white spirit light erupted as Fan Kun finally filled his vitality gauge to maximum capacity. He immediately turned and fled at top speed. After circling widely to shake off the pursuing corpses, he channeled the star pursuit technique to its fullest. His figure blurred into a wisp of smoke as he darted back to his cave. Open sesame. The stone gate rumbled open, and Fan Kun slipped inside in an instant. Fan Kun let out a long sigh of relief, the tension draining from his taut nerves. Welcome home, master. A soft, gentle voice chimed. Fan Kun turned to see Xiao-Yin standing before him with a bright smile. Xiao-Yin, can the cave gate hold back the undead outside? Xiao-Yin folded her hands neatly in front of her torso. It can withstand any ordinary assault from the undead, master. Only large-scale corpse tides would breach its defenses. Good to hear that. Fan Kun's worries faded at last. He walked over to the mining area and placed the spirit crystal or vein he had collected that day into the designated zone. Spiritual energy surged forth, upgrading the newly placed vein into a giant spirit crystal mine. A genuine smile tugged at Fan Kuen's lips as he stared at the 4 towering giant spirit crystal mines lining the cavern. Alert me the moment we gather enough spirit crystals to upgrade the cave dwelling. Understood, Master. Xiaoyin nodded. Besides passive spirit crystal yields from the mines, you may also trade surplus materials and equipment on the regional marketplace for additional spirit crystals. Fan Kuen smacked his forehead, having completely forgotten about the trading platform. 2 full days of constant slaughter had left his spatial storage brimming with loot. Still, he raised an eyebrow and nodded toward Xiaoyin. You can view the contents inside my spatial storage? Xiaoyin smiled warmly, her bright eyes crinkling gently. Attending to all your affairs is my sworn duty as your attendant. Fan Kuen shook his head in amusement at her elegant wording for accessing his private inventory. Given she monitored his dwelling around the clock, privacy was hardly a viable expectation here. He emptied all the glowing orbs from his spatial pouch onto the cavern floor, covering the stone ground with motley spheres of varying hues. He grinned at the sprawling pile of loot spread before him. Over the course of the entire day, he had slain more than 1,000 undead of various kinds, looting over 200 glowing orbs in total. He had prioritized hunting and absorbing vitality essence earlier, leaving these reward orbs unopened until now. 200 loot orbs waiting to be claimed filled him with eager anticipation. Peaches, baskets of peaches, crates of peaches, whole peach trees, barrels of spirit peaches. Fan Kuen stared blankly at the steady stream of peach loot pouring out, wondering if all the undead he killed had belonged to a troop of monkeys fixated on peaches. His enthusiasm for opening the remaining orbs faded instantly. He brushed the unopened spheres aside and turned to Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, are the contents of these orbs fixed upon dropping, or do they change based on the person who slays the monster? They are fixed the second the orb drops from a defeated foe, Xiaoyin replied. Fixed? Huh. Fan Kuen muttered to himself. Did I really spend the day slaughtering a horde of peach-loving monkeys? He pushed the puzzling observation aside for the time being, grabbing a vat of fresh water he had just obtained from an orb. I'm going to wash up, sort through every orb while I'm gone, store usable supplies securely, and list all worthless items for sale on the trade platform. Also, he paused mid-step and glanced back. Inform me right away if you uncover any exceptionally valuable items. Of course, Master. Xiaoyin bowed respectfully. Fan Kuen sank into the water tub, the cold liquid washing over his overheated body and soothing the burning ache from non-stop combat. He closed his eyes comfortably, savoring this brief moment of peace. He climbed out 10 minutes later, donned his armor, and headed for the spirit cultivation chamber. Thick, dense spiritual energy washed over him the second he stepped inside, refreshing his weary mind instantly. Xiaoyin. Fan Kuen seated himself cross-legged at the chamber's center. Master. The graceful figure materialized beside him. Finished sorting the orbs? Did anything notably valuable turn up? 3 items would greatly benefit your current stage of growth. Xiaoyin held out 3 sealed orbs. This is the blood essence of a long-armed ape, obtained from a single-star red orb. It ranks 1 tier higher than the hyena blood essence you currently utilize. Replacing your current fused bloodline with this essence will elevate your bloodline talent to 7 stars. 7-star bloodline talent. Fan Kuen grew visibly excited and pulled up his wrist hologram to verify his stats once more. Bloodline. Human, fused bloodline. Howling Moon AO Clan, Realm. Initial Realm. First Order, Talent. 6-star grade. Vitality Aptitude. 86, Spirit Energy Aptitude. 65, Vitality. 2580/2580, Spirit Energy. 162/1950. So swapping the hyena bloodline for this ape essence raises my vitality talent an entire star tier, he confirmed aloud. Precisely, Master. Then there's no reason to hold back. Let's fuse it immediately. Fan Kuen made up his mind on the spot, curious what form the long-armed ape bloodline would evolve into after 6 successive advancements. Sun Wukong, maybe? No wonder every orb dropped peaches. It was laying out this opportunity all along. However, Xiaoyin bowed slightly. You are granted only 1 chance to replace your fused bloodline per cultivation realm. If you use this essence now, you will have no further opportunities to alter your bloodline for the entirety of the initial realm. Fan Kuen snapped out of his eagerness and pulled up his cave dwelling attributes panel. Cave attribute, enhance bloodline. Each cave level grants a single bloodline refinement opportunity. Additionally, every major cultivation realm unlocks 1 chance to assimilate foreign creature blood essences. Assimilation requirement. Possess the target creature's pure blood essence. After successful assimilation, your core human bloodline remains intact while inheriting the target race's inherent talents. Replacing your fused bloodline resets all accumulated bloodline upgrade progress. Fan Kuan sat upright and deliberated quietly. I'm only at the first tier of the initial realm with no clear timeline for advancing further. But the first natural disaster settlement arrives in 8 days, and I have a solid chance to earn a 5-star red orb then, an item tied to 6-tier bloodline potential. Furthermore, settlement rankings are determined solely by cultivation progress, unaffected by bloodline tier. A lower bloodline talent caps my maximum vitality, but lets me raise my cultivation level faster. Seems I can collect the peaches for provisions, but hold off on merging the ape bloodline for now. He looked toward Xiaoyin. So you agree delaying this bloodline replacement is the wiser choice for the moment? I concur, Master. Why even show it to me then, if you knew it was better to wait? Xiaoyin smiled brightly. You are the master, and every final decision must rest with you. Fair enough. I hope you always abide by that principle. Fan Kuan pointed to the second orb. What's this one? Xiaoyin cracked open the single black 1-star orb. This is the second rank combat technique, Surge Fist. Fan Kuan realized black orbs housed combat manuals, a detail he had just learned. Unfortunately, a second-rank skill offered little practical value for his current strength, so he opted against learning it immediately and gestured toward the final orb. And the last item? Xiaoyin unsealed the 2-star purple orb, a pair of second-rank fist gauntlets, designed to synergize with fist-based combat arts. Fan Kuan felt unenthusiastic about the gear. He was far more accustomed to fighting with his Gale dagger, and his bare-handed golden shattering fist worked perfectly well without supplementary gauntlets. Bundle the gauntlets and this surge fist technique together and list them for sale later. Fan Kuan waved for Xiaoyin to store the 3 orbs away. What about the rest of the looted supplies? Xiaoyin stowed the orbs and reported respectfully. The bulk consists of food, fresh water, and low-grade medicinal herbs. 5 fertile soil plots and a quantity of spirit rice were the most valuable common materials, which I have already placed and planted within the cave farmland. Fan Kuan was pleased with his attendance efficiency. He pulled open the regional chat channel to browse conversations among the beast clans. Root out all spies and eliminate the rotting corpses. All boar clansmen, unite to hunt down spies and punish them severely. The wolf clan stands strong. All beast kind shall prevail. Glory to the bear clan. Glory to the tiger clan. Fan Kuan frowned at the messages flooding the public feed. The disaster had only unfolded for 2 days, yet these brute beast clans were already celebrating prematurely. Few had fully cleared local undead populations or upgraded their cave dwellings to higher tiers. He brushed off their overconfident chatter and typed a message into the regional board. Selling 5-star combat, art primordial sage formula. Submit your offers if interested. His private messages blew up instantly after the post went live. I'll take it. 300 spirit crystals. 300? You might as well beg for handouts. Fan Kuan typed back sharply. I bid 250 spirit crystals for this technique. 250 is a ridiculous offer. Would you accept 500 spirit crystals for the manual? That price is still far too low for this rare art. This is Hei Wu from the Dark Wolf clan. I offer 1,000 spirit crystals. You blend into the dark so well, buying high-level arts is a waste of resources for you. Fan Kuan smirked as he replied. 3,000 spirit crystals, final offer. Fan Kuan perked up at the generous bid. Stroking his chin, he sent his reply. Firm asking price. 5,000 spirit crystals. First person to meet the price gets it. 5,000 spirit crystals. You are charging outrageous rates. I'm Duan Kuan of the White Bear clan, and I'm likely the only buyer capable of meeting such a steep price right now. Fan Kuan shot back playfully. Being Duan Kuan of the White Bear clan doesn't grant you special privileges. I go by Duan Kuan too. Cross paths with me, and I'll make sure your oversized bear paws get what they deserve. His mood lifted after the playful exchange. Fan Kuan closed the regional chat window and settled into focused cultivation. While Fan Kuan immersed himself in cultivation, a new announcement ignited the regional chat board once again. Spirit energy cores originally priced at 5,000 spirit crystals in official shops are now discounted to 4,500 spirit crystals each. The entire regional community buzzed with activity following the post. Thanks to the Beast clan's aggressive monster hunting tactics, countless clan dwellings had advanced to minor cave dwellings. Royal clans specifically were all gathering materials to fund upgrades to intermediate cave dwellings. Spirit energy cores were mandatory materials for intermediate cave upgrades. Yet their steep costs stalled progress for most clans. A 500 spirit crystal discount instantly captured every beast clan's full attention. Chat messages scrolled rapidly across the public interface. Is this legitimate? Could this be a scam operation? The trading system uses secure peer-to-peer exchange. Fraud is impossible. I am Duan Kuan of the White Bear clan. After all, your reputation means nothing to me. I'm Wu from the long-armed ape clan, and I remain skeptical. What guarantee do we have you won't deliver counterfeit cores once we transfer payment? Official vendors sell these for 5,000. Why would you sell them cheaper? Do you take all of us for fools? We have no way to verify the goods in person during remote trades. No one would dare take such a risky deal blindly. I am Shiba of the Dark Iron Bear clan. I have personally purchased spirit energy cores from Duan Kuan and can confirm they are genuine. Everyone may purchase with confidence. With Lord Shiba vouching for it, the product must be authentic. Ling Chun of the Azure Tortoise clan, purchasing 1 spirit energy core. Ryan of the Golden Lion clan, placing an order for 1 core. The clan leaders are all making purchases now. I need to step up my efforts. I haven't even gathered enough materials for a minor cave upgrade yet. I still cannot rationalize the discounted pricing, but with high-ranking clan members confirming legitimacy, I will purchase one as well. Late into the night, Shiba messaged through the regional system. What are our total earnings for tonight? Duan Kuan reporting to Lord Shiba. We sold a total of 23 spirit energy cores tonight, raising a total of 17,250 spirit crystals for your upgrade funds. Shiba, the quantity is lower than I predicted. It seems a number of individuals are still holding back and waiting. Duan Kuan, Lord Shiba, I plan to spend part of the spirit crystals I gathered to upgrade my dwelling to a medium-grade dwelling tonight. This will grant me a 30% store discount. Should we slash our prices further tomorrow? Shiba, absolutely not. Several royal clans purchased the goods today purely out of respect for my standing. If we cut rates immediately after their purchases, it would be against established norms. Besides, this venture determines the future of our entire bear clan. I cannot prioritize personal gains at the cost of our collective interests. Once most beast folk have upgraded their dwellings in due time, these spirit cores will bring in an astronomical fortune in spirit crystals for our clan. Duan Kuan, your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. I shall execute this task with full dedication. Shiba, perform your duties well, and you will be named the chieftain of my white bear subordinates henceforth. Duan Kuan, I am deeply grateful for your gracious appointment, my lord. Once their conversation ended, Shiba glanced at his status panel. Bloodline. Dark Golden Berserker Bear Royal Rank. Cultivation Realm. Initial Realm First Stage. Talent Rank. 7 stars. Physique Talent Value. 154. Spirit Talent Value. 10. Physique Energy. 3780/4620. Spirit Energy. 132/300. I will break through to Initial Realm Second Stage by tomorrow. I wonder what cultivation level Fan Kuan has reached by now. Shiba muttered to himself. On the 6th dawn of the apocalyptic era, Fan Kuan finished his cultivation and exhaled a long breath. Bloodline. Human. Fused Bloodline. Howling Moon Dragon Clan. Cultivation Realm. Initial Realm First Stage. Talent Rank. 6 stars. Physique Talent Value. 86. Spirit Talent Value. 65. Physique Energy. 2580/2580. Spirit Energy. 1760/1950. Staring at the stats on his panel, Fan Kuan let out a bitter laugh. He was once again stuck right before a breakthrough. He would need to delay heading out for the day. Cultivation in this world worked in an infuriating way. A cultivator could only advance when both physique energy and spirit energy were fully maxed out. Slaying monsters yielded no progress toward realm advancement, though it still provided tangible material resources. Master, here is your cultivation manual for today. Xiao Yin's crisp voice broke through Fan Kuan's gloomy mood right on cue. Fan Kuan lifted his gaze toward Xiao Yin, filled with quiet appreciation. Having a personal attendant saved him even the trivial trouble of fetching manuals from his bedchamber. He reached out and took the scroll. 7-star cultivation art, heavenly evolution formula. Absorb the essence of heaven and earth into one's body. Perceive the shifting trajectories of the entire cosmos. Fan Kuan stared upward at the cave's ceiling, astounded. He had just been lamenting his sluggish spirit energy cultivation speed, only to receive a 7-tier cultivation art out of the blue. At times, he could not help but wonder if he was some favored child left behind by the heavens. Xiao Yin, this manual boasts an extraordinary description. I grasp the meaning of the first phrase. Yet what does perceive the shifting trajectories of the entire cosmos refer to? Fan Kuan asked frankly. Xiaoyin bowed slightly in response. Master, 7-star cultivation arts are classified as high-tier techniques. Their functions extend far beyond merely boosting spirit energy cultivation efficiency. While practicing the heavenly evolution formula, you will gain a faint ability to perceive the natural karmic flow of the world. What exactly does perceiving karmic flow mean? Fan Kuan furrowed his brows. A gentle smile tugged at Xiaoyin's lips. It grants you a limited capacity to peer into the secrets of heavenly mechanisms. Peering into heavenly secrets, foretelling the future? This art was far more valuable than he initially thought. The thought of foresight suddenly made Fan Kuan's eyes sharpen. In another day, the tortoise blessed with the divine divination trait would be able to perform another divination ritual. There was a real risk his identity would be exposed in the process. As a spy hiding among the beasts, he was hunted relentlessly not only by the corrupted corpses roaming the wilds, but also by countless beastfolk clans. Master, Xiaoyin spoke up again voluntarily. The spirit rice you planted has fully ripened for the first time today. I have finished harvesting the crop. Bring it to me at once, Fan Kuan ordered with a wave of his hand. Spirit rice from this world required no cooking and was edible straight after harvest, bearing a soft, jelly-like texture on the palate. As he finished a large bowl of spirit rice, dense spirit energy diffused instantly throughout his body, sending a soothing cool sensation through every limb and vessel, while his spirit energy value climbed steadily. Fan Kuan immediately opened his status panel, Spirit Energy, 1825/1950, a total increase of 65 points. Gaining dozens of spirit energy points simply from a meal was quite rewarding. Yet he quickly noticed this was the hard cap. Taking further bites of the spirit rice yielded no additional spirit energy gains. What governs the spirit energy boost from consuming spirit rice? Fan Kuan turned to question Xiaoyin. The maximum daily gain from spirit rice is determined by the cultivator's innate spirit talent, with only one boost available per day. Even eating is restricted by natural talent? What kind of harsh world is this? Are ordinary people doomed to struggle just to survive? After finishing his meal, Fan Kuan seated himself cross-legged to resume cultivating his spirit energy. Truly worthy of its 7-star grade, the heavenly evolution formula allowed Fan Kuan to fill the remaining 100-plus spirit energy points in a short span of practice. A low hum resonated from his dantian as another restrictive shackle inside his body shattered apart. His physique energy and spirit energy fused together, releasing a powerful wave of spiritual fluctuations outward. He had broken through to initial realm second stage. Fan Kuan slowly opened his eyes after a long moment of sensing the changes within his body, a bright smile spreading across his face. The most noticeable change brought by this breakthrough was a sharp surge in his overall physical power. He promptly pulled up his updated status panel, Bloodline. Human, Fused Bloodline. Howling Moon Dragon Clan, Cultivation Realm. Initial Realm Second Stage, Talent Rank, 6 stars, Physique Talent Value, 86, Spirit Talent Value, 65, Physique Energy, 2580/3870, Spirit Energy, 1950/2925. No wonder his internal power felt like an active volcano on the verge of eruption. His blood coursed fiercely through his veins, sending faint roaring vibrations through his blood vessels. Breaking through a single realm raised the upper limits of both physique and spirit energy by 50% outright, pushing his physique energy dangerously close to the 4,000 mark. Such was the overwhelming advantage granted by superior talent. Fan Kuan grew increasingly concerned over humanity's chances against these overpowered beastfolk clans from Blue Star. Even the lowest 1-star beastfolk bloodline granted 4 times the base physique energy of ordinary humans. Upon stepping into the initial realm, their attributes tripled, with each minor realm upgrade thereafter granting an additional 50% stat boost. It amounted to an insurmountable statistical advantage for the beastfolk. If humanity held any chance of competing, it rested solely on humans blessed with high spirit talent, who could compensate for their inferior physical bodies through refined manipulation of spiritual power in later stages. Fan Kuan shook off his distracting worries. He was far from being a human sovereign with the responsibility of leading mankind. Eager to resume leveling up immediately after his breakthrough, Fan Kuan paused mid-step as he prepared to leave his dwelling. He decided to first check the regional chat channel for new movements from the beastfolk factions to avoid stumbling straight into search parties tasked with hunting him down the moment he stepped outdoors. Fan Kuan browsed the regional chat for several minutes, only seeing meaningless trivial exchanges. Just as he was about to close the holographic interface and depart, a single message caught his attention. Spirit cores on special sale for 4,500 spirit crystals each. Message me privately if interested. Spirit cores normally sold for 5,000 spirit crystals inside the official spirit crystal shop. Why would this seller offer them at a discounted rate? A suspicion flickered across Fan Kuen's mind. He opened a private message without hesitation. I wish to purchase spirit cores. Can you clarify the specifics of your pricing? Duan Kuen. The public notice clearly states 4,500 spirit crystals apiece. Fan Kuen. I only woke up moments ago and thought I misread the figure. The official shop price stands at 5,000 spirit crystals. Why would you sell these at a loss? Duan Kuen. Do not inquire into irrelevant details. Bear Clan merchandise is guaranteed genuine and reliable. Fan Kuen. Understood, fellow Bear Clan member. May I know your name? Duan Kuen. Duan Kuen of the White Bear Clan. I have been posting this offer all night. You must have been sound asleep. Fan Kuen's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing the reply. It was this very individual he had been keeping an eye on. The apocalyptic chat system hid usernames and erased all historical conversation logs between users. Fan Kuen. Greetings, Brother Kuen. How many spirit cores do you have available for purchase? Duan Kuen. What quantity are you looking to acquire? Fan Kuen. Are these spirit cores dropped by corrupted corpses? Do you possess a large stockpile? Duan Kuen. Corrupted corpses drop nothing of the sort. Cut to the chase. I can supply any volume you require, provided you have sufficient spirit crystals for payment. Cash on delivery, no credit extended under any circumstances. A cold smirk tugged at Fan Kuen's mouth. His hypothesis had been fully confirmed. If the spirit cores were not sourced from corrupted corpse drops, yet existed in large quantities, Duan Kuen must be buying them cheaply via a special dwelling attribute. This man was the lucky recipient of that exclusive dwelling perk. Fan Kuen paced back toward his spirit cultivation chamber, stroking his chin in deep thought. He had to seize this dwelling attribute for himself. While substantial financial gain was certainly appealing, the core motive lay in its strategic value. Passive income from spirit core sales alone would generate endless streams of spirit crystals for the dwelling owner in the long run. Furthermore, Duan Kuen would quickly outpace Fan Kuen in spirit crystal earnings with this perk, putting Fan Kuen's position as the top-ranked individual in the region at risk. The pressing question was how to pinpoint Duan Kuen's location. 6 days had passed since Fan Kuen arrived in this apocalyptic zone, and he had only crossed paths with a single Firefox clansman. Tracking down one specific beast folk across this vast territory would prove no simple task. Xiaoyin. Fan Kuen turned to his attendant whenever he encountered an unsolvable problem. I am here, master. Xiaoyin materialized before him. Fan Kuen gazed at her delicate features and spoke. I need to locate a specific beast folk within this regional zone. Are there any viable methods? You may use a positioning teleport scroll if you obtain the coordinates of their dwelling, Xiaoyin replied. Positioning teleport scroll. Fan Kuen opened the Spirit Crystal Shop interface and navigated to the Spiritual Supplies category. 100 Spirit Crystals equals 1 sack of Spirit Rice Seeds. 500 Spirit Crystals equals 1 acre of Spirit Farmland. 1,000 Spirit Crystals equals 1 Beast Enclosure. 1,000 Spirit Crystals equals 1 Positioning Teleport Scroll. 3,000 Spirit Crystals equals 1 Spirit Spring. 5,000 Spirit Crystals equals 1 Spirit Core. Fan Kuen had unlocked access to these supplies after upgrading to a small dwelling. Yet he had been fully occupied with cultivation and only skimmed the item list without close inspection. He purchased 1 Positioning Teleport Scroll directly from the shop panel. Function: teleport to a designated target after acquiring their dwelling coordinates. Teleport range: confined to the current regional zone. This was essentially a regional teleportation talisman. Fan Kuen turned back to Xiaoyin with another question. How do I obtain the coordinate data of another cultivator's dwelling? There are 2 methods to acquire dwelling coordinates. First, slay the target and collect the dwelling spirit fragment from their remains to unlock the positional data. Second, if the target has upgraded their dwelling to medium grade, they may retrieve their own dwelling coordinates by communicating with their dwelling spirit. Fan Kuen's eyes lit up with realization. Xiaoyin, what are the coordinates for my dwelling? Xiaoyin responded instantly. Master's dwelling coordinates. Zone 43, grid 9872. So every dwelling was assigned a fixed coordinate marker within Zone 43. Fan Kuen asked another question. How many total regional zones exist within this world? Xiaoyin lowered her gaze and fell completely silent. She always clammed up when faced with questions she was forbidden to answer. Fan Kuen glanced at her and dropped the subject, focusing on his top priority. devising a scheme to force Duan Kuan into voluntarily disclosing his dwelling coordinates. Fan Kuan folded his arms across his chest, lips pressed into a thin line as he paced slowly within his dwelling. What resource did Duan Kuan desperately need? What commodity was far too valuable to trade through the regional marketplace, requiring an in-person transaction instead? Additionally, how could he gain Duan Kuan's trust to convince him to share his dwelling location safely? After lengthy contemplation, a brilliant idea dawned on Fan Kuan. He addressed Xiao Yin immediately. Can the spirit crystal or vein granted by the system reward be retracted? Retracted. For the first time, a look of genuine surprise crossed Xiao Yin's features. I mean returning the or vein to its original sealed state. That is possible, Xiao Yin nodded gently. You only need to extract the or vein from the mining area and store it inside your spatial pouch, and the mining zone will revert to its initial untouched condition. Perfect. His plan was now feasible. Spirit crystal or veins were an irreplaceable top-tier resource coveted by every beastfolk faction, and such resources could only be traded via physical handover inside spatial pouches, making marketplace transactions impossible. He would not use his massive high-grade or vein for the exchange, as that would appear highly suspicious. A miniature spirit crystal or vein would be far more believable for the trade. To secure Duan Kuan's trust, Fan Kuan would leverage information he had observed from the regional group chat previously. A sudden secondary money-making scheme crossed his mind. Flood the regional chat with an exorbitant offer to purchase all miniature spirit crystal or veins from other cultivators. Then place every acquired vein within his own dwelling to generate passive spirit crystal income nonstop. He quickly dismissed the idea as far too conspicuous and certain to arouse widespread suspicion. Spirit crystal or veins were ultra-rare treasures closely monitored by every royal clan faction. Moreover, all or vein trades required face-to-face contact. For all Fan knew, hidden observers were tracking his every move while he plotted against Duan Kuan. Fan Kuan extracted the miniature spirit crystal or vein from his mining zone, opened the chat interface, and sent a private message to Duan Kuan. Fan Kuan, what total volume of spirit cores can you supply? Duan Kuan, who are you to make such bold demands? Fan Kuan, I am Yin Guang of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Duan Kuan, 1,000 greetings to the honored Wolf clan noble. I offer my deepest respects. Fan Kuan, I require a large batch of spirit cores. Are you capable of fulfilling this order? Duan Kuan, may I ask if you intend to upgrade to a large-scale dwelling, my lord? Fan Kuan, do not concern yourself with matters outside your jurisdiction. Simply confirm whether this transaction is possible. Duan Kuan, it is entirely possible, honored lord. What quantity do you require? Fan Kuan, 30 units. Duan Kuan rejoiced inwardly, certain this royal clansman intended to upgrade his dwelling to large grade. Completing this single order would net him over 135,000 spirit crystals in total revenue. Yet a flicker of worry surfaced. Lord Shiba was also gathering resources to advance into a large dwelling, and this client's bulk purchase might let the wolf clansman claim the upgrade first. Duan Kuan resolved to gather more intel on his mysterious buyer to report to Shiba for a final decision. Duan Kuan, 30 spirit cores amount to 135,000 spirit crystals total. Do you have the payment prepared, my lord? Fan Kuan, I will settle payment with 1 spirit crystal or vein. Duan Kuan raised his thick brows the instant he read the message, his tongue darting across his lips in excitement. Only true royal nobles could afford to trade or veins for goods. He replied without delay. Duan Kuan, may I inquire about the grade of your spirit crystal or vein, my lord? Fan Kuan, a miniature spirit crystal or vein. Duan Kuan nearly choked in disbelief. A mere miniature or vein was nowhere near enough value to cover 30 spirit cores. Recent posts in the regional chat had confirmed multiple beastfolk had uncovered miniature and medium-grade or veins out in the wilderness, including a miniature vein discovered by a member of his own White Bear clan. Round-the-clock mining on their miniature vein yielded barely 1,000 spirit crystals daily. Collecting 135,000 crystals via mining would require well over 100 days of non-stop labor. Lord Shiba himself had found a medium grade or vein, producing roughly 3,000 spirit crystals after only half a day of mining operations. Duan Kuan, a miniature spirit crystal or vein cannot possibly cover the cost of 30 spirit cores, my lord. Fan Kuan smirked upon reading the reply. The Bear clan possessed or veins, and the odds were high that Duan Kuan himself controlled those mining rights. Fan Kuan, only 1,000 spirit crystals per day from miniature veins? Did you witness this output firsthand? Duan Kuan, This information is completely factual. The vein belongs to one of our White Bear clansmen. Furthermore, Lord Shiba owns a medium grade or vein generating roughly 2,000 spirit crystals daily. Shiba possessed a medium grade or vein, truly embodying the classic favored protagonist setup. Yet Fan Kuan had managed to seize the valuable dwelling attribute right under his nose. Fan Kuan, what quantity of spirit cores would you consider a fair trade for this vein? Duan Kuan, at most 2 spirit cores. Fan Kuan feigned outrage in his reply. 2 units? Do you dare mock my status? Have you forgotten the authority commanded by royal clans within this apocalyptic realm? Duan Kuan, I would never dare slight your standing, my lord. I only manage these sales under Lord Shiba's orders and cannot alter the agreed exchange terms on my own initiative. Duan Kuan hid behind Shiba's authority as a shield. Fan Kuan pondered whether this statement held truth, meaning Duan Kuan operated solely as Shiba's designated financial agent. If that were the case, seizing Duan Kuan's dwelling attribute became even more imperative. Shiba boasted exceptional natural talent and powerful influence over the local beastfolk factions. A steady stream of spirit crystals sourced through Duan Kuan would quickly push Shiba far ahead of Fan Kuan in overall strength. What was more, Shiba was the very individual rallying beastfolk forces to hunt Fan Kuan for being a human spy infiltrating their ranks. Fan Kuan, do not attempt to intimidate me with Lord Shiba's name. The Silver Moon Wolf clan is not a force to be trifled with. Duan Kuan, I hold no intention of disrespect. I am merely following my superior's arrangements and beg you not to place me in an impossible position. Fan Kuan scoffed at Duan Kuan's sudden submissive attitude after his previous arrogant tone. Fan Kuan, very well. This or vein is useless to me sitting unmined out in the wilds, as collecting its resources would force me into unnecessary life-threatening encounters. I will proceed with the trade, yet spirit crystal or veins are permanent strategic assets generating continuous passive crystal income. 4 spirit cores is the absolute minimum I will accept. Duan Kuan hastily calculated the trade's profitability after reading the message. His medium dwelling granted a 30% discount at the official shop, bringing the individual cost of 1 spirit core down to 3,500 spirit crystals. 4 cores would cost him 14,000 crystals total, requiring over 10 days of continuous mining to recoup the expense. The short-term trade yielded minimal profit, though long-term ownership of a permanent or vein held undeniable value. Duan Kuan, I have just consulted with Lord Shiba. He states our clan lacks available manpower to assign dedicated miners to the vein, so we can offer no more than 2 spirit cores in exchange. Fan Kuan, the price is far too low. Lord Shiba shows no willingness to negotiate in good faith. Consult him once more and request a higher trade volume as a gesture of goodwill toward the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Duan Kuan frowned with frustration. Shiba dedicated all his daytime hours to hunting corrupted corpses to raise his physique energy reserves and only reviewed administrative matters at night. Duan Kuan, would you consider paying for the spirit cores directly with spirit crystals instead, my lord? Fan Kuan, do you expect me to waste my own time and risk my life personally mining raw spirit crystals? Duan Kuan's paws trembled slightly as he typed his reply. Dealing with royal nobles was always fraught with danger. A single misstep during a face-to-face meeting could result in instant death by their overwhelming power. He had witnessed such a scene back on Azeroth. A royal lord of the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox clan, who never relied on brute strength, once crushed the skull of a Bear Clan warrior with a single punch. He pulled out a notebook to recalculate the costs and typed out a message. Duan Kuan, please calm your anger, my lord. We are offering 3 spirit cores as our utmost gesture of goodwill. Fan Kuan, very well. We shall proceed with this trade. Bring the goods and come to my location for the exchange. Duan Kuan, my lord, would it be possible for you to teleport over to my dwelling instead? Fan Kuan, what is the reason for this request? Duan Kuan, I beg for your understanding, my lord. None of the spirit stones I collect belong to me to allocate freely. This deal barely turns a profit as it is. If I travel to your side, the 2 teleport scrolls for the round trip will cost an additional 2,000 spirit stones. I would never be able to account for such expenses to Lord Hiba. Fan Kuan, fine. Get the spirit cores ready and send over the coordinates to your immortal abode. I will head there immediately. Duan Kuan, understood. I shall await your arrival respectfully. Coordinates of my abode. Zone 43, markers 137, 272. Fan Kuan. Perfect, I've got the coordinates now. Fearing the opponent might make defensive preparations in advance, Fan Kuan quickly donned his purple scale armor, retrieved a targeted teleportation scroll, and input the coordinate data. Space twisted violently around him, and in the next instant, Fan Kuan materialized right outside an immortal abode. Nestled at the foot of a towering mountain peak, this dwelling looked far more imposing than the modest mound where Fan Kuan resided. Just as Fan Kuan stepped toward the stone gate of the abode, a towering white bearfolk standing over 2.5 meters tall pulled the gate open and greeted him with an honest grin. Bearfolk. Welcome, Lordine. Fan Kuan thought. No wonder the polar bear folk were famed for their stature. This individual was truly enormous. If not for his own cultivation accomplishments, Fan Kuan would have hesitated to engage with such a towering creature. Yet when he sensed the faint spiritual energy emanating from the bear folk, the creature had not even broken through to the initiate realm. That simplified matters greatly. Fan Kuan maintained a composed expression and gave a slight nod. Fan Kuan, we will speak inside. Bear folk, right away, my lord. Duan Kuan was covertly sizing up his visitor. Staring at Fan Kuan's purple armor, refined features, and overwhelming aura, he was convinced this was the dignified bearing of true royalty, the unmistakable aura of an initiate realm expert. Duan Kuan's deference deepened substantially. Once they entered the abode, Duan Kuan tried to usher Fan Kuan into the inner chamber to rest, but Fan Kuan waved the suggestion aside. He swept his gaze across the layout of the dwelling and let out a quiet huff. It was a mid-sized immortal abode, nearly identical to his own. Fan Kuan, let us conclude the trade directly. Where are the spirit ores? I will hand over your payment first. Delighted by the visitor's straightforward manner, Duan Kuan smiled broadly and gestured forward, leading Fan Kuan to the ore storage area. Glancing at 3 small ore deposits laid out before him, Fan Kuan curled his lip and questioned, what need do you have for hauling ordinary stone or an iron ore back to your dwelling? Duan Kuan scratched his hands together sheepishly. Ever since the spirit crystal shop opened, I have followed Lord Shiba's orders to manage material trades. That's why I haven't had time these past 2 days to gather supplies or clear out the corrupted corpses. I have only reclaimed 3 small-scale mineral veins nearby, so I can collect resources when I get free time. Loyal and commendable. Fan Kuan nodded to himself. In the harsh environment of the Doomsday Lands, he thought, only the beast folk would offer selfless service to others. Are there any other mineral veins around your dwelling? Fan Kuan asked casually. Your Grace, there is also a medium-sized stone mine and a medium-sized copper mine. Unfortunately, my storage space is insufficient to claim them right now. Duan Kuan bowed deeply. Fan Kuan gave a slight nod. Spirit crystal mines are extremely rare at this stage. Your bear clan is fortunate to have uncovered 2 of them. Indeed, Duan Kuan grinned widely. My white bear clansman has remarkable luck, and of course, Lord Shiba is truly heaven-blessed. Does your white bear clansman possess a medium-grade dwelling now that he controls a spirit crystal mine? Fan Kuan probed. No, Duan Kuan shook his massive head. He still occupies an advanced cave. Lately, all our spirit crystal gains have been prioritized as tribute for Lord Shiba. Wow, such genuine loyalty is almost enviable. Without a medium-grade dwelling, location marking is impossible. Fan Kuan felt as though he had lost a fortune. He forced a smile. With so many devoted subordinates serving him, your lord must be nearly finished gathering resources for his large-scale dwelling upgrade. Duan Kuan lowered his head. That, I cannot say for certain, your grace. How admirable. Fan Kuan feigned sincere admiration. How many of your clansmen contribute resources to your lord? Not many. Around 200 or 300 kin. Do you hold Lord Shiba's coordinate markers? The royal nobles of our region ought to gather. I would greatly value the chance to learn from him. I do not possess his coordinates. Duan Kuan shook his head. So much for sneaking over to plunder his mines. Fan Kuan tilted his head, thinking what else he could draw out of this beast man. Duan Kuan stared suspiciously at the man before him, a faint sense of foreboding welling inside. Trembling slightly, he handed over the traded goods. Your Grace, here are the spirit cores you requested. Fan Kuan reached out, grabbed the items, and tossed them unexamined straight into his storage space. Noticing the fear creeping across Duan Kuan's features, his smile grew warmer. Which city within the Azeroth continent does your Lord Shiba reside in? He dwells in Ironblaze Sun City. Under Fan Kuan's unnerving smile, Duan Kuan's sense of unease intensified. And where is your own home? Fan Kuan kept smiling as he pressed further. Your Grace, I dwell in a remote wilderness, hardly worth mentioning. Duan Kuan's voice shook. Lord Ingguang, Lord Shiba learned of your arrival and sends his regards. Splendid, splendid. Fan Kuan waved for Duan Kuan to lower himself. Stepping forward, He placed a hand upon the beastman's shoulder and murmured softly, "Give Lord Sheba my greetings in return." The words had barely left his lips when two spirit-mind finger strikes pierced Duan Kuen's neck. The overwhelming force tore clean through his throat. Duan Kuen's bulky frame crashed heavily onto the ground. His eyes widened in shock. He clutched his nearly severed windpipe, gurgling and gasping in agony. And so, Duan Kuen of the White Bear clan perished. Fan Kuen knelt beside the fallen corpse, observing the face twisted by mortal agony. After a long pause, he sighed gently and closed the dead beastman's eyes with his palm. "Are all beast folk as loyal and upright as you? What a waste." He stood and glanced down at the miniature light screen projected from his wrist. "Target slain. Would you like to absorb one of his abilities?" "Absorb. Acquired. Intermediate blacksmith proficiency. Well then, it seems you two were once trapped in endless grind of overwork." Fan Kuen walked into the bedchamber of the dwelling and laid his palm against the glowing orb resting atop the stone table. A luminous figure materialized. It was a beast-eared woman, clearly not of the Bear clan, but of the Fox clan. Behind her graceful, slender form flowed 7 bushy tails. A 7-tailed fox spirit, quite something. Why not go all the way to 9 tails? No doubt the authority held by royal nobles weighed heavily. Even within private dwellings, ordinary beast folk dared not pretend to such lofty status. It explained why nobody among the beast folk ever questioned anyone claiming royal status on the regional chat network. Common beast folk would never dare impersonate nobility. This beautiful dwelling spirit hung her head, her gaze hollow, stripped of all vitality. Initiate dwelling absorption immediately? Initiate. As absorption commenced, streams of luminous energy converged within the dwelling, striking the glowing orb. A countdown materialized. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. He would have to remain here for an entire day. Fan Kuen decided to inspect Duan Kuen's storage space. Almost empty. Apart from rations and drinking water, there were barely 1,000 units of stone and iron ore. Had everything been sent away as tribute, or had Duan Kuen suspected him all along? Fan Kuen rubbed the bridge of his nose. It looked like his alias Silver Moon Sirius Ingguang would soon be infamous among the Bear clan. So what? He had nothing to fear. This incident drove home just how immense the royal noble's influence over ordinary beast folk truly was. Even within the Doomsday Lands, clans would sacrifice their own development to pour resources into their overlords. Though this was only one faction, it foretold terrible conflict ahead. When racial wars erupted, the beast folk would possess cohesion many times greater than humanity. If the Bear clan behaved this way, other clans were likely doing the exact same thing for their respective royalty. Advanced caves and small dwellings could be built by individuals, yet upgrading from a small-scale dwelling to medium-scale, and then to large-scale dwelling required a total of 190,000 spirit crystals. An impossible burden for one lone cultivator, but trivial when split between several hundred clan members. Mere work of 2 or 3 days. The spirit crystal shop had opened on the 4th day of the apocalypse, late on the first night of the calamity. It was now early morning on the 6th day of the apocalypse. Time was running short. Previously, Fan Kuen had confidently believed that with 4 giant spirit crystal veins under his control, he would undoubtedly be the first cultivator to achieve a large-scale dwelling. Now he was not so certain. Fan Kuen opened his storage space and checked his reserves. Only 3,140 spirit crystals remained after his last upgrade. Ever since Xiao Yin had joined him, Fan Kuen had neglected to collect crystal yields from his mines. He had trusted Xiao Yin to alert him once enough resources accumulated. Now he needed to tally everything carefully. Sitting down upon the stone bed, he lowered his eyes and began his calculations. After advancing to a medium-grade dwelling on the 5th day of the apocalypse, his 3 giant spirit crystal veins produced 15,000 spirit crystals. Reclaiming an additional vein granted another 10,000 units. This morning, all 4 veins yielded 40,000 spirit crystals. In total, he held 69,140 spirit crystals. He had also obtained 3 spirit cores from Duan Kuen. He still lacked 93,860 spirit crystals for a large-scale dwelling. Tomorrow morning, another 40,000 would be mined, still leaving a deficit of 53,860 spirit crystals. Of course, once he finished absorbing this dwelling's bonuses, he would spend fewer spirit crystals purchasing spirit cores. Even saving 30,000 crystals, the earliest he could complete the upgrade would be the day after tomorrow. Absorption would finish tomorrow morning. Could he afford to wait until the day after tomorrow? There existed one desperate shortcut. Destroying one spirit crystal vein would instantly grant 1 million spirit crystals. Yet, that would be killing the golden goose. The gap was merely 1 day. Besides, nobody knew what rewards, if any, came with unlocking a large-scale dwelling. It was all unknown variables. Frustration gnawed at him. Enough overthinking. He could not initiate the upgrade from here anyway. He might as well cultivate. He intended to max out his starting realm's second-order spiritual energy during this waiting period. Having made up his mind, Fan Kuan rose and headed for the spirit cultivation chamber. Within the cultivation chamber, where spiritual energy concentration was amplified 5-fold, empowered by his 7-star cultivation art, the small amount of spiritual energy required for starting realm's second order felt trivial. Night had not yet fallen when Fan Kuan finished his practice. Brimming with surging spiritual power, he felt an urge to rush out and slaughter hordes of corrupted corpses. But that was just wishful thinking. He still needed to wait until dawn for the dwelling absorption process to conclude. Furthermore, without area of effect combat arts, his killing efficiency against swarms of corrupted corpses remained insufficient. Perhaps he would unlock a wide-range combat skill tomorrow morning. Fan Kuan mused to himself. With nothing better to occupy his time, Fan Kuan opened his status panel. Bloodline, human. Fused bloodline. Howling Moon AO clan. Realm, starting realm second order. Talent, 6-star. Vitality talent, 86. Spirit talent, 65. Vitality, 2580/3870. Spiritual energy, 2925/2925. Once he returned tomorrow, he would hunt corrupted corpses, replenish his vitality gauge, and advance to starting realm third order. He then reviewed his dwelling bonuses: absorption, enhanced spirit veins, enhanced bloodline, enhanced library. Powerful bonuses indeed. He wondered what extra surprises absorbing this dwelling might unlock. Bored, Fan Kuan decided to resume his work as an information infiltrator. He opened the regional group chat to gather intelligence on how quickly other royal nobles were accumulating resources. Scanning trade posts, he singled out nobles who had spoken publicly and opened a private chat. Fan Kuan, greetings, Brother Turtle. This is Zhang Dekai of the Lesser Turtle Clan. Alligator Turtle Li Qing. What goods do you wish to exchange? Fan Kuan, I seek no trade. I have advanced to a small-grade dwelling. I wish to ask how many resources Lord Lingchen still requires. I am willing to contribute everything I gather in future. Alligator Turtle Li Qing. What an admirable young one. If only more of our turtle clan shared such clan pride. Fan Kuan, it is my duty. That is the proper mindset for a turtle clansman. Alligator Turtle Li Qing. Well said. Though I manage resource collection for Lord Lingchen, I do not know the exact figures. If you are truly devoted, message Lord Lingchen directly and deliver your tribute through trade. Fan Kuan, how do I reach Lord Lingchen in private chat? He is not speaking in public channels right now. Alligator Turtle Li Qing. Check the regional trade platform. Lord Lingchen posted a sales listing there. You can initiate private conversation from that entry. Fan Kuan, thank you, Brother Turtle. May fortune smile upon your kin. Alligator Turtle Li Qing. Fan Kuan pulled up the regional trade platform and quickly located Lord Lingchen's listing. 1 unit of wood in exchange for 10 units of spirit crystal. That price was outright extortion. He clicked to open private messaging. Lord Lingchen, are you online? This is Zhang Dekai. Brother Li Qing directed me to offer my tribute to you directly. Lord Lingchen, how much more material do you require so I may prepare accordingly? Lord Lingchen, no reply. It made sense. Royal nobles were likely out hunting corrupted corpses all day to maintain their personal strength, handling resource-related errands only at night. Someday he wanted to enjoy that kind of reverence too. He continued sending messages. Fan Kuan, greetings, Brother Lion. I am Qin Shou of the Flat Mane Lion Clan. I wish to deliver tribute to Lord Rhine. Fan Kuan, greetings, Brother Wolf. This is Bald Wolf Pangguan I. Fan Kuan, greetings, Brother Tiger. One-eyed tigers in Biao here. Fan Kuan, greetings, Brother Leopard. I am Lu Dakwai the Working Leopard. For over an hour, Fan Kuan messaged every prominent noble, including Lord Shiba of the Bear Clan. None replied. All the royals followed the same pattern, out fighting during daytime, assigning subordinates to run marketplace postings to receive tribute. Truly imposing. Fan Kuan grew determined. He wanted to become a royal noble himself. After brief thought, he decided to impersonate a noble of the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox clan. No Nine-Tailed Sky Fox representative had surfaced in this region yet, and plenty of Fox Clan beastfolk populated the chat. Glancing toward the quiet 7-tailed fox spirit standing before him, he formed a plan. If he could persuade Fox Clan kin to donate resources toward his construction costs, he might achieve his large-scale dwelling upgrade as soon as tomorrow. What alias should he use? He might as well keep the name Fan Kuan for greater credibility. In this world, nobody checked identification. If his bluff was exposed, he would simply abandon this identity. He opened the regional public chat and posted, "I am Fan Kuan of the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox Clan. You all have seen the 2 regional system announcements regarding me. I originally intended to cultivate in seclusion, yet other royal nobles are pushing hard. If we do not act, another clan may seize the #1 position of this region. I call upon all Fox Clan kin to stand beside me and help our clan retain our leading status." The moment the message went live, the regional chat erupted. Wow, Lord Fan Kuan has finally appeared. So Lord Fan Kuan belongs to our Sky Fox clan. Lin Gang of the White Fox clan greets your grace. Truly befitting the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox, mysterious, low profile, overwhelmingly powerful. And let us not forget, every noble of the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox clan possesses breathtaking beauty. Oh, so that was part of their reputation. Fan Kuan touched his own face. He supposed he fit that description well enough. The Sky Fox clan noble. Am I dreaming? Lin Jiao Jiao of White Fox clan salutes your grace. Yuro of Azure Fox clan greets your grace. Lu Wanner of Crimson Fox clan greets your grace. Ling Ying of Silver Fox clan greets your grace. Thousands of similar replies omitted. Fan Kuan observed the long stream of messages sent by many female Fox clan members. Other nobles' announcements drew responses mostly from gruff male warriors. The Fox clan replies were filled with many gentle-voiced kin. An interesting contrast. Still, he could not lose sight of his objective. Half an hour later, he reposted his announcement, then logged off this main account and switched to another alternate identity. Fan Kuan, fellow Fox Clan kinsman, I am Wang Defa, resource steward for Lord Fan Kuan. All private matters regarding Lord Fan Kuan may be handled through me. Right after sending this post, he logged off again and cycled through multiple fake accounts to create hype. I, Lin Dong of White Fox Clan, vow to offer all my resources for Lord Fan Kuan and our Fox Clan. I, Lin Shi of White Fox Clan, vow to offer all my resources for Lord Fan Kuan and our Fox Clan. I, Lin Nan of White Fox Clan, vow to offer all my resources for Lord Fan Kuan and our Fox Clan. I, Lin Bei of White Fox Clan, vow to offer all my resources for Lord Fan Kuan and our Fox Clan. These fabricated posts immediately flooded Wang Defa's private message inbox. Wang Defa, is Lord Fan Kuan gathering resources to compete for the region's top rank? Wang Defa, does Lord Fan Kuan accept only spirit crystals or basic materials as well? I just exchanged 60 spirit crystals. How do I make my offering to Lord Fan Kuan? Wang Defa, have you seen Lord Fan Kuan in person? Is he truly as magnificent as rumored? Wang Defa, how old might Lord Fan Kuan be? The questions quickly drifted away from resource matters. Overwhelmed by the flood of private messages, Fan Kuan replied uniformly through the Wang Defa account. Lord Fan Kuan has created a sales listing on the trade platform. Everyone may contribute their offerings there or leave private messages directly for Lord Fan Kuan. Moments after the notice went out, Fan Kuan's main inbox exploded with incoming tributes. Lord Fan Kuan, Lin Gang of White Fox Clan presents 50 spirit crystals. Lord Fan Kuan, Rower of Azure Fox Clan presents 70 spirit crystals. Lord Fan Kuan, Wanner of Fire Fox Clan presents 100 spirit crystals. Wonderful, what devoted foxkin. Fan Kuan leaned close to the light screen, grinning widely as spirit crystals poured in batches of dozens and hundreds. Gathering tribute was far easier than earning fame among mortals. He needed no public appearance, no performances, and still received voluntary offerings. It was a shame the chat system supported no video recording. Otherwise, he would gladly record a short clip to thank all these Fox Clan followers. Yet Fan Kuan maintained a cold, dignified bearing expected of royalty. He did not send a single reply to the countless private messages. Let them offer their devotion while he observed quietly. Fan Kuan had underestimated how deeply common beast folk revered royal nobles. On the Azeroth continent, royals who completed shapeshift and spirit ascension transcended ordinary beast kind, standing close to divine status. Common beast folk could only observe them from afar, never permitted close contact, let alone direct conversation. Other regional nobles collected tribute more slowly because they had not made themselves accessible to their subjects. They had only tasked a few trusted clansmen to manage the crowdfunding, while their leaders never spoke a single word about it publicly. If they had acted as shamelessly as Fan Kuan and shouted openly across the network, they would long ago have gathered enough resources for advancement. There was another factor at play. The nine-tailed Sky Fox clan had always been the most mysterious among royal clans. Unlike the Dark Gold Bear clan, Silver Moon Wolf clan, and Golden Lion clan, they were not renowned for raw combat power. The clan kept a low profile. On the rare occasions they appeared, they would merely grace the world with fleeting glimpses of their peerless beauty. That was why Fan Kuen's public appearance had blown up the online community. With time on his hands, Fan Kuen fully embraced the role of an online commentator. Switching between countless alternate accounts, he stirred up discussions across public channels and private messages. As dusk fell, Fan Kuen posted a message to the regional group chat under his real identity, sending his followers' enthusiasm soaring to new heights. By deep night, Spirit Crystal earnings had surpassed 40,000. Elsewhere, Shiba returned to his cave after a full day of training. He opened his status panel: Bloodline, Dark Gold Bear Clan Royal, Rank, Initiate Realm Second Order, Talent, 7-star, Vitality Aptitude, 154, Spirit Aptitude, 10, Vitality, 5870/6930, Spirit Power, 170/450. Satisfied with his stats, Shiba nodded. At this pace, he would break through to Initiate Realm Third Order by tomorrow morning. With extra effort, he might even reach Initiate Realm Fourth Order by tomorrow night. Shiba firmly believed royal clans standing atop the world ought to devote themselves to cultivation. Only overwhelming individual strength could secure a clan's enduring prosperity. Resource gathering ought to be left to ordinary clansfolk. Even after stumbling upon a medium-sized spirit crystal mine on the outskirts, he only spent half a day harvesting from it. Most of his time was spent hunting rotting corpses. He chewed some dried meat to sate his hunger and was about to enter his spirit cultivation chamber when he suddenly remembered he had yet to check today's spirit crystal income. Thanks to Duan Kuen of the White Bear clan and his cave's special attribute, Shiba's spirit crystal gains had surged these past 2 days. Combined with scattered contributions from ordinary clansmen, he was merely over 20,000 spirit crystals short of upgrading to a large-scale cave. If things went well tonight, he might complete the cave upgrade by early tomorrow. Brimming with anticipation, he opened the private message sent by Duan Kuen. Lord Shiba, this is Duan Kuen. Yin Guang of the Silver Moon Wolf clan wishes to trade a miniature spirit crystal mine for spirit power cores. Lord Shiba, I have reached an agreement with Lord Yin Guang of the Wolf clan. 3 spirit power cores in exchange for his miniature spirit crystal mine. I have run the calculations. If I dedicate extra time mining spirit crystals, this deal will definitely turn a profit. Lord Shiba, Lord Yin Guang says he will arrive shortly for the trade. Could there be any trouble? My lord, Yin Guang has arrived. I am going to greet him now. I will report back immediately once the trade concludes. That was where the messages cut off. Shiba twisted his neck in confusion and sent a private reply. Duan Kuen, how is the trade going? How many spirit crystals have we earned today? 10 minutes slipped by with no response. Shiba's brows drew tight, and his shattered gold pupils narrowed. Duan Kuen, this is Shiba. Reply at once. Another 10 minutes passed. Receiving no answer, Shiba realized something terrible must have happened. He messaged several White Bear clansmen, all of whom replied they had lost contact with Duan Kuen since that morning. Boom. Shiba slammed his fist against the stone table, his voice dropping to a low growl. Silver Moon Wolf's Yin Guang. Fan Kuen had been preparing to send another message in the regional group chat to keep Fox clan members engaged late into the night when a new notification popped up. I am Shiba of the Dark Gold Bear clan. Yin Guang of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Show yourself. Oh, here comes the retaliation. Talk about slow reaction. Only just noticing your subordinate is gone at this hour. Fan Kuen mentally pulled up a stool and settled in to watch the drama unfold. I am Shiba of the Dark Gold Bear clan. Yin Guang of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Show yourself. Still no reply. Shiba sent another message. Yin Guang, do you think hiding will let you get away with what you have done? The group chat fell dead silent. No ordinary creature dared to interject while a royal lord raged. Even all wolf clan members within the region went quiet. Yin Guang, have you no shred of royal honor? You dare act, yet dare not own up. 5 more minutes passed before someone finally replied. I am Yin Jiao of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. To my knowledge, there are no other wolf clan royals in this region, let alone one named Yin Guang. So someone from your wolf clan finally speaks up. I care not how many royals your clan has here. I know Yin Guang exists. He murdered one of my clansmen and stole my spirit power cores today. Insolence. Shiba, do not make baseless accusations. I have never heard of this Yin Guang. Furthermore, why would our Silver Moon Wolf clan stoop to robbing your spirit power cores? Could the final messages my clansmen sent before death be false? Would he fail to recognize a royal? Who in this region could impersonate a royal? And who would dare? No one would dare impersonate royalty. Yet this incident was not our doing. When our wolf clan takes action, we own our deeds openly. We would admit it if we robbed you. Neither may you falsely accuse us, not even the bear clan. Very well. If you refuse to acknowledge it, do not blame me for moving against your wolf clan from this day onward. Shiba, you dare. Would you ignite a war between our two clans? Humph. We shall see. Once more, the group chat lapsed into stillness. The quarrel was over. Fan Kuan mentally folded away his stool, unsatisfied. Interesting. He had accidentally stoked conflict between the bear and wolf clans. This trick might prove useful someday. Tensions ran high in the regional chat, so Fan Kuan decided not to post further messages. He opened his private messages and discovered the top tipper for the day was a young lady from the Silver Fox clan. Bored, he tapped open her chat window. Spirit crystals received. Thank you. His message was answered instantly. Lingying. Ah, Lord Fan Kuan. Lingying of the Silver Fox clan greets you. Fan Kuan. How have you fared since arriving in the Doomsday Lands? Lingying. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am managing well and have gradually adapted to life here. Fan Kuan. Stay safe. Work toward upgrading your cave. Lingying. Thank you, my lord. You are far too considerate toward us. Don't thank me. I ought to be thanking you. Just as Fan Kuan prepared to end the conversation, the young lady sent another message. Lingying. My lord, I do not plan to upgrade my cave for the time being. I only retain some basic resources, which I will convert straight into spirit crystals and send to you. Huh, really? Fan Kuan tilted his head. Soon 363 units of spirit crystals arrived, complete with an oddly specific remainder. I only meant to return thanks. I never expected more spirit crystals. Still, if she wished to interact like this, he was happy to keep chatting for hours. Refreshing his spirits, Fan Kuan opened private conversations with every young lady who had tipped him that day. Dawn of the 7th Doomsday Day. Having stayed up all night conversing with Fox clan members, Fan Kuan stood, stretched his limbs, and exhaled deeply. Though physically weary, his spirit burned bright. Overnight, gifts from the young ladies alone had netted him 30,000 spirit crystals, equal to the yield of 3 giant spirit crystal mines. No wonder everyone back on Blue Earth dreamed of being an internet celebrity. The income was absurd. As the countdown hit 0, the engulfment process concluded, and the cave collapsed. Fan Kuan glanced over the wreckage, unfurled his positioning teleport scroll, and returned to his own dwelling. Entering his bedchamber, he told Xiao-Yin to activate his newly acquired Cave Attribute. Cave Attribute, Premium Discount. You gain discounted pricing for ordinary goods across all Doomsday shops. Base discount is 10% off. With each cave level up, discount improves. 15% off, 20% off, down to a maximum 50% off. Just as he recalled, detected host already possesses the Engulf attribute. Cave Attribute Premium Discount has been enhanced. Cave Attribute, Premium Discount enhanced. You gain discounted pricing for ordinary goods across all Doomsday shops. Base discount is 10% off. With each cave level up, discount improves. 15% off, 20% off, down to a maximum 50% off. Additionally, starting from the day this attribute is obtained, once every 30 days you may acquire one item completely free of charge. Whoa, this boosted attribute was overpowered. A free item every 30 days. He would absolutely pick the most expensive thing available when the time came. Sadly, nothing high value was listed in the Spirit Crystal shop right now. He could wait. Upgrading to a large-scale cave would unlock the secret manual section, which ought to hold fine treasures. Speaking of secret manuals, Fan Kuan realized he had not studied today's reward. He turned toward Xiao-Yin. Xiao-Yin, give me today's secret manual. Fan Kuan tapped the glowing orb. 4-star combat art, Thunderstrike Fist. Strikes like thunder, fists pierce the firmament. Passable. After seeing a 7-star cultivation art the previous day, his standards had risen, and 4-star techniques felt underwhelming. Still, it outperformed his old 2-star art, Shatter Metal Fist. Once he finished learning the combat art, Fan Kuan moved on to what he looked forward to most, upgrading his cave. Thanks to premium discount, purchasing spirit power cores now cost him 1,500 fewer spirit crystals apiece. With his current stock, he held more than enough resources for the upgrade. Xiao-Yin, upgrade the cave. A deafening roar erupted. The ground surged, stone walls rose skyward, and the cave underwent a grand transformation into a palace-like structure. Half an hour later, the upgrade finished. Fan Kuan stared up at his nearly 20-meter-tall dwelling, momentarily lost for words. This was unbelievably luxurious. It was no mere cave. It was a true Demon Lord's palace. As Fan Kuan prepared to examine all new facilities, the familiar system announcement chimed. Regional announcement. Cultivator Fan Kuan has become the first in this region to obtain a large-scale cave. Rewards. Regional leyline distribution map. Cave relocation scroll. Faction token. While Fan Kuan inspected his rewards, the regional chat exploded. Congratulations Lord Fan Kuan for claiming yet another regional first. All hail Lord Fan Kuan. Wanner of the Firefox clan bows. All hail Lord Fan Kuan. Inger of the Silver Fox clan bows. 80,000 additional messages omitted. Ever since Fan Kuan rose to prominence, messages posted by female beast folk across the region had skyrocketed. Meanwhile, deprived of Duan Kuan's spirit crystal supply, Shiba traveled at dawn to the medium-sized spirit crystal mine he had discovered and began mining personally. The mine sat at a canyon mouth, more than 10 li away from his cave, uncovered while he cleared rotting corpses. As he mined, he anxiously assigned tasks to his Bear Clan subordinates to secure spirit crystal income. He was only 5,000 units short of his goal when the regional system announcement boomed across the area. Shiba threw back his head and roared in rage. What was this regional leyline distribution map? Fan Kuan pulled the parchment from his storage space and studied it intently. As the map unfurled, his eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, "This is a massive windfall." The parchment marked locations where spiritual energy converged, known as spirit energy nodes. If a cave was built atop one of these nodes, spiritual energy density within would surge, greatly benefiting cultivation, spirit plant growth, and livestock rearing. Furthermore, spirit crystal mines forming near nodes were more numerous and higher grade than those elsewhere. Most critically, only 9 large-scale and 18 small-scale spirit energy nodes existed across the entire region, each varying in quality. Holding this map let Fan Kuan seize the finest locations before anyone else. Thank goodness he had finished the large-scale cave upgrade first. Fan Kuan turned his gaze to his second reward, the cave relocation scroll. Excellent, perfectly matched rewards. He could move home whenever he wanted. However, he could not relocate today. He remembered after midnight tonight, Lingshan of the Turtle Clan would refresh his divination ability. Should the diviner pinpoint his cave coordinates, he could use this scroll to relocate and escape danger flawlessly. Last of his 3 rewards was the faction token. Upon activation, you may establish a faction and unlock the faction store. Founding a faction, Fan Kuan rubbed the cool black token between his fingers, narrowing his eyes as he envisioned possibilities. Vast territories, countless subjects, crowds greeting him wherever he went. Ahem. It would also carry heavy responsibilities. One step at a time. First, he would confirm all benefits from his upgraded cave. Xiaoyin, has the spirit crystal mine upgraded? Master, the giant spirit crystal mine has advanced to a super spirit crystal mine. It passively yields 50,000 spirit crystals per day. If destroyed, it grants a one-time payout of 500,000 spirit crystals. Incredible. Passive income now reached 200,000 spirit crystals daily. Coupled with premium discount, Fan Kuan felt like shouting, "Who can compete with me?" Xiaoyin, how many resources are needed for the next cave upgrade? Fan Kuan asked in wealthy confidence. Master, the next stage advances to a small-scale city. Requirements: 1 million units timber, 3 million units stone, 1 million units iron ore, 500,000 units copper ore, 500 spirit power cores, 1,000 affiliated caves under your faction, and 1 fully charged city core. Wow. Altogether, those resources would cost over 200,000 spirit crystals. It seemed he still needed to work hard to earn more. What does faction scale mean? Master, to upgrade into a small-scale city, you must establish your own faction. You need to command at least 1,000 subordinate caves to satisfy the requirement. So that was how it worked. Made sense. You could not build a city with no followers at all. Fan Kuan stroked his chin, thinking he would need to keep impersonating royalty going forward. Such steep upgrade requirements meant the vast majority of beast folk would never advance their shelters to city status, doomed to become vassals of others. What about a fully charged city core? Can I purchase one directly from shops? Master, city cores are not sold in shops. You and your subordinates must infuse a blank city core with vitality harvested via vitality orbs. Xiaoyin pointed toward a newly appeared stone platform in the center of the bedchamber. Resting on the platform was an oval white stone orb with a glossy, polished surface. Fan Kuan leaned forward for a closer look. This orb is the city core? What happens once it is fully charged? After upgrading to a small-scale city, this orb functions as the city's central energy hub and transforms into a spirit-raising pool. Xiaoyin bowed. A spirit-raising pool. Fan Kuan stood upright. The pool royal beast folk use for shape-shifting and spiritual ascension? Precisely, master. A magnificent treasure. Fan Kuan leaned in to observe it once more. After a moment he asked, I have heard royal beast folk can only take human form after shape-shifting within a spirit-raising pool. Does this ritual elevate their bloodline rank as well? It does. Ordinary royal beast folk hold 6-star bloodlines. Only by completing shape-shifting and spiritual ascension within the pool can they attain true 7-star royal bloodline rank. 7-star royal bloodline. Fan Kuan pondered for a moment, then glanced deeply at Xiao Yin. This young maid knew everything, yet would never volunteer information or break rules to speak ahead of time. What are vitality orbs? Fan Kuan raised an eyebrow. They are basic craftable items unlocked once a faction is founded. I must establish a faction first. Yes, master. Fan Kuan looked down at the faction token in his grasp and selected Activate. Please name your faction. The name will be announced across the entire region upon confirmation. Oh no, a public regional broadcast. Normally that would be wonderful, but a diviner would try to expose his location tonight. Revealing his faction name now would hand clues straight to his enemy. If his faction name got divine tonight, recruitment would grow far harder later on. Better play it safe. He would hold off until tomorrow. Xiao Yin, advance my bloodline. As you wish, master. Initiating host bloodline scan. Bloodline. Human. Fused bloodline. Howling Moon AO clan. Rank. Initiate realm 2nd order. Talent. 6-star. Vitality aptitude. 86. Spirit aptitude. 65. Vitality. 2580/3870. Spirit power. 2925/2925. Detected host is human. The native human bloodline is inherently frail and cannot be upgraded. Upgrade will instead boost spirit aptitude. A stream of white light poured into his body, persisting far longer than previous upgrades. Presently, talent elevated by 1 star. Bloodline. Human royal. Fused bloodline. Howling Moon AO clan. Rank. Initiate realm 2nd order. Talent. 7-star. Vitality aptitude. 86. Spirit aptitude. 108. Vitality. 2580/3870. Spirit power. 2925/4860. Human royal? Fan Kuan stared at his updated status panel in undisguised surprise. A king's suffix attached to the human bloodline. Could this be the fabled human royal bloodline? Also, shouldn't a 7-star talent correspond to a spirit power aptitude of around 70-something? Why has it shot all the way past 100? Could it be 7-star is a critical threshold? Those who reach this talent are royal members of their race, receiving a 50% boost to their stats. If so, the gap between 6-star and 7-star becomes enormous. At the same initial realm 2nd stage, a 6-star talent yields a spirit power cap of just over 2,900, yet a 7-star talent leaps straight to 4,800. Truly terrifying. It seems only upon crossing into 7-star talent can one truly be called a legendary monstrous genius. Does the same rule apply to the royal bloodlines of the beast clans? Detected. Host body contains Howling Moon AO clan bloodline. Bloodline talent elevated by 1 rank. Crimson light surged into his body. Howling Moon AO bloodline upgraded to Heavenly Ho bloodline. Bloodline talent upgrade complete. Bloodline. Human royal fused bloodline. Heavenly Ho clan realm. Initial realm 2nd stage talent. 7-star vitality aptitude. 98 spirit power aptitude. 108 vitality. 2580/4410 spirit power. 2925/4860. The Heavenly Ho clan was a 6-star beast clan bloodline, and the vitality gain it brought was fairly ordinary. It appeared that truly earth-shattering transformations only took place upon breaking through to 7-star. What a pity. Back when he obtained the hyena bloodline, his human race talent had already advanced once. Otherwise, this beast clan talent could also have ascended to royal rank. Now it was time to claim the benefits brought by his cave's new attributes, a single free purchase from the Spirit Crystal Shop. Fan Kuan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He opened the newly unlocked page of the Spirit Crystal Shop, the manuals section. Good heavens, manuals ranging from 1 star all the way to 9-star were on sale, though the price gap was absolutely staggering. 1-star manual, 200 spirit crystals. 2-star manual, 1,000 spirit crystals. 3-star manual, 5,000 spirit crystals. 4-star manual, 10,000 spirit crystals. 5-star manual, 30,000 spirit crystals. 6-star manual, 100,000 spirit crystals. 7-star manual, 2 million spirit crystals. 8-star manual, 30 million spirit crystals. 9-star manual, 100 million spirit crystals. Even Fan Kuan, who owned 4 super-large spirit crystal mines, twitched at the corners of his mouth upon seeing the prices for manuals above 6-star. Unfortunately, the shop's discount attribute only applied to ordinary supplies. High-grade goods, such as manuals, were excluded. That made sense. 7-star manuals counted as high-order treasures. Artifacts of such caliber were likely unseen by anyone in the entire region at present. 6 days into the apocalypse, his library attribute had only yielded a single 7-star cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Fan Kuan tapped open the 9-star manual page. 9-star cultivation technique. Azure Sky Divine Invocation Art 9-star combat skill. Burning Heaven Blaze 9-star combat skill. Thunderbolt Fist 9-star movement skill. Startling Swiftness. Whoa, more than 29-star manuals in total. There were cultivation techniques, overpowered offensive combat skills, and movement arts, all representing the absolute pinnacle of this world. Fan Kuan found himself in a dilemma. As an adult from Blue Planet, he did not want to choose. He wanted everything. Yet that could only ever happen in his dreams. Which one should he pick? Fan Kuan rested his chin in his hand and pondered. A 9-star cultivation technique sounded appealing. It would boost both spirit power cultivation speed and spirit power regeneration. But he had only just acquired a 7-star cultivation technique the previous day. Swapping it out now would be redundant. Furthermore, he could only cultivate spirit power at night in his current state. No matter how fast a technique accelerated cultivation, he could not practice non-stop. He needed to keep his vitality and spirit power balanced. 9-star offensive combat skills were worth considering, especially Burning Heaven Blaze, an area of attack skill that could drastically speed up monster hunting. Yet Fan Kuan wondered whether his current trivial cultivation base of Initial Realm 2nd Stage possessed enough spirit power to sustain such a massive ultimate skill. After a moment of deliberation, Fan Kuan settled on a 9-star movement skill. In this unknown apocalyptic world, being able to run well meant surviving longer, a thoroughly practical advantage. Fan Kuan clicked purchase. A brilliant golden light orb materialized in his palm. 9-star movement skill, Startling Swiftness. A fleeting flash, an instantaneous bound. None under heaven may track you, neither gods nor ghosts. Whoa, just reading the description told him this skill was extraordinary. Fan Kuan immediately selected to learn it and began testing its capabilities. Golden light flickered beneath his feet. In an instant, he teleported straight from his bedroom to the cave entrance. This was genuine short-range teleportation. More golden halos flashed as Fan Kuan's figure appeared across different spots within his cavernous state. After 7 consecutive teleports, Fan Kuan halted, brimming with excitement. Truly worthy of being a 9-star skill. Aside from a roughly 1-second recovery lag upon landing, the whole sequence flows almost seamlessly. He lifted his gaze toward the distant mining zone. The next moment, he had already appeared among the mines. Wow, that leap had spanned at least 300 meters. Startling Swiftness was overwhelmingly powerful. That marked the maximum teleport distance he could achieve at his current stage. Teleportation consumed massive amounts of spirit power and cost scaled with distance. That final jump alone drained 500 points of his spirit power. He would need to accelerate his cultivation progress. It would be embarrassing to own supreme combat arts, yet lack the energy to use them. Fan Kuan inspected the changes within his dwelling. He experienced firsthand his transformed estate, now stretching across nearly 3 square kilometers. It could no longer rightly be called a cave. It was an underground palace. Calming his surging emotions, Fan Kuan entered the spirit cultivation chamber to restore his spirit power. After the upgrade, spiritual energy concentration inside the chamber had risen once more, reaching roughly 7 times the density of the outside world. It took less than 10 minutes for Fan Kuan to fully replenish his expended spirit power. He donned his purple scale armor and headed out to exterminate the corrupted corpses. The moment he pushed open the stone gate, 2 mantis monsters stood motionless right outside the doorway. What was this? Fan Kuan was surprised. Had monsters gathered outside while he was gone for a day? The mantis monsters showed no courtesy. Spotting a living being emerge, they brandished their bladed forelimbs and lunged straight at Fan Kuan. Perfect timing. Golden light flashed under Fan Kuan's feet, placing him beside one of the mantises. His spirit locust finger struck true, piercing the creature's brain. It collapsed lifelessly. The second mantis whirled around and brought its blade crashing down. Fan Kuan accelerated, slipping past the edge of its strike, and smashed Thunderbolt Fist directly into its skull. Boom. Its skull shattered, gore splattering outward. Gray-black energy flowed into Fan Kuan, granting him 100 vitality points. A blue 2-star light orb also dropped. Medium spirit power restoration potion. Well, would you look at that? Free loot delivered right to my door first thing in the morning. Fan Kuan grabbed each mantis by the leg and tossed their corpses outside the entrance. Instead of heading toward the cave filled with corrupted corpses he had discovered previously, Fan Kuan struck out in a new direction. He wanted to explore the surrounding terrain before relocating, hoping he might stumble across another spirit crystal mine. Whether because he had not cleared monsters for a full day, or because the apocalypse intensified, more and more corrupted corpses were crawling up from underground. Beside a stream within a wooded area, Fan Kuan spotted large numbers of ordinary corrupted corpses standing listlessly. Every so often, ghost whelps or mantis monsters would also appear. At his current combat strength, these creatures posed no threat whatsoever. Even if surrounded by multiple minor bosses, he could simply teleport away using startling swiftness. After traveling for roughly an hour, Fan Kuan climbed to the crest of a hill. He was about to eat a couple of peaches to rest when the sight unfolding before him made even this 3-time regional rank 1 expert draw a sharp breath. At the foot of the opposite hill slope lay a cave. Massive hordes of corrupted corpses crowded all around it. Fan Kuan leaped atop a tall tree and observed intently. Ordinary corrupted corpses packed the outer ring. 20-odd ghost whelps and mantis monsters occupied the inner circle. Standing guard right before the low cave mouth were 2 3-meter-tall black-furred ape monsters. Hiss! What was going on here? Had monsters seized this cave? Fan Kuan was confused. Even if monsters had wiped out whoever dwelt there overnight, they ought to withdraw during daylight. Why remain such huge swarms lingering here? Could it be? Fan Kuan's eyes lit up. Some precious treasure inside the cave was drawing them. Fan Kuan pressed his lips together and thought it over. That had to be it. There was no other reason for hordes of corrupted corpses to gather in broad daylight, especially alongside these previously unseen black-furred ape monsters. He glanced at the sun. It was shortly past noon. He then checked his status panel. Vitality, 3,610/44, 10 spirit power, 2,760/4,860. Over 3,000 vitality points. He would go for it. With startling swiftness as his escape fallback, he could flee even if the fight turned against him. Having made up his mind, Fan Kuan jumped down from the tree. He crouched low and circled stealthily around the far side of the slope. Once within range, Fan Kuan burst out from cover. He unleashed Spirit Locust Finger toward 2 outer ring corrupted corpses. The piercing attack tore through the heads of the first 2 foes, continuing onward to pierce 2 more. For corrupted corpses crumpled to the ground. Roar! The deaths exposed Fan Kuan's position. Every stationary corrupted corpse twisted its head toward him, then roared and charged forward. Fan Kuan retreated backward, firing off successive Spirit Locust Finger strikes. One corrupted corpse after another fell. The mantis monsters behind the horde flew into a rage. They shoved aside the corpses blocking their path, pushed to the front of the mob, and pounced toward Fan Kuan with whirring bladed limbs. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, Fan Kuan dared not grow overconfident. He activated startling swiftness, carefully maintaining distance from the horde. This 9-star movement skill enabled not just teleportation, but also sustained high-speed movement with moderate spirit power expenditure. Even when leaping with full strength, the 12 mantis monsters could not close the gap between themselves and Fan Kuan. The leading mantises fell one after another under Spirit Locust Finger strikes. Though their defenses exceeded ordinary corrupted corpses, they could not survive direct shots to the head. Before long, every mantis monster lay dead on the ground. Fan Kuan moved like a nimble marksman, continuing to mow down corrupted corpses. Soon all ordinary corrupted corpses were eliminated. Only 10 ghost whelps still chased relentlessly behind him. Their short limbs limited their speed, and they too were soon slain. Having disposed of all pursuing monsters, Fan Kuan approached the cave entrance. The 2 black-furred ape monsters still stood guard there, strengthening his conviction that treasure lay within. Sensing his approach, they did not immediately attack. Instead, they hunched over and issued deep, threatening growls. They could restrain their innate urge to attack. Truly higher-tier bosses. Fan Kuan smirked and launched a Spirit Locust Finger at one of them. The ape raised its arm to block. The force pierced clean through its thick limb, opening a bleeding wound. Roar! Agony drove it mad. It leaped straight for Fan Kuan. The second ape cast nervous glances back toward the cave interior, yet held its ground, continuing to stand sentinel. These ape bosses were formidable. Fan Kuan's Spirit Locust Finger strikes kept getting blocked by their arms, Yet this only delayed their demise. After more than a dozen hits, one ape's arm snapped, and a projectile pierced its skull. Fan Kuan advanced toward the cave. The remaining ape boss snarled anxiously toward the dark opening, behaving like a loyal guard dog. 10 more spirit locust finger strikes later, the final black-furred ape collapsed. Judging by the last ape's behavior, there had to be another boss deeper inside. Fan Kuan drank 2 spirit power restoration potions and stepped cautiously toward the cave with grave focus. Reaching the entrance, he poked a branch through the overgrown grass to peer inside. Suddenly, a deathly pale face with pitch-black, glowing eyes loomed right in front of him. Whoa! Fan Kuan teleported backward in alarm while firing a spirit locust finger straight at the monster's face. A shriek echoed, and the creature retreated deeper into the cave. Silence emanated from the opening. Fan Kuan slowly edged forward again. This intermediate-grade cave had a narrow entrance, and light barely penetrated the interior. Even standing right at the mouth, Fan Kuan could not clearly see what lay within. What was he supposed to do now? He refused to recklessly teleport straight inside, fearing he might be swarmed by multiple foes. It looked like demolition work was in order. Fan Kuan climbed above the cave mouth and began smashing the surrounding rock with his fists. Bang, bang, bang. As the entrance widened, monster roars grew more frantic, and details of the inner cavern gradually came into view. Once the opening stretched to nearly 2 meters across, Fan Kuan could see everything within. A monster resembling a ghost bride stood guard beside 2 massive black eggs. Strangely, 6 bushy fox tails trailed behind its body. One egg was already empty. The other contained a young fox-like being with a childlike face. Fan Kuan observed, reminded of parasitic creatures he had seen in old films. So that explained everything. All those outside monsters had been protecting this ghost bride while it carried out its parasitic process. Should he intervene? While Fan Kuan hesitated, the young fox creature stirred, roused by daylight streaming through the expanded entrance. It looked around in dazed confusion. Upon spotting the ghost bride beside it, it burst into loud cries. Seeing the ghost bride raise its hand to strike the crying creature, Fan Kuan reacted instantly, teleporting into the cavern. Boom! Thunderbolt fist slammed into the ghost bride, sending it flying away from the young fox, like being. The ghost bride scrambled back to its feet. Instead of charging at Fan Kuan like ordinary monsters, it retreated to a corner and roared furiously. Had it grown weak after hatching its eggs? Fan Kuan showed no mercy. Several successive spirit, locust finger strikes struck home, and the ghost bride crumpled to the ground. Until its final breath, its gaze remained fixed on the giant eggs. A red light orb dropped from its corpse. Wow, a 2-star orb. That was the highest ranked bloodline orb Fan Kuan had yet found. He hurried over and picked it up excitedly. 3-star red, tailed fox blood essence. A fox, clan bloodline. Fan Kuan glanced toward the teary-eyed young fox-like creature. Hey, don't look at me like that, Fan Kuan said softly. Don't be afraid. I will get you out of here. He tore apart the silken strands wrapping the egg and lifted the young fox, like being free. Setting it down on the stone ground, the creature huddled weakly. Its almond-shaped eyes studied Fan Kuan carefully. Then a soft, tender voice spoke. Are you a royal clan adult? Fan Kuan fell silent for a moment. Yes, I am of royal blood. After rescuing the young fox, like being, Fan Kuan wasted no time heading back. He dared not linger there to attempt absorbing the blood essence. Left unprotected, this intermediate cave would become extremely dangerous once night fell. On the journey back, Fan Kuan held the young creature in his arms and traveled using startling swiftness. Exhausted and hungry, it quickly fell asleep against his shoulder. Upon returning to his cavern estate, Fan Kuan laid the young being gently onto his stone bed. Only then could he examine it properly. It bore a striking resemblance to a human girl. The only obvious differences were a pair of small pointed fox ears atop its head and a single tail behind its back. True to the fox clan's innate gift, its features were soft and lovely. Staring at the sleeping young fox being, Fan Kuan let out a long sigh. What have I gotten myself into? I ended up saving a young beast clan member. He already had enough troubles, being marked as a traitor among the beast clans. Taking this creature in complicated things further, Fan Kuan shook his head. He covered the young being with a blanket and let it rest in his bedroom. Then he proceeded to the library within his estate to sort through his day's spoils. The library was a new facility unlocked upon upgrading to a large-scale cavern estate. Unlike Blue Planet libraries filled with rows of shelves, its stone walls featured many recessed square niches. Each niche was covered by a light barrier. Once a manual was placed inside, the estate's auxiliary intelligence Xiao Yin could retrieve and reference it. Fan Kuan took out more than 100 light orbs he had collected. Though not as numerous as previous hauls, half had dropped from minor bosses, yielding a relatively high proportion of black and purple orbs. These low-grade pieces of equipment and manuals no longer interested Fan Kuan. He instructed Xiao Yin to store them for later sale in a faction shop once he established his own force. He told Xiao Yin to place all other resource orbs throughout different zones of the estate. Food supplies and potions went straight into his spacious storage dimension. With his loot sorted, Fan Kuan entered the spirit cultivation chamber to begin his night-time cultivation. His vitality had already far surpassed the second stage threshold. If he maxed out his remaining 2,000 spirit power points tonight, he would advance to initial realm third stage. Combining his 7-star cultivation technique with the 7-fold spiritual energy density of the spirit cultivation chamber, Fan Kuan finished saturating his spirit power by midnight. As tremors emanated from his dantian, the once orderly spiritual energy turned violent. His internal organs and bones were being enhanced in unison. After a short while, his aura steadied. Bloodline, human royal fused bloodline. Heavenly Ho Clan realm. Initiation realm 3rd, order talent. 7-star vitality talent. 98 spirit talent. 108 vitality. 4410/66, 15 spiritual energy. 4860/7290. Nice. The upper limits of his vitality and spiritual energy had risen by 50% once more. Looking at his status panel, Fan Kuan felt his greater potential, and his will to survive grew stronger. Gazing at his nearly 5,000-point vitality and spiritual energy, Fan Kuan thought he could try exploring the corrupted corpse cavern. He stood and stretched his muscles. Suddenly, he remembered the young fox resting in his bedroom. He wondered if she had woken up. He peeked through the bedroom doorway. The little fox lay curled beneath brocade covers, sound asleep. From time to time her brows knitted, and fear flickered across her delicate features. Seeing she still slumbered, Fan Kuan returned to his spirit cultivation chamber. He had intended to resume cultivating spiritual energy at once, yet he knew he would build a faction soon and needed to stay in touch with his followers. He also wanted to check whether hostile messages about him would surface in the group chat after midnight. Inside a cave dwelling beside a lake, Ling Chun stared at information yielded by divine divination, lost in deep thought with a furrowed brow. Alien races within this region will appear in the guise of beastkin royalty. Royalty? How could that possibly be? Beads of sweat formed on Ling Chun's forehead. Royalty were the leaders of the beastkin. How could an alien pass themselves off as royalty? Ling Chun rose to his full height and paced within his cave. The intruder was not beastkin, yet could appear as royalty. Could this alien possess shape-shifting abilities? But Ling Chun shook his head. All living beings had arrived in the Doomsday Lands only a few days prior. This world was vast. The alien would have had no chance to encounter true royalty to mimic their appearance. Even if they had, the royalty would either have slain them on the spot or broadcast the news across the regional chat. No such reports had appeared. Ling Chun held great faith in the combat power of royalty. As the leaders of the valiant beastkin, every royal commanded earth, shattering strength. Could it be that the alien already bore a striking resemblance to royalty? Ling Chun lifted his head sharply as a possibility dawned on him. It was an ancient legend passed down across eons on the Azeroth continent. When beastkin royalty underwent ascension through transformation, they took on the form of a race known as humans. Born gifted in manipulating spiritual energy, humans were the darlings of heaven and spirits of all creation. Beastkin royalty took human form to sharpen their perception of the world's spiritual energy, compensating for their innate flaw, overwhelming vitality paired with insufficient spiritual power. The legend also carried a stern warning. Humans were crafty, greedy, and unprincipled. If this intruder was human, things would become troublesome. Ling Chen's eyes darkened, his expression grave. At that moment, a private message arrived on the light screen that had remained connected. Shiba, any results? Ling Chen, yes. Divination foretells the alien will appear wearing the guise of royalty. Shiba, royalty? Impossible. Outsiders cannot impersonate royalty. Their features are entirely different from ours. Ling Chun, what if the alien is human? Shiba, human? That race spoken of only in legend? Ling Chun, highly plausible. Do you recall the divine oracle from the beast god 3 days before we entered the Doomsday Lands? Shiba, how could I forget? The beast god proclaimed, the heavens shift, realm gates swing open. Alien invaders shall scour the land. Evil thoughts converge. Wicked spirits descend. Calamity shall befall all worlds. Ling Chun. Therefore, humans must be one of the alien factions foretold by the beast god. Shiba. Can your next divination directly reveal the alien's cave location? Ling Chun. It cannot. Divine divination only gives vague premonitions of events that will greatly affect me. It cannot pinpoint exact details. Still, this reading has given us enormous insight. Knowing the foe moves under a royal identity drastically narrows our search pool. There are very few royals in this region. If we keep watch on every royal, we shall inevitably spot their flaws. Shiba. True, there are roughly 10 beastkin royals in this zone. Yet most keep low profiles and rarely speak in regional chat. Where do we begin our investigation? Ling Chun. First gather detailed intelligence on every royal within the region. Then we wait. Shiba. Wait? Wait for what? Ling Chun. Wait for an occasion when royals of this region can meet face to face. If we act rashly and probe each royal now, we risk alerting our target, who will then go into hiding. We must pretend we know nothing. Once the rules of the Doomsday Lands shift to permit royal gatherings, we will reference our collected data, and screen each candidate one by one. Shiba. Humph. Then let this alien live a little longer. Ling Chun. Remember, this information stays between us. We cannot trust the other royals for now. After all, only the two of us have met each other among Azeroth's royalty. We have never laid eyes on the rest. Shiba. Understood. Meanwhile, Fan Kuan, the supposedly crafty, greedy traitor, was chatting amicably with his followers. Fan Kuan. Lair, where did your elder sister marry? What was her dowry? Fan Kuan. Lair, are there any ancient ruins or legends in your Iron Furnace city? Fan Kuan. Lair, how many partners does your father have? Fan Kuan. Gang Air. Gongzi, what is your usual income? Dawn of the 8th day of the apocalypse. Through late night cultivation, Fan Kuan had maxed out his spiritual energy. At dawn, Xiaoyin promptly presented a light orb. He tapped it open. 5. Star Combat Art, Cloud Soaring Technique. A movement-type skill. He could only deposit it in the library to be listed in his faction store later. Fan Kuan opened the chat system and reviewed the latest messages. All quiet. His identity and location had not been exposed. No threads mentioning him as a traitor existed in the chat. It seemed divine divination could only cast vague predictions and could not pinpoint him precisely. So why delay? Time to relocate. Fan Kuan took out his cave relocation scroll. Just as he prepared to input the coordinates for the largest spiritual energy node on the regional line map, his fingers paused. He turned his head. Xiaoyin, when the cave relocates. He nodded toward the bedroom. Will living beings not originally part of the cave be teleported along with it? Xiaoyin smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Master. Every living creature and resource inside the cave will be transported together. Fan Kuan walked to the bedroom doorway. The young fox lay on her side, cheeks flushed, long eyelashes fluttering gently with each breath. Watching the still, sleeping fox, Fan Kuan smiled. He traced his finger to confirm the destination. The relocation scroll burst into silvery light that enveloped the entire cave. In the next instant, the cave vanished beneath the ground. Once the dizziness faded, Fan Kuan glanced at the fox still fast asleep. He checked his mining area. The 4 giant spirit crystal mines still stood tall. Impatiently, he stepped outside his cave. Good heavens, this place was like a fairyland. Beyond the cave stretched a vast canyon encircled by towering green mountains. Lush grass, dense woods, and blooming wildflowers carpeted the land. Thick spiritual energy drifted through every corner of the canyon like morning mist. Fan Kuan's cave sat halfway up a mountain peak. A waterfall cascaded nearby. Outside the cave entrance lay a 300-square-meter stone platform offering sweeping views over the whole canyon. Standing on the platform with hands clasped behind his back, Fan Kuan surveyed the land below. A sense of supreme authority washed over him. He chuckled. One day, the ground beneath him would be filled with countless beings of all races, looking upward toward him. He refocused his thoughts and sorted out his priorities. The first wave of celestial disasters would end in 5 days, when the comprehensive shelter power rankings would be published. Securing a top 3 regional rank was his highest priority, for it would grant him access to a 5-star bloodline essence. Fan Kuan opened the holographic panel. Shelter comprehensive power includes shelter grade, auxiliary facilities, secret manual equipment star ratings, cultivation progress. His shelter grade was already the highest available. Upgrading to a small city would demand massive time spent recruiting subordinates and gathering city core materials. Neither task could be finished within 5 days without severely slowing his own cultivation progress. Auxiliary facilities were simpler. No one else possessed as many spirit crystals as he did at this stage. He could purchase more spirit springs, beast enclosures, and spirit energy cores. They would prove useful later anyway. When it came to secret manuals, he held an overwhelming advantage. A 9-star movement art, 7-star cultivation technique, 6-star finger strike art, plus assorted palm and fist combat arts. That should be more than enough. Equipment was his weak point. Right now he only had one barely usable 3-star armor. He would need to hunt more boss-grade monsters. Cultivation progress worried him. He had lost an entire day absorbing attributes. The Beastkin Royals boasted talents comparable or superior to his own, and their cultivation speed was formidable. After organizing his plans, Fan Kuan resolved to devote the next 5 days entirely to cultivation so he would not fall too far behind in that category. He would establish his faction only after this round of celestial disasters concluded and his power had grown further. He descended the stone platform along a winding trail and wandered through the canyon. Mesmerized by the scenery and saturated spiritual energy, he even found the roaming corrupted corpses almost tolerable. Whether due to the dense local spiritual energy or monsters growing stronger as the apocalypse dragged on, ordinary corrupted corpses remained the most numerous threat. Yet packs of corrupted corpse hounds roamed freely, and ghosts, children, and mantis beasts appeared everywhere. That suited Fan Kuan perfectly. He no longer needed to waste time searching for foes. Rounding a mountain ridge, he reached the canyon's innermost depths. A great lake came into view. Sunlight glinted off the water, casting shimmering white radiance across its surface. Truly the finest spiritual energy node in this region. The lake itself was nearly transforming into a spirit lake. Fan Kuan was thoroughly satisfied with his new home, but he frowned at the hordes of corrupted corpses lingering around the shore. He had to clear them away. He would not let filth pollute these waters. Moments later, all corpses around the lake had been eliminated, and his vitality bar refilled completely. He sat cross-legged by the shore and rapidly replenished his spent spiritual energy. Soon, energy rippled through his body. He had advanced. Bloodline, Human Royal Fused Bloodline, Heavenly Ho Clan Realm, Initiation Realm 4th, Order Talent, 7-star Vitality Talent, 98 Spirit Talent, 108 Vitality, 6615/99, Spiritual Energy, 7290/10935. Wow. After another 50% boost, his spiritual energy ceiling had broken 10,000, and his vitality was close behind. Fan Kuan recalled how merely days ago he had been a weakling with 100 vitality points. He pondered his stats. Inside his new cave's cultivation chamber, spiritual energy concentration was 10 times higher than outside. Combined with his 7-star cultivation manual, he could recover 1,000 spiritual energy points per hour. If he improved his efficiency slaying monsters, he might advance 2 minor realms in a single day. At this rate, he could potentially reach Initiation Realm 9th Order before the celestial disasters ended. Keep pushing forward. Glancing at fish swimming happily in the lake, Fan Kuan set off to explore another direction. He returned to the stone platform outside his cave, crossed the grassland below, and followed the canyon further onward. The passage narrowed, and the surrounding mountain cliffs grew steeper. Presently, the corrupted corpse cavern appeared before him. Fan Kuan's expression turned solemn. What a coincidence! He had just relocated and already found this cavern, sitting right on the only path leading out of the canyon. He flashed onto the opposite cliff and carefully observed the sight. This cavern was far larger than the one he had discovered before. Its opening spanned 30 meters across. Even outside the cave, he could clearly hear the furious roars of corrupted creatures echoing from within. Corrupted corpse hounds, ghosts, children, and mantis beasts continuously streamed out of the entrance. A smirk tugged at Fan Kuan's lips. Since they were here, he would use their bodies to fill his 4th Order vitality gauge. Dusk settled over the mountain ridges. Fan Kuan had fully restored his 4th Order vitality and resolved to use the remaining daylight to finish mapping the rest of the canyon. Following the mountain foothills through a narrow stretch, he arrived at the canyon exit where 2 massive mountains nearly converged. This was no ordinary pass. It looked as though a celestial sword had split the mountains apart, a naturally impregnable choke point. Fan Kuan scanned his surroundings. If he built a wall across the gap where the mountains almost met, he would complete the canyon's outer defenses. The full layout of the canyon formed clearly in his mind. Shaped like a gourd and ringed by mountain ranges, Fan Kuen's cave rested at the gourd's narrow waist. Directly before the cave lay the upper grasslands. The lake sat in the bottom bulb of the gourd, and a narrow passage at the gourd's tip formed the sole canyon exit. He looked up at the towering encircling peaks and murmured, "A natural stronghold, nearly impassable even for birds." Beyond the exit stretched rolling hills. His eyes lit up, and he dashed forward. Pale white light glowed. A medium-sized spirit crystal mine. How fortunate. Fan Kuen had wondered why no mines had appeared inside the canyon despite its powerful spiritual energy node. It had been waiting for him right outside. Perfect. His expanded large-scale cave storage space could hold a medium-sized spirit crystal mine. Light flickered. The mine was secured. He headed home. Elsewhere, Shiba had upgraded his dwelling to a large-scale cave and poured all his focus into cultivation. Aside from occasional messages to Ling Chun, he ignored managing his bearkin subordinates. His sole goal was to become the first person in the region to break through to the next major realm. Though Fan Kuen had snatched the #1 regional ranking from him 3 times already, Shiba believed true cultivation strength defined royal status. When he advanced, his name would resound across the entire zone. The dark golden bearkin ought to be the true rulers of these lands. Glancing at the fading sky, Shiba hurried onward. His stockpile of spirit crystals was exhausted. Now that his cave had been upgraded, he intended to claim a wild spirit crystal mine for convenient cultivation access. He reached the canyon pass and circled the area repeatedly. Where was the mine? Where in the world had it gone? Fan Kuen returned to his cave humming cheerfully. Upon entering, he saw the young fox awake, sitting by the stone table eating peaches under Xiao Yin's watch. Spotting Fan Kuen, she dropped her peach and hurried over nervously. She dropped to her knees with a soft thud. "Greetings, my lord." "Rise." Fan Kuen squatted down in front of her. The young fox lifted her fair, delicate face. Her large round eyes held the clarity of youth. She slowly stood, tense, bit her lower lip, and whispered, "Thank you for saving me, my lord." Fan Kuen looked at her human-like youthful features and smiled. "We are both of fox kind. It was only right." Her eyes sparkled with surprise. "You are fox kind? Then, are you a 9-tailed heavenly fox, my lord?" Fan Kuen gently patted the top of her head. "Yes. This humble servant Lu Yunxi greets the heavenly fox lord." She dropped to her knees once more. Fan Kuen quickly helped her back to her feet and tapped her nose lightly. "No more kneeling when you see me. You may continue calling me my lord, or you may call me. I shall keep addressing you as my lord." Lu Yunxi answered with a soft smile. "Very well." Fan Kuen took her hand and led her back to the stone table. "Then I shall call you Yunxi?" "Yes, my lord," she replied, tilting her head upward. Fan Kuen sat beside the table and gestured toward the peaches. "Are they tasty?" Lu Yunxi nodded. "Very tasty. Eat as many as you like." Lu Yunxi waved her small hands. "No thank you. I'm full." Fan Kuen nodded and pondered for a moment before lowering his voice to ask, "Tell me what happened to you. What went on inside that cave?" At the mention of this painful memory, big tears began to stream down Lu Yunxi's cheeks. Her face crumpled with grief as she spoke in broken sobs. 3 days after the divine beast's oracle, Mother and I were teleported to that cave. But, on the 3rd night after the great catastrophe struck, hordes of monsters burst into our cave and trapped us. Then Mother was devoured by one of those monsters. 2 mother and daughter foxes assigned to a single cave. Quite considerate allocation. Fan Kuen's expression turned solemn. A monster ate the mother fox and then gained a foxtail? What if it had eaten both of them? Also, just what was this divine beast's oracle anyway? Seeing how distraught the little fox was, Fan Kuen tried to shift the subject. "Have you managed to get in touch with your father?" My father was killed by the wolf clan a year ago." She burst into loud, heart-wrenching weeping. Fan Kuen rose to his feet, walked over to Lu Yunxi's side, and gently patted her shoulder. After a long while, Lu Yunxi gradually stopped crying. She looked up at Fan Kuen with tear-blurred eyes, her voice hoarse. "Sir, what am I supposed to do from now on?" That was indeed a difficult question. Fan Kuen's brows twitched. He squatted down, stared at his own toes, and said slowly, "We are both of the Fox clan. I will take care of you." Noticing the girl's mood had lightened a little, Fan Kuen pulled out a glowing orb. "Would you like to try opening mystery orbs?" Lu Yunxi was clearly familiar with these orbs. She nodded, and a spark of light returned to her eyes. As Lu Yunxi opened orb after orb, a faint smile crept onto her face. Fan Kuen chose that moment to speak. You remember the divine beast's oracle? What exactly were you doing when it came? Children's emotions shifted quickly. At Fan Kuen's question, Lu Yunxi chattered away, recounting the oracle and everything that had happened that day. Afraid she might misremember, Fan Kuen casually asked her the same thing again several minutes later. Lu Yunxi confidently repeated every detail, word for word. The divine beast's oracle echoed 3 times. I've memorized every single word and will never forget it, rest assured, sir. Watching her unshakable certainty, Fan Kuen gave a slight nod and sank into thought. It seemed humans and beastfolk had experienced much the same sequence. Both had received advance warning 3 days prior, followed by mass teleportation. Yet, why had the divine beast's message contained extra lines that had not been heard back on Blue Star? Fan Kuen still remembered perfectly the announcement he had heard on Blue Star. It had only warned everyone they would be transported to the Doomsday Lands 3 days later, nothing more. Why, then, had the beastfolk's deity described so many specifics about the coming disaster? Fan Kuen murmured the verses under his breath. Heaven and earth shift, realm gates swing wide. Alien races shall scourge the land. Evil thoughts converge, wicked spirits descend, calamity shall blanket the world. The more he repeated them, the more unsettled he felt. The divine beast had practically given the beastfolk advance spoilers. It had warned them of invading outsiders, foretold disasters, and evil spirits. From this perspective, the beastfolk's deity played by different rules. Meanwhile, Blue Star's deity seemed far less helpful, though not entirely useless. After all, that power had sent him over ahead of schedule, and had even seized a top-tier cave originally meant for the beastfolk. Quite the compliment. Fan Kuen glanced upward toward the cave's ceiling and let out a quiet huff. Soon Lu Yunxi finished opening all the orbs. She stretched lazily, eyes shining brightly. Sir, what should I do with all these items? Pulling his mind back from his thoughts, Fan Kuen glanced at her. Hand them over to Xiaoyin. Understood. Lu Yunxi gestured toward the pile before her with a smile. Thank you so much, Sisterine. Fan Kuen waved Lu Yunxi over. Come, I'll show you around the dwelling so you can get familiar with the place. When I head out to cultivate later, you can amuse yourself here. Yes, sir. First, Fan Kuen brought Lu Yunxi to the mining zone and stored the spirit crystal ore he had collected. With this addition, Fan Kuen now possessed 5 super spirit crystal mines, yielding an astonishing 250,000 units of spirit crystals each single day. Lu Yunxi stared in awe as the spirit crystal mines expanded before her eyes. Truly worthy of a 9-tailed heavenly fox. Next, Fan Kuen showed her the planting grounds and livestock pens. Lu Yunxi showed little interest in the spirit plants, instead pointing at the empty animal enclosures. Sir, why are there no animals kept in these pens? Because I had no one to handle roasting them. Catching the longing glint in her eyes, Fan Kuen smiled. I personally am not fond of livestock, but tomorrow I can catch a few for you. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Lu Yunxi's eyes crinkled into happy crescents. A thought suddenly struck Fan Kuen. Yunxi, are you capable of cultivation? I am. She stood a little straighter and tiptoed. I've been practicing the cultivation manual we found in the cave. My spirit energy is already full, but my vitality stat is, as long as you can cultivate. Once this round of catastrophes passes, I will take you out to gather vitality together. Thank you, sir. Lu Yunxi gave a formal little bow. What is your current maximum vitality value? 312. Lu Yunxi pouted. Come again. Fan Kuen was thoroughly taken aback. This young fox cub possessed a vitality ceiling 3 times higher than his own when he had first arrived in the Doomsday Lands. Fan Kuen recalled that upon arrival his maximum vitality had been a mere 100. Only after absorbing a hyena's bloodline had it climbed to 410. It really is 312. Lu Yunxi glanced uncertainly at the light screen floating above her wrist. Something felt off. Fan Kuen's gaze fell on the single tail swaying behind her. He clearly remembered the firefox he had slain had possessed 4 tails, yet had been weaker than himself back when he only held a 1-star hyena bloodline. Beastfolk with 1-star bloodlines typically held vitality between 400 and 500. How could this cub already boast over 300? Could beastfolk youth and adults share similar vitality ranges? What bloodline do you bear? Fan Kuen sought confirmation. The red-tailed fox bloodline. Lu Yunxi tilted her chin upward with quiet pride. Red-tailed fox bloodline, a 3-star bloodline. That explained everything. She was of noble descent. 3-star beastfolk normally reached 600 to 700 vitality in adulthood. It made sense for a child to possess roughly half that amount. Look what I have here. Fan Kuen held up the glowing orb containing the 3-star red-tailed fox essence blood. Lu Yunxi accepted it and examined its contents, looking confused. Red-tailed fox essence blood. What is this for? Apparently the young fox did not keep up with group chat messages. Fan Kuan looked her squarely in the eyes and said earnestly, absorbing it can raise your bloodline talent. Really? Lu Yunxi gasped. How can such a marvelous thing exist? She cupped the orb in both hands, filled with longing. After my bloodline advances, I shall become a 7-tailed spirit fox of 4-star rank. If I advance even further, Fan Kuan gently patted the top of her head. Take it slow. Absorb the essence blood and get some sleep. Dream big. I'm off to cultivate. I obey, sir. Holding the orb joyfully, Lu Yunxi bowed deeply toward him. Thank you. No need to thank me. This is your mother's last gift to you. Fan Kuan waved and walked away. Inside the cultivation chamber, he skimmed through group chat messages and spent an hour interacting with other practitioners online. In particular, he dug into full details about the Divine Beast's oracle and the origin of the Divine Beast. The Divine Beast was the sole, true deity worshipped across all beast folk of the Azeroth continent. Though it had never physically descended upon the world, its legends ran throughout beast folk history. The beast folk had their Divine Beast. Then who was the deity watching over Blue Star? Fan Kuan sat cross-legged on a straw mat, lost in thought. Blue Star had countless gods and Buddhas. Temples great and small dotted the land. Pinpointing exactly which entity had sent him over would prove difficult. Dawn of the 9th day in the Doomsday Lands. Fan Kuan finished his cultivation and took the orb Xiaoyin handed him. Child-rearing handbook. Huh? What's this? Some kind of skill. Fan Kuan stared at the orb's description, thoroughly perplexed. Very well then. He exhaled slowly. More knowledge could not hurt. Once peace returned, he supposed he could even take up carpentry or blacksmithing. Seeing the little fox still fast asleep, Fan Kuan did not disturb her. Stepping out of the cave, he cleared away rotting corpses surrounding the dwelling before heading straight for the corpse cave. More corrupted corpses huddled in the mountain shadows today. Like bats avoiding sunlight, they lined up in long ranks pressed against the rock face. Fan Kuan cut them down one after another. His spirit-piercing finger unleashed rapid streaks of power, and his 10,000-point spirit energy reserve gave him plenty to spare. Outside the corpse cave's entrance roamed ghost children and mantis monsters. The dense concentration of mini-bosses greatly boosted his kill rate. After advancing to the 4th realm, each mini-boss now granted 40 vitality points instead of 50. This minor drop barely slowed his cultivation progress. Before noon, as his Danteon underwent another transformation, Fan Kuan successfully broke through to starting realm 5th order. Bloodline, Human Royal, Fused Bloodline. Heavenly Hound Clan, Realm, starting realm 5th order, Talent, 7-star, Vitality Talent. 98, Spirit Energy Talent. 108, Vitality. 9,922/14883, Spirit Energy. 10,935/16402. The 50% stat increase per realm grew more staggering at higher ranks, though the time required for each breakthrough also rose accordingly. Feeling his nearly 15,000-point maximum vitality and seemingly inexhaustible spirit energy, Fan Kuan's gaze drifted toward the cave's dark depths. Maybe I ought to go in and pay our host a visit. His constant fighting outside the cave these past 2 days had enraged the powerful boss dwelling deep within, who roared repeatedly from the darkness. For reasons unknown, whether restricted in movement or bound by other forces, the boss had not yet charged out to confront him. Still, Fan Kuan wanted to go inside and face it. They were neighbors, after all. A meeting was inevitable sooner or later. Most importantly, he needed experience to keep leveling. As his vitality ceiling kept rising, he required greater numbers of high-rank corrupted monsters to maintain his cultivation speed. The endless hordes deep inside the corpse cave made for perfect prey. He stepped into the cave, eliminated a few mantis monsters near the entrance, and descended the steep rocky slope toward the underground depths. Light faded the further he went. Only the faint green glow of viscous fluids stuck to the stone walls lit his path forward. Corrupted hounds, ghost children, and mantis monsters kept scrambling upward from below. Fan Kuan slew them all as he advanced, like a warrior marching down into hell. Soon he reached the bottom of the slope. What he saw there nearly made him turn and flee instantly with a flash step. A vast underground cavern stretched out before him. Thousands of corrupted hounds, ghost children, mantis monsters, and black-furred ape monsters fixed their bloodshot gazes directly on him. Further back, lining the far end of the cavern, stood a row of ghost brides, the same creatures he had encountered while rescuing Lu Yunxi. Behind them, upon a raised stone platform, swirled a mass of black flame. Within those flames loomed a graceful silhouette. At Fan Kuen's arrival, that figure let loose a deafening shriek. Every monster surged forward, charging straight toward him. Whoa, I didn't mean to provoke you that badly. He dared not stand against such overwhelming numbers. Golden light flashed beneath his feet, and he darted back out of the cave. Reaching sunlit ground outside, Fan Kuen kept his eyes locked on the cave mouth. A chaotic thunder of footsteps echoed forth, like a dark tide spilling up from the underworld. Had he bitten off far more than he could handle? Fan Kuen raced through options in his mind. If necessary, he would draw the entire horde out toward the canyon. The ravenous monster army poured out of the cave, yet halted sharply at the boundary between sunlight and shadow. They stared at Fan Kuen with crimson eyes, but would not step past that dividing line. After some time, the horde grew less agitated. Most shuffled back into the corpse cave, leaving only a small remnant wandering slowly within the mountainside shadows. Fan Kuen heaved a deep sigh. Disaster averted. He glanced upward at the sun hanging in the sky. If only he could wield solar-aligned light power, how much easier would fighting these corrupted creatures become? Solar power, the very thought filled him with awe. Shortly before dusk, Fan Kuen finished gathering vitality. Seeing more and more mini-bosses spilling out of the corpse cave, he activated his swift flight combat skill and departed. On his journey home, he remembered his promise to the young fox. He scanned the grasslands. Where had all the rabbits he saw by day gone? None remained once night fell. Nearly back at his dwelling, Fan Kuen spotted a litter of wild boar hidden in mid-mountain shrubbery. Ignoring the mother boar's protests, he took 2 piglets away. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Yunxi bounded over and gave a respectful curtsy. "Welcome home, sir." Fan Kuen noticed she looked even more lovely after absorbing the bloodline essence. Her childish baby fat had faded, her features growing sharper and more defined, her eyes slanting elegantly upward. It seemed higher star fox bloodlines truly enhanced one's appearance. "Here you go." Fan Kuen held out the 2 squirming piglets. Lu Yunxi stared at the struggling little creatures, uncertain how to receive them. She grimaced. "Sir, could you please place them directly into the pen for me? So I get to do the delivery service as well." Once set inside the enclosure, the piglets calmed down at once. Lu Yunxi squatted right away to play with them. "Are you settling in well here?" Fan Kuen asked. "It's wonderful, far better than my old cave." She answered without looking up. "Have you eaten?" "Yes. Sister Ian gave me spirit rice and peaches." "How do you feel after absorbing the red-tailed fox essence blood?" "Wonderful." Lu Yunxi lifted her head, eyes glowing bright. "I am now a 7-tailed spirit fox, a crimson spirit fox. What is your new maximum vitality?" "Nearly 400. Good progress. Keep yourself occupied. I've left more mystery orbs in the library for you to open later. I'm going to cultivate." Seeing Fan Kuen prepare to leave, Lu Yunxi finally lifted her gaze. "Sir, you have only just returned, and you are going to cultivate already?" Fan Kuen paused, meeting her clear bright eyes. "I am engaged in a cultivation contest against powerful figures from other clans. I must keep training hard." At the word contest, Lu Yunxi's eyes lit up. She clenched her small fists. "Fox Clan invincible. May we unite all races." "Fight hard, sir. Unite all races." Even fox children were raised with such warlike sentiments. Back in his cultivation chamber, Fan Kuen did not start practicing immediately. He wanted to check for new messages in the regional group chat. Opening it, he saw major news. Yin Jiao of the Skywolf clan had founded the region's first faction, Skywolf Alliance. He was now extending invitations to Wolf Clan members and other beast folk to join. Everyone pursued different paths. Yin Jiao had chosen to establish a faction at such an early stage. Where had he obtained a faction token? Fan Kuen stroked his eyebrow. Had it dropped from a powerful boss? That must be it. Founding a faction and gathering 1,000 subordinates were prerequisites for upgrading to a small-scale city. So there had to be ways to acquire faction tokens. Yin Jiao must be quite strong. Fan Kuen had slain countless mini-bosses without obtaining a single token, so this one had likely come from an exceptionally formidable foe. Yin Jiao's cultivation level was probably higher than his own, explaining his confidence to launch a faction now. He might also have hoped for a regional system announcement reward for being the first to establish a faction. Apparently, no such reward had appeared. Still, it served as a sharp reminder. The noble bloodline holders possessed genuine power. He could not afford to slack off in his cultivation. After skimming through regional chat threads, Fan Kuen began meditating on spirit energy refinement. Dawn of the 10th day in the Doomsday Lands. Overnight cultivation brought Fan Kuen another realm advancement. Bloodline, Human Royal, Fused Bloodline, Heavenly Hound Clan, Realm, Starting realm 6th order, talent, 7-star, vitality talent, 98, spirit energy talent, 108, vitality, 14,883/22324, spirit energy, 16,402/24603. Both vitality and spirit energy ceilings had broken past 20,000. Repeated breakthroughs lifted Fan Kuen's spirits, bringing him ever closer to the next major realm tier. He accepted the orb Xiaoyin handed him, then froze in bewilderment. 18 different hairstyling techniques. Really? Are you serious? Am I some sort of full-time caretaker now? Fan Kuen tossed the orb back to Xiaoyin. Are these orbs truly generated completely at random? Xiaoyin nodded gently. Yes, master. They are produced according to the attributes of the book house. Fan Kuen pursed his lips, unconvinced. Ever since the young fox had arrived, none of the drops had been useful for combat or cultivation. He glanced toward the cave's ceiling. Come on, give me a break. I'm already working as hard as I can. After his morning meal of spirit rice and 2 peaches, Fan Kuen headed out to hunt monsters. Now at starting realm 6th order, even with a 20,000 plus vitality cap, he needed to gain another 7,500 vitality points to fill his gauge. Mini-bosses now only granted 30 vitality points per kill. Even in this apocalyptic world, there was no rest for him. Fan Kuen first cleared corrupted monsters near his dwelling, making certain none wandered close to the cave entrance and frightened Lu Yunxi. Once finished, he proceeded to the corpse cave for his daily grinding. Drawing on yesterday's experience, he quickly disposed of roaming monsters by the entrance, then charged deep inside the cave. He provoked the boss shrouded in black flame, drawing furious roars from the powerful entity. Today the ghost brides joined the monster horde surging toward Fan Kuen, moving with clear intent to attack him with full force. Yet the outcome was the same as yesterday. All roar and no bite. They fled at the first sign of sunlight, handing Fan Kuen chance after chance to slay them one by one. Shortly after noon, after Fan Kuen lured 3 waves of monsters, his vitality finally filled to maximum. Time to head home and cultivate spirit power. Fan Kuen descended underground and shouted a greeting toward the great boss. Perhaps they had met one another too many times, for instead of roaring in impotent rage as usual, the boss leaned forward, its eyes fixed silently upon Fan Kuen. What? Are you planning to come out yourself? Seeing it make no further move, Fan Kuen politely tossed it an international hand gesture. Back at the cave abode, the little fox sat obediently at the stone table eating lunch. It seemed she was quite fond of peaches as well. Fan Kuen stepped forward and ruffled her small head. He tossed the light sphere he had collected that morning to the fox, then headed straight for the spirit cultivation chamber to begin his practice. As night fell, a ripple of spirit force emanated from the cultivation room. Fan Kuen broke through to the 7th tier of the initiation realm. Bloodline, Human Royal, Fused Bloodline. Heavenly Hound Clan, Cultivation Tier. Initiation Realm 7th Tier, Talent, 7 stars, Vitality Talent. 98, Spirit Power Talent. 108, Vitality. 22324/33486, Spirit Power. 24603/36904. Staring at his status panel, Fan Kuen sighed inwardly. No wonder high-rank cultivators in those Xinxia novels could easily overpower lower-rank opponents. With stats like these, even prodigies and royal bloodlines would struggle to compete. Yet progress was growing slower by the tier. Once, filling his spirit power for a single rank only took 2 to 3 hours. Now it required a full 12 hours. The road ahead would be long and arduous. Fan Kuen dared not slack off. He quickly skimmed the regional chat system and resumed cultivating spirit power. Dawn of the 11th day of the apocalypse, the 8th day since the calamity began. After 12 hours of effort, Fan Kuen finally filled his spirit power for the 7th tier. He stood, stretched his limbs, and walked out of the cultivation chamber in good spirits. He waved as he walked. Xiaoyin, hand over today's secret manual. Right away, master. Xiaoyin held out a light sphere. Fan Kuen took it and checked its contents. Pet rearing techniques. Very well, if that's how it's going to be, I simply won't learn it. Fan Kuen glanced at Xiaoyin, who wore a calm expression, and shook his head. He turned toward the bedroom to check on the little fox. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Lu Yunxi's clear laughter drifting over from the livestock enclosure. Turning toward the area, he spotted her squatting inside the pen, brushing the fur of the young wild boars. The beast pen possessed the power to tame wild creatures. The 2 piglets lay docilely across Lu Yunxi's lap, as if they had been raised as pets for ages. Lu Yunxi styled one boar's hair into a slicked-back crest, and the other with a center parting. Yunxi, you're up quite early today, Fan Kuan said with a smile. Ah, Lord Fan. Lu Yunxi looked up in surprise. I thought you were still cultivating. Take this. The skill within the sphere will serve you well. I'm heading out. Look after yourself here, and call Xiao Yin if trouble arises. Fan Kuan reached through the railing and stroked the little fox's head. Understood, my lord. Stay safe. Lu Yunxi set down the piglet and pumped her fist. Before I go, Fan Kuan suddenly recalled something and half turned back. Is there any creature you would like me to bring back? Lu Yunxi scratched her fluffy ears. She held up one finger, hesitated, then raised a second. If it is convenient, my lord, could you bring back 2 rabbits? Rabbits were trivial prey. He could grab them in the blink of an eye with flash step. No problem. Fan Kuan waved without turning around. Leaving the cave abode, Fan Kuan fought his way to the entrance of the corrupted corpse cavern. Sensing the surging spirit power within him, he raised an eyebrow. More than 30,000 spirit points. Today, he would carve a path through every monster inside the cavern. He cleared the corrupted corpses outside and prepared to enter, yet abruptly halted and turned toward the valley pass. A tall figure strode slowly into view. If he had not known that all royal clans of this region took human form, Fan Kuan might have hurried forward to greet the newcomer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, studying the stranger carefully while maintaining high vigilance. He could not see the foe's level or stats, yet he felt the overwhelming vitality radiating from that body, even from afar. This was a powerful expert. Shiba, who approached, also sized Fan Kuan up cautiously. After discovering the spirit crystal vein had vanished a few days prior, he had suspected another royal clansman with a large cave abode had settled nearby. He had been too busy cultivating to investigate the canyon these past 2 days. Now on the verge of advancing to the 9th tier, he cleared corrupted corpses along the way to explore the valley. He had barely entered the pass when he laid eyes on another royal clansman. The two stood facing each other, locked in a silent stare. Shiba was the first to break the silence. I am Shiba of the Dark Golden Bear clan. Which clan do you belong to? Damn, this was the loudmouth bear who kept shouting in the group chat that he would hunt me down. I finally meet him at last, but I might not win a straight fight. Fan Kuan felt the foe's vitality roil like a raging ocean, crashing against him, brimming with terrifying power. He could not afford a head-on clash, yet he could not afford to appear weak either. Fan Kuan settled on a plan. Maintaining a calm expression, he folded his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. Fan Kuan of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan. Fan Kuan. Shiba froze, his golden-flecked eyes widening. I have heard much of you. Have you been lingering in this area? Fan Kuan shook his head. I only moved here using a teleport scroll recently. I never expected to meet another royal clansman here. Just arrived? Shiba glanced around the canyon. This place must be excellent, then. It is indeed ideal. Easy to defend and difficult to attack, Fan Kuan replied evenly. Shiba pointed behind him. There was a spirit crystal vein by the pass. You claimed it, did you not? I did. Shiba's lips tugged upward. Then you must return it. How unreasonably domineering. Fan Kuan frowned. Or veins in the wild belong to whoever claims them. What reason do I have to give it back? Shiba let out a low laugh. Very well, since we cannot reach an agreement, we shall follow the rules of our beast clans. Might makes right. Lingshun of the Azure Dark Tortoise clan had told Shiba to probe every royal clansman in the region. Now that he had found one, he could test his strength through combat. This fox had stolen his spotlight 3 times already. Even if they were not separate races, he still intended to force him to surrender something of value. Humph. Are the bear clans still this crude? A trace of disdain appeared on Fan Kuan's face. I accept your challenge, if you wish to fight. Neighbors as we are, a reckoning was inevitable sooner or later. But, do you truly believe now is the right time? What makes you say that? Anger flickered across Shiba's face. He hated being called crude, not even by someone of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan. The great calamity is drawing near. Are you so confident you will secure one of the top 3 positions among all shelters? Are you the highest-ranked cultivator, or the strongest by realm? That is none of your concern. Shiba twisted his thick neck and clenched his fists. Fan Kuan did not back down. He stepped forward and spoke solemnly. Shiba, have you forgotten the beast god's edict? The foreign invaders still roam free. If we royal clans slaughter each other first, we will hand them the perfect chance to strike. Shiba's brows drew tight, and he paused his advance. Seizing the opening, Fan Kuan continued. I agree we should test our strength against one another. But we can do it another way. He nodded toward the corrupted corpse cavern. Have you cleared this cavern before? Shiba glanced toward the cave entrance. I have. The strongest corrupted corpse within still lives, does it not? Fan Kuan tilted his chin upward slightly. You propose we join forces to clear this cavern? Shiba's voice deepened. You could say that, Fan Kuan nodded. Raising our cultivation is our highest priority. We purge this cavern. We see who strikes the finishing blow on the strongest monster, or who slays the most foes. We gain vitality and settle our dispute at the same time. The winner claims the spirit crystal vein. Shiba fell silent. He stared at Fan Kuan for several seconds, then nodded. Very well. I shall make your defeat undeniable. Let us begin. Fan Kuan charged into the cavern first. Privately, he thought, I may not win a one-on-one duel against you, but when it comes to slaying corrupted corpses, I am far from certain to lose. Watching Fan Kuan's swift movement, Shiba's expression turned grave before he rushed after him. Fan Kuan maintained a low output of the graceful swift movement, firing the spirit insight finger repeatedly to harvest corrupted corpses, speaking as he fought. If neither of us lands the killing blow on the chief monster, victory goes to whoever kills more. Do not forget to count. 11th. Shiba pulverized a mantis fiend's head with one punch and snorted contemptuously. 5th. The two descended into a frenzied slaughter, soon reaching the underground cavern. The commotion roused every monster below, and they surged toward the pair. As usual, Fan Kuan retreated while weaving and dodging, picking off foes as he moved. Shiba fought differently. He planted himself firmly at the cavern entrance like an iron nail. Lesser bosses quickly surrounded him, launching endless assaults. Shiba wore no armor and barely bothered blocking blows. He crushed corrupted corpses with every punch. Soon his clothes were torn to shreds, leaving only a scrap of cloth covering his lower body. The mantis blades of mantis fiends left nothing but pale marks on his skin. Ghost wraith claws tore only strips of fabric from his frame. When a black fur ape traded blows with him, its arm snapped. A corrupted hound that bit down on him merely cracked its own teeth. Seeing Shiba stand unshaken like a war god, Fan Kuan, who fought hit-and-run tactics from the sidelines, inwardly gasped. Thankfully, I avoided a direct duel. A single blow might fracture my bones. Even Spirit Insight Finger may not be enough. Judging by his physical defense, his vitality must exceed 50,000. Fan Kuan continued slaying monsters while calling out his tally. 21, 22, 25, 28. Shiba gritted his teeth, his dark golden hair standing on end. Monster corpses piled waist-high beside him. Shiba feared no injury, and the corrupted corpses knew no fear. No matter how many fell, more charged forward like an endless black tide crashing against a golden reef. Fan Kuan picked off foes while keeping an eye on Shiba. The horde pressed onward over piles of corpses. Shiba advanced through the center, and Fan Kuan pushed forward along the flank. More and more monsters perished. Both combatants' vitality climbed steadily, yet their spirit power drained rapidly. Fan Kuan had set out with over 36,000 spirit points. Now it had fallen to 28,000. He glanced curiously at Shiba. Could this bear also boast such vast spirit power? Upon closer observation, he noticed no spirit light wrapped around Shiba's fists. He relied purely on raw physical strength. Fan Kuan could shatter a ghost wraith skull with the thunderstrike fist channeled by spirit power, yet without spirit force, he could at best crush a corrupted hound's head. This bear must be at minimum the 8th tier of Initiation Realm, Fan Kuan surmised. The battle raged on. Shiba forged a bloodied path through the monster horde. With Shiba drawing the bulk of aggression, Fan Kuan's slaying efficiency rose sharply. The Spirit Insight Finger struck without pause. 6 Meridian Divine Sword became 10 firing fingers, launching streaks of light in quick succession to cut down corrupted corpses. They fought for more than an hour. The cavern, once packed with monsters, now held barely over 60 black fur apes, and some 20 ghost brides gathered before the great boss. The monsters halted their charge and clustered around their leader. Fan Kuan's vitality refilled completely. He glanced at blood-soaked Shiba, then hastily retreated to recover spirit power within the cavern. 10 minutes later, his spirit power reached maximum capacity, and breakthrough energy rippled outward. Fan Kuan advanced to the 8th tier of the Initiation Realm. Bloodline, Human Royal, Fused Bloodline. Heavenly Hound Clan, Cultivation Tier. Initiation Realm 8th Tier, Talent, 7 stars, Vitality Talent. 98, Spirit Power Talent. 108, Vitality. 33486/50229, Spirit Power. 36904/55356. 50,000 maximum vitality and spirit power. A smile tugged at Fan Kuan's lips as he turned toward Shiba. You broke through. Why not join the fight? Shiba glanced back. No rush. I have no intention of fleeing. Fan Kuan replied calmly. He had guessed based on Shiba's messages in the group chat. For all his overbearing nature, the bear valued the honor of beast clans, and Fan Kuan was certain he would not strike while he cultivated. Still, Fan Kuan wondered what Shiba's maximum vitality might be. He must have left fully charged with spirit power this morning, yet his vitality continued rising. Was he pushing toward the threshold of the 9th tier? Battle ignited once more. As corrupted corpses fell one after another, the fighting strength of Fan Kuan and Shiba slowly climbed higher. When only 60 black fur apes remained, the ghost brides before the stone platform finally moved. Clad in blood-red wedding gowns, they transformed into streaks of crimson shadow, splitting into two groups to assault Fan Kuan and Shiba. These ghost brides were nothing like the weakened versions he had encountered outside the cavern. They moved with astonishing speed, black lights swirling in their eyes, 10 sharp black claws extending from each hand. A single slash carved 5 bleeding gashes across Shiba's arm. It was the first wound he had sustained all battle. Fan Kuan stood slightly behind Shiba. Seeing this, he leaped backward, widening the gap between himself and the ghost brides. Most of the brides chasing Fan Kuan turned to attack Shiba, leaving only 5 to pursue him. 20-odd ghost brides surrounded Shiba. They leaped behind the black fur apes, alternating forward to strike. Gashes crisscrossed Shiba's arms and torso. Though no bones were broken, his punches gradually slowed. Fan Kuan watched, racing through possibilities. Should he rush forward to assist, or continue skirmishing? Then he lifted his gaze toward the great boss, and a chill ran down his spine. The figure shrouded in black flames gradually grew clearer. Only an alluring silhouette had been visible before, but now its face came into full view, a beautiful human woman's countenance. If regular ghost brides were enhanced ghost wraiths, this being was the ultimate evolution of the ghost bride. The fiendess stared at Fan Kuan with icy calm. After a pause, her purplish-red lips parted, and a frigid voice echoed through the cavern. On the 10th day, you will die. Fan Kuan's pupils contracted violently. Even Shiba, locked in fierce combat, looked up in shock. Corrupted corpses could speak. Neither Fan Kuan nor Shiba had ever witnessed such a thing. The 10th day, I will die? Did that mean she would leave her stone platform and hunt him at his cave abode that night? This fiendess could not be left alive. He had no wish to fight a deadly battle inside his home after dark. Fan Kuan abandoned hit-and-run tactics, pouring far more power into each spirit insight finger. He raised the spirit cost per strike from 30 points to 100, his maximum output. One finger blast bored a hole in a ghost bride's face, yet failed to pierce her skull. His insufficient attack power had become plainly evident. Within the underground cavern, the ghost brides boasted vastly enhanced attack, defense, and speed compared to their kin outside. While the graceful swift movement allowed him to evade injury, wearing down a single ghost bride demanded far too much time. Fan Kuan glanced toward Shiba. Spirit light now wrapped around the bear's fists. He could not tell the star rank of his fist technique, yet its power surpassed Fan Kuan's 4-star Thunderstrike fist. Shiba roared, and a set of black armor materialized over his body. His speed surged abruptly. He seized a ghost bride attempting to ambush him, swung her like a living weapon, and hurled her into the surrounding monsters. This bear truly held hidden trump cards. This armor appeared higher star rank than Fan Kuan's purple scale armor, and seemed to grant a sudden burst of speed. Fan Kuan kept attacking. Under the relentless barrage of spirit insight finger, one of the pursuing ghost brides finally collapsed, dropping a purple 4-star light sphere. Equipment. He could ignore other drops, but he had to examine gear, especially 4-star quality. He opened the sphere's information, Nether Serpent Spear, attuned to Dark Spirit Power. Infusing Dark Spirit Power grants a 50% attack boost. Dark Spirit Power. Fan Kuan gripped the 12-foot spear, momentarily confused. What was Dark Spirit Power? Could Spirit Power be divided into different attributes? No matter. He would test its strength against these monsters. He channeled Spirit Power into the spear shaft. White light flickered along the dark metal of the Nether Serpent Spear. The spear lunged forward, stabbing straight into a ghost bride's mouth. A harsh scrape echoed as the tip lodged in her throat bone. Fan Kuan twisted the spear and flooded it with spirit power. The blade finally pierced her skull, killing the ghost bride. Gray-black currents flowed along the spear into Fan Kuan's body, granting him hundreds of vitality points. Truly, a capable craftsman relies on fine tools. Fan Kuan stared at the dark spear forged from unknown metal. This was merely a 4-star weapon. He could only imagine how devastating a 9-star divine artifact would be. He glanced sideways at the fiendess. What treasure might drop once she fell? Donning his purple scale armor, Fan Kuan wielded the spear and engaged the remaining 4 ghost brides in close combat. The ghost brides were swift, twisting their bodies to evade spear thrusts. Yet sudden flashes of the graceful swift movement let Fan Kuan target weak points such as mouths and eye sockets. Still, every time he spent minutes slaying one bride, he endured strikes from the other 3. Black claws screeched against the surface of the purple scale armor. Though the armor covered his whole body, it left his head unprotected. When claws sliced toward his face, he was forced to dodge urgently. It took more than 10 minutes to eliminate the 4 ghost brides. Without pause, Fan Kuan prepared to leap into Shiba's battle circle and clear the surrounding monsters. His objective was clear: use Shiba's formidable strength to jointly slay the fiendess. Just as it seemed Fan Kuan would charge toward the corrupted corpses beside Shiba, golden light flashed beneath his feet, and he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, the nether serpent spear pierced through the black flames, aimed straight at the fiendess's head atop the stone platform. Clang! The fiendess flicked a single finger. The spear shuddered violently and veered off course. Damn, what immense strength! Fan Kuan retreated after his failed strike. The fiendess's eyes swirled, and a scornful smile crossed her lips. Ignoring her taunt, Fan Kuan charged into Shiba's vicinity. As the two fought side by side, monsters fell one after another, tipping the battle firmly in their favor. After some time, the last ghost bride crumpled to the ground. Only the fiendess, standing atop the stone platform, remained in the cavern. Fan Kuan held the spear pointed downward. Shiba shook corrupted flesh from his fists. The two stepped to the base of the stone platform. Hee, this is quite entertaining. The fiendess tilted her head, her alluring form shifting subtly within the black flames. You too. I shall share a secret with you. The demonic woman moistened her crimson lips and continued. Kill me, and you will obtain a 6-star light orb. A genuine 6-star treasure. A 6-star light orb. Its reward was even greater than the payout after a cataclysm concluded. Fan Kuan and Shiba exchanged a glance, and a greedy glint surfaced in both of their eyes. There was no way to verify if the demonic woman spoke the truth, yet a monster possessing such sharp intelligence would surely drop an outstanding reward upon death. Fan Kuan was still mulling things over when Shiba charged forward with his fist raised. The towering warrior, over 2 meters tall, barreled through the black flames. His massive fist collided with the demonic woman's pale palm. Boom! A dull rumble echoed. Shiba staggered backward 2 steps, while the demonic woman only leaned slightly back. Shiba cracked his neck, battle fervor blazing in his eyes, and let out a low roar. Again, he lunged forward once more. Boom! Another crash. Shiba retreated a single step and immediately pressed forward with another punch. Fan Kuan moved as well. While the demonic woman traded blows with Shiba, he flashed behind her and thrust the serpent spear straight toward her back. Clink! A crisp ring resounded. A pale spiritual ripple materialized over the demonic woman's back. A thin, silken armor had blocked Fan Kuan's strike. Are you kidding me? This monster wears equipment too. What's more, its tier surpassed both his and Shiba's gear. Shock surged through Fan Kuan, yet his movements never faltered. He retreated 2 paces, then drove the spear toward the back of her head. The spear tip sliced through the air with a shrill whistle. Even as she caught Shiba's fist, the demonic woman twisted halfway around and swatted the spearhead. A violent force surged down the shaft, forcing Fan Kuan to leap backward. Her head must be her weak point. Fan Kuan pushed off the ground with his toes, golden light flickering beneath his feet. He shifted from her rear to her flank and pointed the spear toward her temple. Right before the spear made contact, a cold smirk tugged at the demonic woman's lips. She tilted her head slightly, seized the spear shaft with both hands, and wrenched hard. Fan Kuan lost his balance and slid rapidly toward her. Just as her hands morphed into claws, ready to seize his throat, golden light flared under Fan Kuan's feet once more, and he broke free from her grasp. The demonic woman twirled the spear in one hand to create a swirling bloom of spear energy, fixing Fan Kuan with an alluring gaze. Warrior, won't you keep fighting? Are you abandoning your spear? TCH, this demonic woman is infuriating. Fan Kuan unleashed 2 successive spirit insight fingers and retorted. You can keep that spear. I have another. At the same time, he shouted to Shiba. Her armor offers strong protection. Aim for her head. At Fan Kuan's warning, Shiba charged again, his fist hurtling toward the demonic woman's skull. This time, she did not meet his blow head-on. She spread her fingers and clamped them around Shiba's wrist. When he threw his other fist, she caught that one too. Dark light seeped from her fingertips and rushed into Shiba's body. Visible streams of vital energy began draining out of him and flowing into the demonic woman. Life absorption technique. Fan Kuan stared in astonishment. No wonder she baited them into attacking her. She had laid this trap all along. Rivers of crimson vital energy traveled up her arms and pooled beneath her feet, causing the black flames covering the stone platform to dwindle. She's using stolen vital energy to extinguish the black fire. Fan Kuan yelled. He loosed spirit insight finger strikes, yet most missed her, and the few that landed only left shallow pits on her head. Fan Kuan's pupils constricted. He drew the wind-calming dagger. He could not prolong this fight. If the demonic woman broke free, he would have no choice but to abandon the cave and flee with the young fox spirit. Fan Kuan gripped the dagger firmly, channeling spiritual power into the blade. The surge/art activated, and the edge stabbed straight for her eye socket. At the last instant, the demonic woman dodged her head aside. The dagger sliced across her eyelid, carving a bleeding gash. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, the quiet Shiba suddenly snapped his eyes wide. Golden light flooded his amber irises, and he tilted his head back to roar. Inborn battle art, dissension of the sacred bear. Wispy golden spirit flames rose across Shiba's frame. His already towering body expanded further, surging tides of vital energy erupting from within. His human form began to shift. Fangs lengthened, thick golden fur sprouted along his arms, and 10 one-foot claws jutted from his fingertips. Power amplified by his inborn battle art, Shiba strained his massive arms and slowly pried himself free of her hold. Whoa, this is the classic power-up moment. Am I the only weakling here? Fan Kuan silently complained, then flashed forward again. This time, the dagger sank all the way to the hilt. The demonic woman let out a piercing shriek. Finish her. Fan Kuan left the wind-calming dagger embedded in her eye and reached to retrieve the serpent spear on the ground. Then he paused. What was that? He glimpsed something beneath the demonic woman's feet and hastily backed away. Meanwhile, Shiba, now free of her grasp, advanced instead of retreating. His claws drove into her abdomen from both sides, and he sank his teeth into her neck. Rip! A large chunk of flesh tore free. Shiba tossed his head back and swallowed it, then lunged to bite once more. Now transformed into a 3-meter-tall raging beast, he savaged the demonic woman relentlessly. So this is the combat style of the beastkin. Fan Kuan watched, a chill running down his spine. Immense strength, formidable defenses, and the ability to unleash a power-up in crisis. Aside from mediocre speed, he possessed almost no weaknesses. If he ever fought Shiba later, he must avoid close quarters at all costs. Still, once this cataclysm ended, if he obtained 6-star essence blood, he ought to reach a similar level. He only wondered how one awakened an inborn battle art. Fan Kuan thought the demonic woman would perish beneath Shiba's assault, yet the tide shifted. A swirling crimson glow emerged in her remaining eye. The instant Shiba met her gaze, he froze, his mind gone blank. Watching from the edge of the stone platform, Fan Kuan spotted the danger at once. He raised his spear and thrust toward her uninjured eye. But in the brief window Shiba stood immobilized. The demonic woman wrenched her body free from his claws and stepped back, evading Fan Kuan's attack. Having missed his strike, Fan Kuan grabbed Shiba by the shoulder and dragged him off the stone platform. Released from the direct pressure of her gaze, Shiba snapped out of his stupor. He glanced at Fan Kuan and spoke in a low voice. Thank you. Fan Kuan was about to reply that they were allies, but a shrill scream cut him off. Both he and Shiba turned toward the far end of the cavern in surprise. The demonic woman's furious shriek echoed. The stone wall behind the platform rumbled and slowly sank, revealing an even larger cavern. Thousands of varying-sized black eggs carpeted the ground. Stirred by her cry, some eggs expanded and contracted rapidly, while others exuded wispy gray-black currents that streamed toward the demonic woman. As the gray mist entered her body, her wounds knit closed. One after another, the eggs burst open, and ghost brides climbed out. Fan Kuan glanced at Shiba. The effect of his inborn battle art had faded. He had reverted to human form, and his aura visibly weakened. This is bad. Fan Kuan wanted to join Shiba to slay the demonic woman, yet the odds were stacked against them. We withdraw, he said grimly. Shiba stared at the charging ghost brides, then at the still recovering demonic woman. Reluctance thickened his tone. I'm on the verge of advancing. I'll hold these minions off. You strike her down. Wait, he wants me to march to my death. Fan Kuan blinked. but did not refuse outright. Are you advancing to the next major realm? Shiba shook his head. Ninth tier of the initiate realm. That hardly matters. Fan Kuan fought the urge to jab him with the spear. Her blood-eye mind control is deadly. If she traps me and drains my vital energy, she might break free entirely today. Shiba fixed him with a sharp stare. Where is your inborn battle art? Now is not the time for testing me. Fan Kuan met his gaze unflinchingly. I am only 7th tier initiate. Even if I unleashed my battle art, I could not kill her. 7th tier. Confusion flickered across Shiba's face, yet he voiced no doubt. He turned to the demonic woman atop the platform, guarded by over 20 ghost brides, and growled in frustration. We retreat for today. The two fled the underground cavern beneath the demonic woman's icy stare. Outside the cave entrance, Shiba looked squarely at Fan Kuan. You saved me this time, so you win. But I will return the day after tomorrow, and we will settle our score then. The day after tomorrow. Does his battle art require a full day of cooldown? Fan Kuan did not press for details and nodded. I will be ready whenever you come. After walking some distance beyond the valley gate, Shiba glanced back. Seeing Fan Kuan not following, he exhaled quietly. His complexion instantly paled, and he coughed up blood. Dissension of the Sacred Bear was the inborn battle art Shiba awakened upon evolving his 7-star bloodline on the Azeroth continent. It was a royal bear clan secret art, a mighty physical combat technique comparable to 8-star or even 9-star skills. The art unlocked the primal rage of the bear kin, yet it inflicted terrible harm to the user's body. Shiba felt as though countless blades sliced through his insides. He had forced himself to maintain his composure and walk out of the cavern after using the art. Even if he had broken through to 9th tier, he could not continue. He had only wanted to test Fan Kuan. Shi Kuan wondered why Fan Kuan had refused to activate his inborn battle art when they stood a chance to kill the demonic woman together. A royal warrior's instincts told him something was off. Was he truly too weak, or was there another reason? No matter. He knew the location of Fan Kuan's cave dwelling. He could probe him again next time. Shiba endured searing internal pain and stumbled toward his own abode. Fan Kuan scaled the mountainside with repeated surge/dashes. He crouched behind a massive boulder and watched Shiba limp away from the valley. Conflict churned within him. Should he strike now and kill him while he is vulnerable? Fan Kuan knew that by withholding his inborn battle art when they fought, he had planted suspicion in Shiba's mind. It was akin to a 2-versus-1 battle where one ally held back their ultimate ability while the other fought hard. That doubt would linger in Shiba's thoughts. He would definitely test Fan Kuan again when they met. Taking Shiba out in his weakened state would be the optimal choice. But after fighting alongside him today, Fan Kuan saw past Shiba's rough exterior. The bearkin warrior was extremely cunning, not a simple-minded brute, more like a human-faced bear that stood upright in morning mist to trick passersby. His formidable strength and defenses also filled Fan Kuan with caution. After a moment of deliberation, Fan Kuan resolved to focus on cultivation first. Threats were not limited to Shiba. A mutually destructive fight would set back his progress. That underground demonic creature would break free in another day. From her hatred as they fled, she would come for revenge. If she attacked at night while Fan Kuan was alone, he would have no choice but to run. Fan Kuan opened his status panel. He still needed more than 10,000 vital energy to reach the maximum capacity for 8th tier. He would have to push himself to the limit. On the 10th day of the cataclysm, he must advance to the next major realm. He rested on the mountainside for a while to replenish his spiritual power. Confirming Shiba had not circled back to ambush him, Fan Kuan leaped down the cliff and re-entered the underground cavern. In Yongasio, Fan Kuan greeted the demonic woman casually. Her wounds had fully healed. Hundreds of monsters now filled the cavern. No low-level corpses remained, nor any ghost children or mantis beasts. Every creature in sight was a black-furred ape or a ghost bride. The demonic woman tilted her head, cold eyes locking onto Fan Kuan. Have you returned alone to die? There is no need to speak of death so readily. It makes our dealings awkward, Fan Kuan said as he strolled forward, waving a hand. Neighbors ought to visit one another often. The demonic woman gestured toward the piles of monster remains and sneered. Is this how you choose to visit? Fan Kuan stroked his jaw. I do apologize. I have targets I must eliminate, requirements I need to fulfill. A smile tugged at the demonic woman's lips. You hunt these creatures to harvest vital energy, do you not? Fan Kuan's eyes lit up. This demonic woman was fundamentally different from the monsters under her command. She understood how outsiders gain power through vital energy. Senior, Fan Kuan wore a warm smile. I believe we are far more alike. Could you share some of your history with me? The demonic woman stood tall and crooked a finger at him. Come up here, and we can talk properly. Fan Kun shook his head. I'll stay down here. Where I come from, teachers speak from the platform, and students listen below. We cannot break that custom. You are afraid. Contempt filled her voice. Of course I am. I fear you might lose control of your blood-eye power and finish me off. Humph. If you dare not climb up, you will harvest no more vital energy. With that, she tilted her head back and let out a sharp cry. All the monsters retreated into the cavern behind the stone platform. As the stone wall slowly rose back into place, Fan Kun gripped the serpent spear. He sighed. If you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for destroying your base. Golden light flashed beneath his feet. In the next instant, Fan Kun thrust his spear at the stone platform's foundation. Earlier, when retrieving the serpent spear, he had noticed a slab of transparent crystal below. Through it, he spotted a unique massive black egg. Inside the egg was encased a beastkin, a scene nearly identical to when he had rescued the young fox spirit. He had kept quiet then, planning to investigate after killing the demonic woman. Now, however, he intended to dig that egg out first. Boom. A single strike sent spiderweb cracks spreading across the stone below the platform. The demonic woman screamed in rage. What are you trying to do? Fan Kun did not pause, nor did he dare meet her gaze closely. Golden light flickered repeatedly as he circled the platform, striking non-stop. Enough! After shouting futilely from the platform, she reopened the rear wall. Black-furred apes and ghost brides surged out, snarling and ready for battle. The combination of black-furred apes and ghost brides pressed Fan Kun hard. The apes boasted high defense and abundant vitality, while the ghost brides struck swiftly and fiercely. Unlike Shi-Ba, Fan Kun lacked overwhelming vital energy to trade blows head-on. He fought using agile movement, evading and striking as he circled through the cavern. He only filled his 8th-tier vital energy limit as dusk neared. He bid farewell to the demonic woman and headed back to his cave. Holding 2 rabbits he caught along the way, Fan Kun stepped inside his dwelling. Lu Yunxi, the young fox spirit, rushed out upon hearing his footsteps. You're back, my lord. Her voice called out, yet her gaze remained fixed on the rabbits. Fan Kun handed the rabbits to her and tugged her soft pointed ears. Did you eat well today? I did, Lu Yunxi replied brightly. Sister Ian prepared spirit rice and peaches for me. Only those 2 dishes again. Fan Kun suddenly realized their cave's food options were quite limited. Yunxi, can you cook? Fan Kun asked casually. I can. Lu Yunxi set the rabbits down on the ground. Really? What dishes do you know how to make? Fan Kun was surprised. Could a 6-year-old child cook? He had spent all 18 years of his own life buried in studying. Lots of things. Lu Yunxi lifted her small head. Roast chicken, grilled fish, roast pork, roast lamb, I can make all of them. Truly a long list. Then again, it made sense for beastkin to excel at roasting food. How about this? Fan Kun crouched and smiled. We'll roast these rabbits tonight. No, my lord. Lu Yunxi hugged the rabbits tightly and blinked her eyes pleadingly. Can we spare the bunnies? Very well. Tomorrow I will hunt a wild boar. Wonderful. Roast pork is my favorite, Lu Yunxi cheered. Cute bunnies get mercy, but boars do not. Fan Kun thought silently. They chatted briefly before Fan Kun sent the fox spirit off to play. He stored the light orbs he collected that day in the library chamber and immediately began cultivating his spiritual power. Dawn broke on the 12th day of the cataclysm. Fan Kun finally obtained a usable cultivation manual. 6-star battle art, soul-harrowing demon tone. The eerie sound disturbs the soul and clouds the mind. Nice. He finally acquired an ability focused on spiritual attacks. If he unleashed this at close range, his opponents would lose all sense of direction. He continued his cultivation. By noon, ripples of energy emanated from the spirit chamber. He had broken through. Bloodline. Human royal. Fused bloodline. Heavenly hound. Realm. 9th tier initiate. Innate talent. 7-star. Vital energy aptitude. 98. Spiritual power aptitude. 108. Vital energy. 50229/75343. Spiritual power. 55356/83034. Fan Kun stared at his status values and sank into thought. For the first time, he realized that higher capacity limits could become a burden. Cultivating spiritual power alone now required an entire day. To fill the over 20,000 missing vital energy, even with his current combat strength, he would need to hunt non-stop in the underground cavern for 5 to 6 hours. This cannot continue. Tomorrow, Shi-Ba might come to challenge him under the pretense of a spar. He would probe whether Fan Kuan possessed an inborn battle art. And when night fell, the demonic woman would break free from the underground cavern. Fan Kuan pressed his lips together, weighed down by mounting pressure. Though he had advanced to the 9th tier of the initiation realm, his combat strength was still insufficient to deal with the looming crisis tomorrow. Especially tomorrow night, Fan Kuan could scarcely imagine the scene. Once darkness fell, the demonic woman would lead hordes of decaying corpses to smash open the gates of his cavern dwelling. No, he could not lose this cavern. It was the foundation upon which he would rise to become a powerhouse. Setting aside external assets such as the spirit cultivation chamber and spirit crystal mines, the advancement of his bloodline alone was something he could never abandon. He had to break through to the next realm before tomorrow night arrived. His cultivation rhythm needed to change. Since he could not speed up his spiritual energy cultivation, he would focus on refining his physical vitality instead. It seemed he had no choice but to venture out tonight. Fan Kuan had tried hunting decaying corpses after dark before, yet he had been forced to retreat the moment he stepped outside, overwhelmed by the mindless ferocity of the undead. Moreover, there had been no regional announcement regarding advancement to the next major realm. That meant even royal clans of the beast race dared not hunt after nightfall. Otherwise, they would have long gathered enough physical vitality to break through. But now he had to take the risk. If he hesitated, he would face far greater danger tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Fan Kuan quickly finished his daily portion of spirit rice and resumed his spiritual energy cultivation. On the other side, after a full night of recovery aided by healing potions, Shiba had finally stabilized the injuries sustained from unleashing his innate battle skill. Though his body still felt weak, he could engage in low-intensity combat without issue. He was nearly at the 9th tier. His cultivation could not pause. He, Shiba, would be the first in the region to advance to the next realm. Stepping out of his cavern, Shiba began searching for decaying corpses at a swift pace. Shortly after noon, Shiba completed his breakthrough. Bloodline, Dark Golden Bear Royal Clan, Realm. Initiation Realm 9th Tier, Innate Talent, 7 stars, Vitality Aptitude, 154, Spirit Energy Aptitude, 10, Vitality, 78937/118405, Spirit Energy, 5125/7688. He needed 40,000 vitality points to advance. He had to gather enough before tomorrow night descended. Shiba clenched his fist and continued hunting decaying corpses. Shortly after midnight, the 13th day of the Doomsday arrived. A system notification cut through Fan Kuan's cultivation. Regional announcement. Today marks the 10th day of the decaying corpse catastrophe. Once night falls, decaying corpses will grow abnormally active. They will drastically raise the odds they will launch assaults on shelters. Shelters with higher cosmic rank will endure fiercer attacks. Meanwhile, the dark sorceress dwelling on the first layer of the decaying corpse cavern will break free tonight. Damn it, that meant he would bear the brunt of the assault. Fan Kuan's expression turned grave as he read the regional message, and the last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished entirely. Xiaoyin, does my cavern possess an extremely high cosmic rank? Fan Kuan asked, already knowing the answer. Master, Xiaoyin bowed slightly. Your cavern holds the highest tier of cosmic rank in this world. Highest tier in the world. Though Fan Kuan had suspected as much, the revelation still stunned him. It made sense, after all. If it could absorb all manner of cosmic attributes, it was only natural it ranked supreme. Yet this supreme rank spelled huge trouble for him tonight. A sudden thought struck Fan Kuan. There was only his cavern within this canyon. Did that mean? He quickly pressed for confirmation. Xiaoyin, according to the regional notice, will every decaying corpse in the canyon march to attack me tonight? Xiao Yin's gentle expression faded, replaced by solemnity. Yes, master. Furthermore, the incoming horde may not be limited to the corpses within the canyon. What did that mean? Fan Kuan pondered briefly. There are more decaying corpse caverns outside the canyon. Will those corpses also converge here? Xiaoyin nodded firmly. Great. So every decaying corpse for miles around would come knocking. It stood to reason. The nearest rival dwelling belonged to Shiba, and his cavern held no cosmic rank at all. In the end, all danger would circle back to him. Tonight, he would face more than just the monster lurking within the canyon. Well, fighting one powerful foe was no different from fighting two. He had nothing to fear. Fan Kuan could not help envying Shiba. The bear would likely spend the night relaxed, watching the regional chat and enjoying the spectacle. No more distractions. Without breaking through to the next major realm, asking further questions would accomplish nothing. Fan Kuan feared he might lose his resolve if he learned more grim details. He opened his status panel and glanced at his 67,866 spirit energy points, muttering to himself, "It ought to be enough for tonight's intense battle." Stepping out of the spirit cultivation chamber, he paused at the bedroom doorway and glanced at the slumbering little fox. Then he opened the cavern gate and walked outside. Roar! The moment he stepped out, the howls of decaying corpses echoed across the entire canyon. If sunlight suppressed the decaying corpses during the day, then the moonlight roused them into a frenzy. Beneath the pale moon, the undead shed their daytime lethargy. Scarlet glints burned in their eyes as they roamed every corner of the canyon. They chased any living creature they spotted. Fan Kuan scanned his surroundings. All wild animals had fled to the higher mountain slopes, while the decaying corpses gathered across the flat ground at the foot of the mountains. He waved his hand and obliterated the wandering, decaying hounds outside his cavern. Golden light flickered beneath his feet as he leaped down from the stone platform onto the wide stretch of grassland. The decaying corpses roaming the canyon spotted a living target and swarmed toward him from every direction. Fan Kuan held the serpent spear reversed, the violet scale armor draped over his body, his gaze icy as he surveyed his surroundings. Tonight, he would let these monsters witness the true strength of a human prodigy. The serpent spear swept wide, infused with spirit energy and bolstered by Fan Kuan's massive vitality exceeding 50,000. Every decaying corpse touched by the weapon burst into chunks of flesh. The weakest undead roaming the canyon were decaying hounds. Wraith children and mantis fiends formed the bulk of the horde. This suited Fan Kuan perfectly. Though these monsters yielded modest vitality, there were endless numbers of them. The battle instantly erupted into chaos. Thousands of decaying corpses howled and charged toward him. One sweep of his spear shattered a line of wraith children, only for mantis fiends to surge forward, slashing with their bladed forelimbs. Worsening matters, empowered by the night. These minor bosses that normally could not pierce his defenses now managed to carve a shallow gash across his forehead. Monsters pressed in from all sides, and Fan Kuan also had to evade the leaping blade strikes descending from above. Beneath the ghostly pale moonlight, the endless decaying corpses formed a black tide, throwing themselves at him without hesitation. Fan Kuan wielded his spear, unleashing surges of spirit energy to scatter waves of undead. The pile of corpses beside him grew taller as the battle dragged on, yet it did nothing to deter the horde. They trampled the bodies of their fallen kin and charged again and again. As combat turbulence intensified, black-furred apes and ghost brides joined the fray. Even with nearly 60,000 vitality, Fan Kuan could not defeat either monster with a single strike. He was forced to constantly shift his position to avoid prolonged clashes against them, prioritizing hunting wraith children and mantis fiends to gather vitality. Evading the black-furred apes proved simple enough, but the ghost brides were far more troublesome. They let out piercing wails as they pursued him, their claws aimed straight for his skull, their crimson robes streaking through the darkness like streaks of blood. Annoying pests. Fan Kuan unleashed soul-devouring demonic resonance at an oncoming ghost bride. The monster froze in place, and Fan Kuan drove his spear straight through its mouth to land the killing blow. Not bad. The skill worked well, though it drained a great deal of spirit energy. Fan Kuan moved constantly through the canyon, leaving trails of mangled undead in his wake. Dark gray streams of energy rising from fallen corpses flowed steadily into his body. Still, he could not sustain combat like this for long. It was not a lack of vitality or spirit energy, but the rapid exhaustion of his mental focus. During this high-intensity fight, he swung his spear every second while dodging claws and mantis blades. Even with careful evasion, more than a dozen bleeding gashes crisscrossed his legs and face. After over 2 hours of combat, Fan Kuan had gathered sufficient vitality. He began moving uphill. The tide of undead followed his ascent onto the mountain slope. Decaying hounds barked on the periphery. Wraith children hunched forward in pursuit. Mantis fiends leaped to slash at him, and ghost brides shrieked, determined to claim his life. Only the black-furred apes held back from the chase, standing at the bottom of the slope and roaring as if cheering the horde onward. Fan Kuan lured the undead tide to a hill far from his cavern. Holding nothing back, he unleashed the startling swift battle skill. He blinked repeatedly to break away from pursuit. He left the horde howling futilely toward the moon. The cavern stone gate sealed shut. Fan Kuan let out a long breath, overcome with relief. This was far beyond grueling. Thankfully, he had turned back during his previous nighttime attempt. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Even Shiba at peak strength would be worn down to death by this horde without a way to escape quickly. He tossed an old sow he had captured atop the mountain into the beast pen. Glancing at his blood-stained, wounded body, Fan Kuan exchanged a spirit spring from the spirit crystal shop and plunged into the water. After washing clean, Fan Kuan climbed naked from the spring. He took the towel Xiaoyin handed him and spoke. Will there be a regional announcement for the first person to advance to the next major realm? Xiaoyin lowered her eyes. Yes, master. Has today's secret scripture appeared? It has. Xiaoyin stretched out her hand, presenting a glowing orb. 6-star battle skill, Radiant Flames. In the name of light, burn all creation. Radiant Flames. Fan Kuan suddenly recalled the dark spirit energy spear he had obtained a few days prior. He wondered what the combination of light and flame meant for this skill. Xiaoyin, are there different types of spirit energy? Fan Kuan asked. Xiaoyin nodded. Yes, master. 7 varieties of spirit energy exist between heaven and earth. Light, darkness, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. So many. Fan Kuan wiped his head with the towel. Why have I never sensed any distinction during my daily cultivation? Xiaoyin smiled softly. Only upon reaching the next major realm, the transcendent mortal realm, will true cultivation begin. Your physical body will undergo another transformation, growing powerful enough to dwarf ordinary mortals. Your soul will evolve into a divine soul, granting you divine soul power. You will perceive the different varieties of spirit energy. Moreover, you will be able to discern another creature's race through your divine soul. So the next realm was called the Transcendent Mortal Realm, Fan Kuan noted silently. Wait, if divine souls could reveal one's race, there was no point maintaining his disguise. Are there battle skills capable of masking one's racial aura? Fan Kuan asked urgently. Xiaoyin shook her head gently. Master, you need not worry over this matter. What? Xiaoyin met Fan Kuan's gaze, bright light swirling in her eyes. Beastkin will only detect the bloodline you have fused within yourself. A pleasant surprise. But another thought surfaced in Fan Kuan's mind. Then human cultivators who see me will also believe I am a beastkin. Fan Kuan pictured his parents meeting him. Kuaner, your mother and I have missed you terribly. Then they would step back in shock. Kuaner, how have you turned into a beast? That would be an enormous price to pay. A faint smile tugged at Xiaoyin's lips, as if she could read Fan Kuan's thoughts. She continued. When humans lay eyes on you, they will perceive you as a human. What? That makes no sense. Fan Kuan stared in confusion. How is that possible? Xiaoyin tilted her gaze slightly upward. It is a law of heaven. I cannot speak further. Fan Kuan glanced up toward the cavern ceiling. Very well. The will of heaven held the final say. Fan Kuan resumed closed-door cultivation. By afternoon, swirling misty spirit energy gathered within the cultivation chamber. It formed a vortex centered at Fan Kuan's dantian. His spirit energy had broken past the 9th tier limit. A golden oval sphere hovered above his forehead, within his spirit platform. As spirit energy continuously poured into it, the sphere slowly dissolved, reshaping into a creature with a cheilant's body and a hound's head. Beside the beast stood an emperor clad in sun and moon imperial robes and a flat celestial crown, holding a long sword, bearing unmatched bearing. At the same time, Fan Kuan's body underwent transformation, nourished by surging spirit energy. After a long while, Fan Kuan's tightly shut eyes flew open, a sharp glint flashing in his pupils. Transcendent mortal realm. The instant he advanced, Fan Kuan sensed a shift in the world around him. The previously undifferentiated spirit energy split into distinct attributes. Blazing light energy, void-like darkness energy, searing fire energy, clear water energy, sharp metal energy. And then he sensed no more. Xiaoyin. Fan Kuan began to speak, but the cavern's broadcast cut him off. Regional announcement. Cultivator Fan Kuan has successfully advanced to Transcendent Mortal Realm 1st tier. He is the first cultivator in the region to reach the Transcendent Mortal Realm. Reward, 6-star Spirit Weapon, Dawn-Piercing Spear. The regional chat erupted the moment the announcement appeared. It's Lord Fan Kuan again. Truly formidable, a role model for all beastkin. Lord Fan Kuan belongs to our Fox clan. All hail Lord Fan Kuan. All hail the Fox clan. I bow to Lord Fan Kuan. He has reached Transcendent Mortal Realm, while I am only at Initiation Realm 5th tier. What kind of divine treasure is a 6-star spirit weapon? I only own a 1-star mountain cleaver blade. Row of the Fire Fox clan greets you, Lord. Your prowess is unmatched. May of the White Fox clan greets you, Lord. Your prowess is unmatched. Xin of the Silver Fox clan greets you, Lord. Your prowess is unmatched. The ordinary beastkin were swept up in fervent admiration, yet the royal clans of the region reacted far differently. Upon seeing the announcement, every royal slammed their fist into whatever lay nearby. Decaying corpse heads, stone tables, giant trees, even half-eaten carcasses. All royal clans in the region had advanced to Initiation Realm 8th or 9th tier, striving toward the transcendent mortal realm. Once again, Fan Kuan of the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox clan had snatched the first breakthrough. Shiba crushed a mantis fiend's skull in his palm and roared in rage. Crafty Fox, Ling Chun sat quietly within his cultivation chamber, murmuring. Nine-Tailed Sky Fox clan. Immersed in cultivation, Fan Kuan had nearly forgotten about regional announcements. Joy lit his face as he retrieved his reward. Dawn-piercing spear, compatible with light spirit energy. Infusing light spirit energy grants a 200% attack boost. A magnificent spear. A 200% damage increase with light spirit energy. His earlier 4-star serpent spear only offered a 50% boost to dark spirit energy. The gap between a 4-star and 6-star weapon was astronomical. Moreover, light spirit energy might hold an advantage against the dark sorceress beneath the earth. He would test the spear against her later. Fan Kuan recalled his earlier question. Xiaoyin, why can I only sense 5 types of spirit energy? I cannot detect earth or wood spirit energy. Master, human cultivators with 7-star innate talent can command 5 varieties of spirit energy. I see. The number of controllable spirit elements is tied to innate talent. This world truly hinges on natural talent. Fan Kuan brushed his eyebrow with his thumb. How many spirit energy varieties can Beastkin with 7-star talent command? Master, depending on race and individual talent, they can wield between 2 and 4 varieties. Fan Kuan fell into thought. Is this the disparity between racial talents? It is, Master. The strength of Beastkin royal clans lies in their formidable physical bodies and innate battle skills. Without shape transformation and spirit ascension, even after advancing to the transcendent mortal realm, they can only manipulate a single type of innate spirit energy. Fan Kuan was about to ask whether attribute spirit energy boosted battle skills, when Xiaoyin spoke ahead of him. The more varieties of attribute spirit energy you command, the greater your advantage when unleashing battle skills. Master, try infusing attribute spirit energy into your techniques. Can she read minds? Fan Kuan shot Xiaoyin a glance. He swung his hand and unleashed radiant flames using ordinary spirit energy. A crescent blade materialized, carving a crack half a meter wide into the stone wall. He then channeled light and fire spirit energy into the battle skill. A blazing, radiant light will streaked forward. Boom. An impact crater 2 meters wide exploded into the rock face. Incredible. The difference was staggering. Fan Kuan quickly grasped the mechanics of attribute spirit energy. Spirit energy permeated all of heaven and earth, and any cultivator could refine and absorb it. Before reaching the transcendent mortal realm, cultivators could only wield crude, undifferentiated spirit energy. After advancing to the transcendent mortal realm, cultivators could draw attribute spirit energy from the ambient flow based on the rank of their innate talent, merging it with battle skills to unleash far greater power. The more attribute types one could access, the more skills they could strengthen. Judging by this, Beastkin would gradually fall behind in the later stages. They were powerhouses in the early game, while humans possessed far higher ceilings. Of course, this only applied to elite human prodigies. Humans with low-star talent could command very few spirit energy varieties as well. Fan Kuan opened his status panel. Bloodline, Human Royal, Fused Bloodline, Heavenly Ho Clan, Realm, Transcendent Mortal Realm 1st Tier, Innate Talent, 7 stars, Vitality Aptitude, 98, Spirit Energy Aptitude, 108, Vitality, 75343/226029, Spirit Energy, 83034/249102, Divine Soul, Divine Sovereign Ling, Heavenly Ho, Controlled, Light Command, Controlled, Darkness Perception, Controlled, Metal Perception, Controlled, Fire Perception, Controlled, Water Perception. His attribute caps had tripled, but that meant advancing would grow far slower. He needed 160,000 spirit energy to level up. Continuous closed-door meditation would take a full 7 days. Fan Kuan groaned. He could already envision a bleak future of endless solitary cultivation within his cavern for decades, even centuries. Noticing the pained look on Fan Kuan's face, Xiaoyin spoke. Master, upon advancing to the transcendent mortal realm, your newly awakened divine soul allows you to absorb stray spirit energy released by slain monsters into your spirit platform, alongside the vitality you gain. Right. This breakthrough granted him not only the ability to sense attribute spirit energy, but also a divine soul. Fan Kuan stared at the entry on his panel. Divine Sovereign Ling, Heavenly Ho. The Heavenly Hound was easy enough to understand. It was the hound residing within his spirit platform, forged when he fused foreign bloodlines. But what of the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign? Judging by appearances, it took human form. Fan Kuan lifted his head and looked toward Xiao Yin, who met his gaze at the very same moment. I'm just watching, not saying a word. Can you truly know what I'm thinking? Sure enough, Xiao Yin's clear, ethereal voice drifted over. Master, the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign is your innate title as a human. It is the incarnation of your soul. Its emergence elevated your command over light spiritual energy from mere perception to spirit mastery. Setting aside the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign for now, Fan Kuan spoke. Xiao Yin, can you really sense every thought in my heart? Xiao Yin smiled gently. Master, I am your manner spirit. Our bloodlines are intertwined. Intertwined bloodlines, huh? Does that make you some long-lost sister from another world? It feels like I have zero privacy around you. Is this some combat art? Fan Kuan could only think of that explanation. Xiao Yin shook her head. It is more accurately an innate talent belonging to manner spirits. Good grief, this world is absurd. Even manner spirits possess innate talents. Seeing Xiao Yin unwilling to elaborate on her own abilities, Fan Kuan shifted to questions she could answer. I started out as a lowly cultivator with merely one-star talent. So how did I come to possess a soul such as the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign? Xiao Yin's expression turned solemn. Master, the one-star rank belongs to your past. You are now a 7-star human prodigy, among the peak talents of humanity. Still, my origins were humble. Very well, all must be the will of fate. What exactly is a human's innate title? Fan Kuan asked. To answer you, Master, it is the status bestowed upon you by heaven and earth among trillions of humans. It is authority sanctioned by the heavens. Much like the Dark Gold Bear clan stands atop all bears, and the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan rules the fox kind. You are the sovereign of humanity. Oh, I get it now. Simply put, it means I stand far above others. Beyond granting finer control over light spiritual energy, what other special powers does the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign Soul hold? Fan Kuan thought this soul form far outshone the Heavenly Hound. Master, the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign's remaining abilities will awaken once you advance to the Spirit Radiance realm. There you go, speaking in riddles again. Is Spirit Radiance realm the next major cultivation tier? The next major tier is Domain Formation realm. Spirit Radiance realm is the 4th great realm, so those powers remain inaccessible for the time being. Fan Kuan stretched his limbs. It was time to venture outside. With a flash, he teleported to the livestock enclosure. Greetings, Lord. The young fox girl was indeed here. Fan Kuan pointed at the sow inside the pen. I'm heading out for a while. Once we clear out all the monsters tonight, we'll roast this sow for a feast. Understood, Lord. At the mention of roasted meat, Lu Yunxi raised her hands excitedly in agreement. She then added, though I've noticed the 2 piglets seem extremely attached to this sow. Naturally, she was their mother. Almost at that exact moment, a regional announcement echoed across another stretch of land. Regional announcement. Cultivator Ling Shuang has successfully advanced to the first layer of Mortal Transcendence realm, becoming the first Mortal Transcendence cultivator in the region. Reward, 6-star spirit weapon, Streamcloud Sword. Once the announcement appeared, the weary survivors from Blue Star, baked beneath the blazing sun, instantly regained their spirits. Oh my goodness, it's Ling Shuang again. She's actually broken through to Mortal Transcendence. Goddess Ling Shuang is incredible. Please establish a faction soon. I, Zhang San, want to be your first follower. Another announcement featuring Goddess Ling Shuang. A word of caution, though, many scammers have been impersonating her in group chats these past few days. There is no real name verification here, so you will never track down fraudsters if swindled. Everyone stay vigilant. Curse those scammers. Even at the end of the world, they seek to deceive others. What sort of people would do such a thing? Fellow warriors, I dare not leave my shelter. How are you all raising your cultivation levels? You'll never progress hiding indoors. Haven't you read the group messages? Those above the 3rd layer of initial realm can safely venture outdoors. The stronger the sunlight, the faster your physical body strengthens. Don't spread incomplete advice. You'll get people killed. Everything hinges on whether your body can endure it. Some can stay outside for 10 hours straight, while others collapse after 30 minutes under the sun. Listen up, youngsters. Your old grandpa here is 88 years old and just broke through to the 5th layer of initial realm. I can withstand 5 hours of sunlight each day. Who are you calling youngsters, old man? Is reaching 5th layer at 88 something to boast about? Yesterday I saw a 93-year-old elder sprinting across the grasslands carrying a full-grown goat. I'm curious how many hours Goddess Ling Shuang spends cultivating under the sun daily. Does no one track cultivation progress? She couldn't have reached mortal transcendence this quickly without spending entire days exposed to sunlight. Same here. I cultivate outdoors from dawn till dusk. Fan Tianji skimmed through the chat logs and opened a private message. Fan Tianji, old girl, have you advanced today? Less than a minute passed before Ningxia replied. Ningxia, I broke through to the 7th layer an hour ago. Fan Tianji, impressive. I'd say you're nearly comparable to Ling Shuang. Ningxia, there's still an entire major realm separating us. Fan Tianji, old girl, what star rank do you think Ling Shuang's talent holds? Even with 6-star talent, you lag behind her. Ningxia, at the very least 7-star. No lesser talent could achieve such rapid progress. Fan Tianji, heavens above. 7-star or higher, that could mean 8-star, even 9-star. Ningxia, truly a peerless human prodigy. I hope Kuan reaches that standard too. Fan Tianji, don't worry. Kuan has always been outstanding. He will surpass all of us. I wager at minimum 7-star talent. Worst case, he'll inherit your 6-star rank. He'll never end up like me, a useless 1-star talent. Ningxia, even with 1-star talent, one must persevere. Don't keep using talent as an excuse. How long did you spend cultivating in the sun today? Fan Tianji, not long. I nearly lost my life out there. Ningxia, have you advanced to the 3rd layer? Fan Tianji, only halfway to the 2nd layer. Amid sand-swept wastelands stood a massive manor, divided into numerous zones with simple, grand architecture. Ling Shuang sat cross-legged in one courtyard, calm and composed. The scorching heat pouring down from 10 suns overhead seemed to lose all power before her. Violent, swirling gales merely brushed gently against her delicate features. Energy emanating from the 10 suns transformed into heavenly power, continuously boosting her vitality and spiritual energy. She glanced down at her status panel. Bloodline, Human Royal, Realm. 1st layer of mortal transcendence, talent. 8-star, vitality aptitude. 15, spirit aptitude. 162, vitality. 11533/34599, spiritual energy. 124556/373669, soul, Luo Shun. Affinity mastery, light perception, affinity mastery, metal perception, affinity mastery, wood perception, affinity mastery, fire perception, affinity mastery, water spirit mastery, affinity mastery, earth perception. Luo Shun. Ling Shuang parted her lips and whispered the name softly. Fan Kuan stepped out of the manor. The crimson glow of the setting dusk sun spilled across the valley, dyeing everything scarlet. Standing atop a stone platform identical to the Lion King's, Fan Kuan spread his arms and recited, "Beneath the westward sinking sun, the hour of battle draws near." Surging power coursed through his body. He intended to eliminate the dark female demon lurking within the valley before night fell. Once darkness arrived, multiple boss monsters might march toward his grounds alongside their minions. Furthermore, ordinary boss monsters would receive a power boost after sunset. That demon, whose looks rivaled renowned beauties, might undergo a drastic power surge once night came. The Phantom Rush combat art now covered far greater distances. It consumed more spiritual energy, yet Fan Kuan no longer worried about energy shortages. After several flickering dashes, he reached the underground cavern. The cave behind the female demon stood open. Countless giant eggs that once filled the cavern had all hatched. Thousands upon thousands of minor monsters crowded the cavern, ready to strike. Fan Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He had arrived just in time. Once strengthened by nightfall, fighting them would prove far more difficult. His gaze swept past the horde of minor monsters before the plaza and settled on the dark female demon shrouded in black flames. Her slender eyes locked onto Fan Kuan. The playful ease from their previous encounter was gone, replaced by heavy wariness. Man and demon stared at each other from afar for several seconds. Then golden light burst forth. Wreathed in light spiritual energy, the dawn spear blazed brilliantly, its tip aimed straight at the demon's mouth. The dark female demon frowned and swatted at the spear shaft, but she underestimated Fan Kuan's growth. A casual swat that would have deflected this attack days ago now only nudged the spearhead slightly off course. She jerked her head to dodge. The sharp edge sliced across her cheek, leaving a bleeding gash. Ah! A shrill cry tore from her throat. Every monster inside the cavern flew into a berserk rage, shouting and screaming whenever trouble arises. Fan Kuan ignored the ghost brides charging onto the stone platform. He shifted constantly, focusing all his thrusts on the female demon. Trapped upon the platform, the dark female demon could only twist and dodge his strikes. Though swift, she could not outpace the phantom rush technique. As time dragged on, fresh wounds opened across her body. The light spiritual energy coating the spear corroded her injuries, blocking her ability to drain vitality from other monsters to heal. The demon's counterattacks grew weaker, yet her screams grew sharper and more frantic. When Fan Kuan thrust his spear toward her face once more, twin vortexes swirled within her crimson eyes. Fan Kuan unleashed Soul Devourer resonance. The dark female demon's gaze blurred, and her skill was abruptly interrupted. Too long of a wind-up for your ability, miss. A smirk tugged at Fan Kuan's lips, and he drove the spear straight into her mouth. Light spiritual energy surged out through the spear tip. The dark female demon seized the shaft with both hands, straining to stop the spear from piercing her skull, terror flooding her eyes. Too late. Farewell. Fan Kuan unleashed Soul Devourer resonance a second time. The demon's vision clouded, her grip loosened, and the spear pierced all the way through her head. Pitch-black currents drifted out of her body, alongside a wisp of dark spiritual energy rising from her spirit platform. Dark spiritual energy. This demon was only at the peak of the 9th layer of Initial Realm. Why did she wield a tribute-infused energy? Could this be another racial trait? Absorbing the demon's vitality and spiritual energy granted Fan Kuan nearly 3,000 vitality points and over 4,000 spiritual energy points. Meanwhile, the forms of the Heavenly Spirit Sovereign and Heavenly Hound within his spirit platform solidified ever so slightly. The dark female demon's death did not scare off the surrounding decaying corpses. They charged toward Fan Kuan even more frantically, roaring with unbridled fury, as if the fallen demon had been their guardian. Yet grief brought no increase in combat strength. Enhanced spirit insight fingers rained down from the stone platform, piercing transparent holes through the monsters' heads. The tide of battle had shifted. Fan Kuan would not wait for these creatures to come hunting him after dark. He intended to wipe every monster out before night descended. The slaughter began. Channeling Light's spiritual energy into spirit insight fingers, the darkness-wreathed decaying corpses could not withstand his assaults. Even the toughest black-furred ape monsters fell after at most 2 strikes. Thousands of minor monsters within the underground cavern collapsed one after another beneath Fan Kuan's relentless assault. Glowing orbs of varying hues carpeted the cavern floor. If the other beast clans witnessed this sight, they would be utterly stunned. While they proceeded with extreme caution, hunting a single ghost child, Fan Kuan reaped monster lives as easily as harvesting wheat. Even a royal beast clansman like Shiba would have to fight with everything he had when facing ghost brides and black-furred apes. More than an hour later, every monster inside the cavern lay defeated. Harvested energy orbs piled mountain high inside his storage space.